Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Hitomi Dweeb, Tess, BFX, thank you for the dailies. Welcome in. What's up, Dweeb? Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Hello. Meow, 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 meow. Uh-huh. How long is left on this gamer? Maybe we can do this tomorrow. 11 days, okay. 11 days, indeed. What's up, Nebby Rose? How you been? We're left here. Acquire the max daily amount. Where else do you get it besides the events? Defeating enemies in exchange for rewards. We just do like anything? Just do like anything? Just do anything and it show. How many do I have right now? I have 405. Okay. Let's see if we do one thing. Does it go up? If I do one thing, does it go up? Meow, 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 wow. Ba-ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-dum-bum. A-ba-ba-da-bing, ba-ba-ba-bing bong. Ba-ba-da-bong, da-ba-da-bang bong. Open world survival crafting game. Wild Eden. Releasing in Q1. What is Wild Eden? Oh yeah, that is giving me tokens, just randomly. Can you? How are they not dying? You guys are working on a new game. When do you think we might see an announcement? Probably a year and a half, 2 years at the earliest, I would reckon. Depends on the scope of it and how big it is. Hello? Shoot! I wonder if like sometimes Ham and Enable just doesn't deploy because it hits a wall or something. Like what is that? This guy joined up the 400% and is just in the spawn with his menu open. Here, peasants, you do the dungeon for me while I sort my inventory. Yes, sir. My king, my king. Pharaoh, thank the day, welcome in. Okay, did that work? Events. This. 470. Yeah, it did. Okay. So you just do anything basically. Should we finish this? This does give us Glod. We should get started on the Oh, I forgot my coffee. How could you let me forget, chat? It's in the kitchen. Player collision. What's up, Honor Boy? Why are you sad? Don't be sad. No reason? Just feeling it. Do. Let's go in, bro. Guy's been slacking. Blame me for stealing Raven's pants. I confess it was you. I knew it. I knew it all along. I'll do one more. Let me get my coffee though. My coffee. Music almost matched the items coming in. All right, one more of these. Wow. What's up, Vanos? I'm gonna head to the gym, but we'll leave the stream open for sure. I appreciate it. Have a good pump. Get yoked. Get yoked now. Wait, how have I not looted this yet? Am I full? How? How am I full right now? What the frick? Wait, why aren't these being dismantled? Is it because dog is dead? Dog is paused? Luna buffs later this year. I didn't see it on the roadmap, but Luna buffs would be nice. She needs another rework. It's time for her scheduled quarterly rework so that she can be viable for another 2 to 3 months and then need another rework. She's overdue, man. I remember when, before Axion, Noise Surge was insanely strong. It was really, really good. Then Axion came out and she was trashed here again. Then she got Ultimate Luna and that rework and she was good for a while, but then she just slowly got power crept again. Unfortunately. Like some of her Battlefield builds were good, but they've just been power crept like crazy. What's up, Haslov? Ever increasing enemy HP and defenders, they just stop doing it and then won't be a need to spend time on figuring out how to balance. It's true. Yep, they keep putting themselves in this position. Indubitably. Also, I think if they put a little bit more effort into paying attention to meta and systemic changes, even beyond just like HP of enemies. It just feels like sometimes a lot of their changes are not very future-proof. Like, it's just kind of like, in the moment, just kind of get it to work, you know what I mean? Like, whatever, just make it work. Make it work for this patch, the players can be happy, and then in a couple patches, those band-aid fixes fall off, and you got problems again. Guild Wars 2 enemies there don't scale vertically. Progression is horizontal, which becomes like this. They could do it. I mean, it all just comes down to system design. Again, I think if they had a more experienced design staff, they could do those things. I have a lot of these. And there we go. All right, so there's that. We can even do some of these too if we really wanted to, but we should probably start on the thing. It'd be nice to finish this just to get these tokens. It'll probably be like another hour to do it though. Like 5 or 6 more dungeons. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Still have these here. What the frick? I must have 400 equipment slots. Let's go. Difficult based on numbers gets stale. It needs a balance with player skill. We were talking about this a little bit yesterday, but I feel like the TFD community is so casual focused that anything they do that focuses a little too much on player skill is going to be received poorly.
You wanted to see me?
I am also someone who prefers difficulty. I love difficulty. I actually get more motivated and excited when I fail than when I succeed. But the overwhelming community is not, I don't think they're of that persuasion. I would say over 90% of the community is very casual. Like they just want to jump in, do some easy things, get some loot, go home.
Magisters are probably humanity's
That's all they really want.
Don't you think?
We had mini dungeons with mechanics, but it was all removed. Yep, because the community hated it. That's what I'm saying. The community just doesn't like meeting obstacles. They want a game that is more about the aesthetic of the characters, the cosmetics, and, you know, the celebration of the female form, with minor gameplay elements that they can clear relatively easily and get their dailies done and log out. So one challenge they've been facing is trying to figure out, you know, how to make both groups happy, because obviously the casual community is largely non-vocal. They're not the ones complaining. It's the hardcore people that are complaining online the most, you know? The casual community are like, hey, can we get more skins? Where are the skins? Why isn't this skin here? Why don't we get universal skins? Why don't we get more single skins for characters? Why don't we get this skin? Why aren't Luna's toenails painted, you know? Like, that's where the casual community's head is at. And then the competitive community is like, well, we need to fix Onslaught 3, and we need to make the Abyss bosses better, and we need to make it so there's meaningful reasons to farm Ancestor modules and whatever else. But it's obvious it's a very, very small percentage of the community. Very small. What's up, Silverrock? Why aren't we playing Lucilla's story instead? We need to. We're running out of time. We got, what, like 7 days, a week until Gang is here? And those mechanics were minimal. It wasn't even that bad. I didn't hate it. Same. Yeah, and I think there's definitely a big difference between implementation and design, right? I think that, like, the invasion stuff for TFD wasn't really all that bad of an encounter. It was just implemented poorly. They made a whole bunch of alien hieroglyphs for all the symbols, didn't color code them, didn't represent them well. And then, you know, a lot of the feedback initially was, this sucks, but some of that feedback was just because it was poorly implemented. You know, like, the invasions weren't necessarily bad by default. They were just poorly made. And some of the feedback was just because they were just poorly made. You know what I mean? Where are you trying to go to? I was just running around Albion. It's like running around Orgrimmar or Ironforge, just mindlessly running. You know? What's up, Plasmo? The day was actually good, yeah. Are they even jump puzzle events? There were some, like, jump quests in this game, but again, they were also just poorly implemented, and so they weren't received that well. It was basically just run along a set route collecting orbs. There wasn't really, like, any actual jump mechanics. I mean, there's mantling and stuff in this game. Like, you go up to a ledge and you grab onto it and climb it. They have mantling and you know, climbing and ledge hanging and grappling and stuff. They could totally do jump puzzles. Like Guild Wars style jump puzzles, you know, or like Final Fantasy style jump puzzles. I think they could. Again, it just needs to be implemented well. Here's playing for the Mega Dungeon, Corel's Mothership. Yeah, that should be, hopefully it's cool. You know, I'm at a point where I never get my hopes up for TFD. I just kind of let it happen. And, you know, when it comes out, I try it. If it's good, I like it. If it's not, then I'll complain about it. But I try to never, like, TFD wise, you never know what you're going to get. Like, the result, the patch result is always so varied. Like, there are some patches in TFD that are gangbusters and really cool, and there are some that are so god awful you can't even believe they shipped it. And it rubber bands between the two, so I never know. I never know if this patch is going to be awesome or it's going to be horrible. And you just, so I've just stopped trying to predict. You know, it's just like, okay, here comes a patch. Is it going to be good? I don't know. Let's see.
Place a wiretap. Check data.
Let's see. Let's give it a try and find out.
Just say the word. I'll find out everything for you.
Okay, that was special orders that's making that go away. No. F14 style jump puzzles. They're not bad, man. FF14 jump puzzles are fine. Now, obviously, it's very basic, like simple collision box, no grabbing mechanics. You're just aiming MMO style with your mouse and jumping or controller. But even then, they still put in some effort. Did they do any game optimism changes to TFD? They've been doing them regularly, yeah. They definitely need to do their creator feedback Q&A with you there. You're very level and good ideas that the game needs. Always love your YouTube updates. I appreciate it, Jester. Yeah, we're gonna watch the Q&A. That's what I was working towards. Wanted to watch the Q&A so we can kind of get a sense to what went on there, you know? You know what I'm saying, bros? You one Don Juan. I don't want to knock any of them, but there was quite a lot of rambling. Oh, and the Q&A, we can watch and see. That is a very difficult situation, right? Because you're connected over an internet across the world, likely with 200 to 300 ms on the video feed. That's delayed in going through production. Then production is delayed in getting it to the people on the desk. On top of the fact that there's a major language barrier with a translator that's not there in the room with them, like they're local, like over a headset. So like there's all kinds of, you know, and not only that, but because they're going through the translator and they're talking about game stuff, you have people like Seven or Sen or Elisa or, you know, that Korean content creator that know the game well, but the translator does not, right? Does the translator know, you know, what certain weapons are and what they do? So there's a little bit of a like a secondary translation effect where the translator has to try their best to translate what's being said, and then they have to respond in kind. And also, you know, I don't know. Yeah, it was just kind of a rough situation all around. I appreciate that, Dark. I appreciate that. I'm still waiting for something to bring me back to TFT. That's all I played for like the first 4 months of its release. Well, I mean, it's just been incrementally improving. TFT doesn't really do like one large step for man kind of thing. They just do small incremental improvements over time. So you just let them cook for a while, and then you come back and give it a try. It's free to play. What's up, Sentinel? How are you? Getting 12 weapons on S4 sounds like some good content to grind. Yeah, hopefully it's worthwhile and enjoyable. I don't know if I want to be running one 4-minute dungeon over and over and over to get 11 transcendent weapons. Sounds awful, but there's some new activities coming. Hopefully Trials has a source for it, and the Mega Dungeon has a source for it, and they spread it out, you know? Hopefully. Rambling was part of the difficulty in translating to be concise and to the point. Yeah, speaking across barriers like that, you really have to kind of plan out what conversation topics are there. And to be honest, you know, I also, we'll watch, but I get the feeling that they were very careful this time on what they answered and how they answered it. I think they didn't want to like overcommit to anything or speak about something they didn't know. So I don't know. Like those kind of sit downs are the kind that I do sometimes for contract work. Like a gaming company will, you know, we sign some documents, get them on a call, and then we sit down and we talk about their game and where they're going, what they want to accomplish, what they need to do next and stuff like that. So, I mean, that kind of situation is not something, you know, I do that pretty regularly. What's up, Tal? You have, Sentinel, you have. 1 step in place, 2 toenails painted, 5 more skins released. Yep. Pretty much. S4 looks really good. It does look good. TFT needs to let people trade. They're going to. They're going to add asynchronous trading, which is good. Offline trading. What's up, CJ? Doing well? How are you? You know, an answer when the question was just so poorly formed. Yep. Yep. Did they even answer Biscuit's question? I heard she put a video question in. Oh, we're about to watch it, but I heard they also didn't answer it at all. Like, did they just ignore her, or what happened? Sen was rambling about it in his stream earlier. Yep. Yeah. Listen, I have done in the past, I have traveled to China. I have traveled to Peru. I have traveled to Chile. I have been in other countries visiting with other studios, sitting in the room for a 10-hour meeting with one team on one side, one team on the other, and a group of translators in the middle. You say something, then the translators translate it, then they talk amongst themselves in a different language, then they talk to the translators, they translate it, then they talk to you, then you talk amongst yourselves in your language, and it goes back and forth. And I've sat in meetings where they order like 2 rounds of food. Like, we order breakfast, we sit and we talk for 5 hours, then we order lunch, then we sit and talk for 5 hours, and then we leave and get dinner. I have done those. I've been like in Tencent headquarters in China doing that. It takes forever. It is so long. Nemesis, welcome in. And you have to be incredibly patient too, because you say what you want to say, then you wait. And you chill and you get on your phone or you like write and you know, whatever, you're just taking notes, talking. And you wait for the translators to translate it, and then they talk amongst themselves, and you wait for them to finish. Then they talk to the translator. You wait for the translator to get it, and then they translate it. Then you talk amongst yourselves, and It's a very slow process, but you know, what else are you gonna do when you have two groups of people that speak different languages? Must be exhausting. It is, and it's also like, you know, it's business too, so you don't want to be like disrespectful, because they're still in the room looking at you, so your facial expressions and stuff are important, and you still talk to them, like you look at them when you're saying it, even though you know they can't understand you. It's because like you don't want to talk to the translator, you still want to engage them and whatever. But are you guys okay? This question about new materials often being limited to 1 or 2 repetitive stories, and the devs partly address it. Okay, as long as they got a response. When the CSS asks questions, the question would be translated to Korean, and the devs would answer it. Would answer it for about 3 minutes. But feel like they only spoke words, and somewhere in their words they were finding questions. Somewhere in their words they were finding questions they were trying to answer. Watch these trying to get an answer out of the devs, only for them to go on and just beat around the bush. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that, absolutely. It's one of those things where like maybe it's a question that they don't know. Like maybe it's a question asked to the creative director and he doesn't have the answer for it because some other team is working on it, you know? Q is off, thank you. Yeah, I just noticed. I don't even know why it was off. Hey, do you want to move away from that model of farming split across multiple places with harder being more efficient? I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see it. To be honest, I feel like the devs it would benefit the devs quite dramatically for them to stop leaning so much on lip service. I feel like they lean on lip service way too much, like an alarming degree. And what I mean by that is like they'll use like buzzwords and marketing words and like lip service to explain something, but then they don't deliver on it, right? And they're like, this is a hack and slash run and gun game. And then a lot of their changes don't align with that, right? Or like, you know, the Valby is the point of balance, or we want it to be a rewarding experience. And it's just very high level, like marketing speech without much detail, and then they don't deliver on it. And, you know, it's almost like when your parents don't know what to say when you ask them a question, so they give you a generic answer. It's kind of how it feels. And I feel like it would benefit them quite a lot to, and maybe that's what they're doing by limiting their responses here, but kind of like, you know, being more cautious about when they decide to talk like that, you know? Because I feel like if that's all you do is lip service, then people stop, your word loses value, because then it's just like, oh, well, they're just using lip service, you know? Quad, thank you for the day. Welcome in. Millie gonna stay in the well forever. They asked them where all the Maryland characters. They got asked about it. They just kind of briefly responded, I think. They would pick a narrow portion of the question to answer. I mean, the questions are multifaceted, so I can see the difficulty answering concisely. Yeah, and it could be that maybe they narrow in on the thing that they know, and the other parts they don't know, you know? They're gonna circle back. Yeah, exactly. I read it off as plan changes mid-development. Yeah, but like, that excuse only gives you so much leeway, you know what I mean? Like it really, like that excuse of like, yeah, we're in the middle, like sometimes things change. Like that excuse can only be leaned on a little bit. If you lean on it too much, the whole thing falls apart. You know what I mean? They had an emergency stream to explain their plans going forward and promise that the future roadmap will involve more males. They need to do like Marvel Rivals males. Make it equal, man. I'm sure the devs don't sit down with the YouTubers that still play this game and ask them what they want to see. They do ask us for feedback. Like the Nexon publishing team asks us for feedback. And it's important to frame it that way because Nexon is taking our feedback and then giving it to Magnum. Right, so we don't know how many times that changes hands or who that lands in. I'm sure they do watch it, and I think the devs, the TFD devs, do watch videos and stuff like that, but not necessarily. Yeah, not necessarily like. I don't think all of it is getting them to the same level. Or males and male skins. Marvel Rivals is a great example to follow. It is, yeah. I am actually genuinely shocked to the degree that Marvel Rivals will go. Like, shocked. I think we've just been so caught up with where was it? With the way TFD and some other games are, that like when you look at Marvel Rivals, where was that even? Da-na-na. Captain America skins? I forget who it was. I just saw a clip. It was in Discord somewhere. I'm trying to find it. It said since the females that we've been getting would start getting their ultimates, they would start releasing males. Interesting. Well, maybe Monet is a guy. I don't know if these ebs will collab with 140k, so the Emperor knows. Warhammer is the answer to all problems. True. True, Kachu. The new cap skin having the bulge it does is crazy. Maybe that's what I saw. I saw a Marvel Rivals skin. It was like a summer skin, and it was just like, dude was slanging. Like, he was slinging girth. With its own physics. Like, it was crazy. I can understand why their sponsors were very careful. Next time it's publicly traded, I wouldn't want to lose my job because I wanted to be based. Yeah, true. I'll never see you devs sit down with players to talk and play, yet they are still full of excrement. What the frick? See the gun that Cap America has? Yeah. Yeah, I guess that was Captain America that I saw. Based on how many people are saying that. Lazy these games can get when it comes to skin and content. Yep, it's true. Helldivers do that are the worst I have seen someone manage live service. Really? That was America's ass? All right. It's Cap. Yeah, dude, it was I forget where it was. Oh, here we go. Is this Captain America? Yeah, he's got a shield, I guess. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God, it's animated. Jesus Christ, bro. And the cake. Homie falls backward and bounces back up to his feet. Jesus, man. They do not hold back. That's a lot of dong. That is a lot of dong. Oh my gosh. BRB re-downloading. That's what I'm saying. Like the equal opportunity gooning, you know, around half the world is attracted to men, so they're missing an opportunity there. You know, time to learn Cap. I don't know if I could ever use that skin. That would be too much for me, but. I'm at 130p is the hot dog animated. It looked like it had at least 1 or 2 bones in it. And there were some posture adjustments. And it looked like there was maybe like additive or procedural animations on it as well. It did seem like it was mostly rigid body, but it looked like it had at least 1 bone on the skeleton that was allowing it to pitch change and position as well. So yeah, they did put it's not pure rigid body unanimated. That's peak performance. Homie's not playing around. Choice words. Well, that's just what it's called in engine. So in order for an animation to articulate, it needs to have what's called a bone, which is you put like a vertice inside of the skeleton that can pivot and change. And so when I say that something has a bone, it means that the rigger put a piece in the skeleton that allowed it to change and position and angle based on that specific spot. It's something we talk a lot about in performance as well, like the number of bones that a skeleton has. Every bone that you add to something can increase the performance cost because it's another place of movement, right? So it did look like there was, yes, it did look like there was at least one bone inside of his crotch. The double entendre is not lost on me, but that is actually the technical term. That's not Cap, that was Nidus. Hail Hydra. It's fair game and equal. Yeah, exactly. All right, so should we watch the thing? You guys want to watch the Dingleberry? The Doo Doo Cockapee? The Beetlejuice? Yes, QnA. Your face has an extra bone? This depends on what you consider a bone, huh? Technically, the cranium is one giant bone, but the jaw is separate, so there could be pieces there. You could also technically consider the attachment and stuff like that, like teeth and stuff, bones, but I'm not a doctor, so what do I know? Bum, 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 bum. Dun, dun. Ah! Doot, 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 doot. Beep, 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 boop. The Beetlejuice, yeah. Like your Winter Soldier Inez colors? Thank you. Jonathan is bringing mini stunts back because you've not visited all this new content made just for you? No, what do you mean mini stunts back? They never left. They didn't go anywhere, bro. You don't have drops? I do have drops. Don't I? Yeah, I got drops. I should put it in the title. Doot 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 doot. Oh, boop beep 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 up. Chasing, basing. Thank you for the reminder, Adam. Yep. I'll put it in the title. In the tittle. I'll put it in the tittle. Do. A lot of preparation around the roadmap, but I'm honestly excited to have more stuff to farm for. Yeah, overall, I think the roadmap is good. Even the things that I'm kind of iffy on, it's down to implementation, right? So, like, if it's implemented properly, it can be really good. What are your thoughts on the PlayStation stream about banning physical games? I have a lot of thoughts about that. It might be worth doing a video. How do I make this a short answer? Because I could talk about it all day. Game development has gotten way more complicated. We are not in a situation anymore where we could make a cartridge for a game like SNES or N64 and that game would last in perpetuity. The games are way more complicated, way bigger. The feature creep has gone crazy. So there's definitely a challenge with doing physical copies because as soon as you ship a physical copy, the expectation is that that physical copy works. Now, there is also a whole can of worms with this topic that dives into stop killing games and, you know, making sure physical copies work, right? And so there is this whole topic could easily blow up into like a 6-hour thing, but like there's the stop killing games movement, but there's also a lot of people that it's not necessarily stop killing games. They just want a physical game that they can get without having any requirement for internet. And the thing is, nowadays games, you know, if you think about like Crimson Desert where they patched it daily, like Crimson Desert came out and then for literally like a month straight, they were patching once or twice a day. If you had a physical copy of Crimson Desert, after a month, that disc is gonna be so out of date that it's not even the same game anymore, you know? And so there's a situation of like, as soon as you lock it in as a physical copy, you know, then you start asking people to have an internet connection, but there is a big group of people that some of them are very reasonable, some of them are very not reasonable, some of them get to the point of zealotry where if you ship a disc and it needs a patch, they want to burn your development studio down and they want to kill everyone at the studio. Like they are very intense about it. If you ship me a disc that doesn't launch, I'm pissed and I'm going to get crazy about it. There's a lot of people that are like that right now. And so because the amount of people that buy physical copies usually nowadays buy it either for like someone who's not into gaming, like you buy a PlayStation for your kid on Christmas, and then you buy a copy of like Cyberpunk or whatever, and you give it to them and they put it in their PlayStation or their Xbox or whatever. Or it's collectors, the people that get physical copies. Like I have friends that have a wall of games. They buy discs and the box sets just so they could display them. They're obviously just they have internet. They're just gonna download the game on Steam or the PlayStation Store or whatever. So they have that. But the number of people that buy physical copies, unless you have to have a physical copy, like with Switch and Nintendo and stuff like that, is going down. So the revenue you can get from physical copies is going way down, and the amount of people that are getting very, very aggressive and violent over physical copies not being the final version of the game, like those two things together is driving Sony to no longer want to offer them at all. You have a very small portion of your player base that wants physical copies, and of that portion, most of them will never be happy with whatever physical copy you give them. So it just kind of becomes that question of like, why am I bothering? Why am I making a disc? Why am I shipping this? Why am I bothering to do this if only collectors and angry people are getting benefit of it, and it ends up being 4% of our sales anyways, right? So like, I totally get that. Now, I do like having physical copies. There are definitely places in the world where you have to get them because internet is strained or you can't get downloads or whatever. But I think the activists around Stop Killing Games have gotten so violent and so ridiculous that it's just driving developers away from having physical copies at all. You know, like literally, like even just like a month ago when the Gothic remake came out, it came out and they had a day one patch that fixed some issues. And if you have a copy of the Gothic remake and you launch it, it will give you a pop-up, which is what the Stop Killing Games people hate, is it gives up a pop-up that says your game version is out of date. You must connect to the internet to get the updated patch. That had people like in the thousands starting to be like, shut down THQ, shut down the devs. They shipped a game that doesn't work without a patch. You have to have internet for it. And like, it gets wild. And it's to the point where it's just like, majority of people are downloading it anyway. Majority of people have internet anyway. So like, you know, is it something they need to offer? And realistically, now Sony's saying that we're not going to offer them, but individual companies can, right? Like if there's someone that's on PlayStation and they want to do a physical copy, they can. But Sony is just saying, we're fed up. It's not worth it anymore to do it, you know? And the EU, yeah. And then even in some places like Australia, like Oceania, because of EP Games, are still very heavily physical copy focused because they have kind of a monopoly on that market and they have different regulations on that as well. So, you know, it's one of those things where like, I totally get it. It makes a lot of sense. I think when you buy a physical copy of a game, that physical copy should always work. But also, you know, I don't know, man, like if I get a game and I know that the game has had 46 patches since I got the disc, are you gonna want to play the old version of the game knowing they added new content and fixed a bunch of stuff? You know what I mean? So, yeah, it just gets really weird. It gets really weird. Games are changing so much. They're so complicated. Pretty much every game is going to need a day one patch regardless. You know, whatever. It's crazy. I think that it ideally would be a way for people to have, like, also in a perfect world, developers would finish their game, go gold, and their day one version of the game is bug-free and perfectly works. The amount of times that actually happens is relatively low, and there's still a lot of developers that either it's their first game or it was just a widely mismanaged project that when it comes out on day one, it's a shit show. Like it is a mess. Cyberpunk 2077 first day launch, you know, like Wild Hearts on launch. Some of these games are so abysmally bad on launch that if that's the version you got on your disc copy, holy God, you know? And so I think developers should always have the opportunity to patch their games and fix problems. And when problems arise, I think you should always be able to go in and make those changes and whatever. So I don't know. Committing to have a physical copy of a game that works in perpetuity, that the Stop Killing Games people can be really happy about, is really hard. It's really hard. Imagine having to patch a game. I know, ridiculous, dude. Unless the physical copy is the uncensored version. Yeah, and the size of games too. That's a big thing as well. Few advocates of the gaming community has always been calling this digital move out, that even though digital comes with a convenience, has downside, which is most of the time we're getting licenses which have nothing to do with the existing laws. It was only when GTA 6 made the news that people turn around and look at what the community had been calling out for so many years. Yeah, there is a lot of subterfuge, and also like the core of Stop Killing Games that I agree with, and I think everyone should agree with, is like The Crew, right? Where you have a game that requires an internet connection, and then when that studio goes under and that service no longer is available, that game is no longer playable. That was the core of Stop Killing Games and why it started in the first place. It literally is in the name, Stop Killing Games. Like, don't take an old game and make it unplayable because the studio went under, you ran out of funding, you didn't want to update it anymore, you moved on to another project. Make sure the game is playable in perpetuity, especially if it's an online game. Right? That's where it came from, but it's kind of gone into a whole bunch of other things. There's also some legal issues and some zoning issues and things like that that are very important to pay attention to as well. But yeah. I don't even have room in my home for physical games. Some people have like a display case. Yo, Pizza Guy, thank you so much for the Prime. Enjoy the icon, the emotes, and the ad-free experience for 30 days. It'd be cool to have some kind of on-demand way to get a disc if you want one. Yeah, I think discs are awesome, and I think collecting physical copies is really cool. It's more on the side of like, is that disc gonna run, and is it the most current version of the game? Which people get around that by having internet connection, right? You get the physical copy of the game, you boot it up and it says, hey, there's a patch ready, connect to the internet. And most people in second and first world countries have internet right now and can play games or connect to an internet. Whether that internet is fast or not is a different question, but they do have connection to internet unless you're third world, right? So it's tough, man. The original Xbox One copy of Cyberpunk, yeah. Even if you keep making discs, you're not going to have anywhere near to put the disc except on a shelf. Yeah, exactly. It saves like printing costs and stuff like that too. Though it does put storefronts at risk, right? You know, GameStop and stuff like that. PC had zero issue with Cyberpunk. PS seems to be where almost all the damage was. Launch day for Cyberpunk PC, you didn't have a single bug. That's shocking. The devs fault for the time constraints, but it isn't too far of a stretch to expect producers to allow for an extension to ship a working product. Maybe not finished in terms of content, but not with a problem that's breaking. Yeah, exactly. Yes, that's important. Yes, and I think that developers and publishers should be held to that standard so that no matter what, they ship a product that works, and it should be on them, and we should be putting pressure on them to make sure they live up to that standard, because there are a lot of developers and publishers, either through malice, through laziness, or just through inexperience, ship a game that doesn't work or doesn't launch or doesn't function in any major way, and that it needs to be addressed. That should never be acceptable. Agreed. Bell, think of the day. Welcome in. Stop Killing Games is not about having online server. It's about being able to host locally to continue playing. No, the continue playing is the most important part. The thing is, Stop Killing Games has been bastardized. That movement has spidered out into a whole bunch of other topics that has little to do with the original version of Stop Killing Games. Not that it's a problem, right? Activism is still spreading out and kind of raising awareness to issues that need to be addressed. But Stop Killing Games has been bastardized into so many different topics now that it's kind of hard to talk about it individually, because it's just like, oh my God, it's been buried. It used to be about Stop Killing Games, right? It was around when The Crew was no longer viable. If you have an online service that is required to play the game, when the game goes under, make sure I can still play the damn game. I bought the game, I own the game, I should be able to play the game. Just because your studio went under or you moved on to another game, don't take the game away from me, right? Don't remove digital licensing. Don't kill the game because the online service is no longer available. Make sure you plan to have that. Now, obviously, that's an ideal. There's going to be situations where a studio suddenly goes belly up and they didn't plan for this, right? And so who's going to stick around for 6 months to modify the game and ship patches that make it function offline, right? Like if there's no one there to work on it, right? So, you know, in actuality, there's a lot of things that change how that works and where that goes. But I think it is a very important topic to think about and talk about. You know, there are games that have done that or provide the assets to all people. Yeah, and I think ideally that's what people should do, right? Is like provide the source code. If your studio goes down, make the source code public, ship it, let people have it, let people make private servers for it, whatever else. Like that would be like the easy answer, right? I do agree with that statement. If you're launching something, it should be complete, not half finished. It's like building a car, but you did not code the engine computer properly, which leads to more emission, only if they're usually punished, even if it's the company's fault. So there's no excuse for companies to put a half. I agree. Sentinel, I'm not disagreeing. I think that ideally, every company that puts out games should put out a game that works. I'm just saying that in actuality, sometimes you can have all the best people, all the best resources, but if you have a game that is astronomical in size, right? Like when a quest in Crimson Desert on the corner of the desert doesn't work, does that mean that that was a lazy developer? Maybe. Does that mean it might have just fallen into the cracks because the sheer size of the game is so massive that they just couldn't get to everything? Maybe. Could it be that the game is so big and complicated that even after hiring QA studios, running QA for like a year straight, you know, putting 1 million players into the game, was still discovering some combination of mechanics that caused that bug to occur, and it needs to be patched now that it's been discovered, right? There's tons of games, like there's no way a developer can cover all of what a player will do internally before it launches, right? When you start getting those player counts, that's when you really get the real QA done. But yeah, obviously you wouldn't want to ship a game that's broken, and every company should be putting good faith effort towards making sure that's the case. I'm just saying that even with all the right people, the right resources, and the right intentions, problems will still occur. That's all I'm saying. What's up, Bell? How are you? I released a video because I didn't know SKG started going off the rails. I wouldn't say that Stop Killing Games has gone off the rails. It's just, it has evolved. Like, I think it helped bring awareness to issues with games being unavailable, and then that has spidered out into a whole bunch of different topics, right? So it's like a game that has an online service that's required in order to play it, and that service goes down, the game becomes unplayable. You have a game that requires a patch, and you can't. It says you can't play on a previous version of the game until you update, but you have a physical copy, right? And so on the box in EU, it says that this game doesn't require online connection to play, which is technically true, but in order to get the patch you need to make the game playable, you need to have an internet connection to download that patch, and then it's single player after that fact. And so is that a technicality? Does that mean the rule needs to change? Because technically the gameplay itself doesn't require internet connection to play, but you need a one-time internet connection to get the patch that fixes the game that makes it playable, right? You have situations like that. Then you have like age restriction ratings, region restriction ratings. Like what if you have gambling in Counter-Strike and Bulgaria bans the game because it's gambling, but then you had the game available, like you paid for this game inside of your country, but your country bans it? Does that mean that you no longer have access to the game? Is it the company's fault? Is it the country's fault? Is it the legal problem? Like there's just all these other things that are coming up, and people are having to work through these and do that kind of stuff. No issues played through the entire game. That's crazy, Hoy. That's crazy. Hello, Strahd. How are you? Take Anthem for example. They've shut it down and it's completely unplayable. However, you should be able to host locally. Yeah, ideally, yes. They need to always be doing that if they can. Agreed. If you look in the comment of the dev live, a streamer added timestamp on everything with questions asked and responses. Damn. When you run a game you don't buy but subscribe into, it makes more sense. You purchase a complete game, it should be indefinite. Yes, agreed. I mean, if I wanted to boot up Dark Souls 2 in 10 years, that's very different than me wanting to boot up League of Legends in 50 years. You know what I mean? Like, if Riot no longer supports League of Legends in 50 years, am I going to be as upset that I can't play League of Legends, a game that requires 10 people online to face each other synchronously in PvP? That's a little bit different than me wanting to boot up Uncharted 3, right? Like, if it's a single player game that doesn't require any other players, I would expect that to be playable 5 years from now, 20 years from now, 40 years from now, right? Like, there's a reason we can boot up Commander Keen and Pong on emulators and devices and stuff like that, because those games were single player and didn't require internet connection. So that's what people are trying to get towards, but there's a whole bunch of ways that that can kind of take shape. Wish Terra did that. That would be so nice. Terra was so awesome, dude. Are there no Terra private servers? What do you think WoW Classic is going to be? I don't know. I feel like eventually, I wonder if WoW Classic is just going to start over. They'll go through all the expansions and then do like a WoW Classic and then start at the very beginning again. Oh, geez. And just keep cycling multiple tracks of different expansions on the same freaking game. Wasn't the whole purpose of having betas to get large audience with the game to test? Yeah, but realistically, the truth that people don't want to hear, especially if they're lifelong consumers and have never dealt with software in general, even if you don't work in games, if you're a software developer, you know this is true. There's no such thing as a game that's bug-free. It doesn't exist. Every single game on this planet in perpetuity is not bug-free. Every game has bugs. The trick, the difference here is that a game that is well made will fail gracefully, meaning that when a bug occurs, you don't even notice because the game is handling it gracefully. It's making sure you don't get stuck. There's no soft locks, there's no hard locks, there's no quit outs, there's no crashes. And when a bug occurs, it catches it, makes sure you don't see it, and then fixes it, right? So there's no such thing as a bug-free game. Even if you look at some of the best games ever, like Overwatch 1 when it first came out was one of the most polished games we've ever seen. It still had a bunch of bugs, you just didn't see them. Right? And so that's kind of the thing is like bugs always exist. You can't get rid of bugs. They will always be there. Once they released it rejected in court because defense lawyers kept referring to it as a black market. I don't know. People running Stop Killing Games are still in the same spot. Is this all the people outside of that are gloaming on more things? At least that's my understanding. Oh, Raven now in August. It's 6 weeks away, man. Buying and the later host bans it like on Steam. Yeah. Yeah, well, also we have problems like now, like Steam is having like payment providers are blocking games, and it's just like the legal stuff is getting crazy. To be honest, it really is. It's going crazy. Bring back Google Stadia. Streaming is cool. Streaming games from different devices is cool. Same way you're planning to play online in 2026. There's a few private Terra servers. Let's go. What's up, Mochi? How are you? Hello, hi. Surprised WoW kept things going this long. Hey man, they're making it work. They're 22 years in now. Snake and Pong are bug free. Okay. Did you ever patch a game? Did I ever patch a game? Yeah. Hundreds of times. Thousands of times. Every software in existence have bugs? Yep. All software has bugs. Exactly. Remember the old PS2 and PS3 games, even those had bugs in them, I just almost never consider them to be bugs, but oversights, but it was fun trying to work around them. Yeah, exactly. The important is when a bug occurs, it needs to be handled gracefully and quietly, you know? It's like when you're, you know, like a very well-protected official is walking through a public space, and then all of a sudden you hear the shuffling of clothes and a guy disappears from the crowd. It's because the Secret Service went and took them out before anything happened, right? That's what you want bug fixing to be in a game that's live, is that a bug occurs and then the the elite super soldiers go and grab it and take it off screen before you notice, and then there's no problem, right? You're playing WoW right now. Wow. Wow, Terra Online current status of the game. It was 6 months ago. Official PC servers have been officially shut down, but it's active for console. Maintained by Crafton and private servers. Dang, cool. Is it hard to patch a game? Yeah, absolutely. It's expensive too. Some people don't realize that sending out a patch and it being downloaded costs money. That's what a lot of people that don't work in software don't realize. When you download a 1 gigabyte or a 100 gigabyte patch, or say it's like a 5 gig patch, right? You downloading that from a CDN or something costs the developers money. They have to pay for those distribution networks. And when you download that patch, that costs them money, right? So shipping a patch can get upwards of like $5,000 to like hundreds of thousands of dollars, depending on the size of the patch and how many people are downloading it. What do you think about piracy will be the only way to preserve certain games? I mean, chaos and order are natural functions in the universe, and there's nothing that we can do to stop either one of them. And so order says you have to pay for this, and chaos says no, I don't. Chaos and order are always going to be going head to head, and all we can do is put limiters on the less than favorable aspects. But the reason chaos exists is to prevent order from suffocating everything, right? And so obviously I don't advocate people stealing things or committing crimes, but there's also situations where, like, I don't know, like for example, when your favorite show is no longer on any streaming service because the license ran out. So The people that make that show made it impossible for you to watch it. That show exists somewhere on the internet, right? And so like there are situations where chaos is needed to circumvent a problem that was created by order, right? You know what I mean? Like the French Revolution occurred for a reason. That was chaos and they were committing crimes, but again, you know, like sometimes there's a reason for it. When are you playing Chaos? Dude, Stranger of Paradise, we need to play. All right, let's watch the Dingleberry, shall we? French Revolution happened every Tuesday. Do I have a disk space? Do I have Captain America dick space? I do. Chasing about the Buddha Basin. Yeah, this is the Q&A, so we'll see how this goes. I'm kind of curious. The French Revolution occurred because the king was killing too many games. Yeah, they wanted to say stop killing games. That's what it was. Wish they fixed the XP serum bug, or if you use on a weapon or descend it without leveling them once first, not getting master XP is also the season skill kill count as bugs. Yeah, there's tons of bugs in TOD. There really is. It really is. You use original copy of Star Wars Galaxies install. I don't have it anymore. Oh, that was in Dumbcom music? No, that's Luna's song in game. It's proprietary. Ooh, I did, losing. Yeah, we showed it earlier. Chasing basin. All right, let's see how this goes. This was the Q&A. It was quite long. It was 4.5 hours. So we're going to watch it. There are probably going to be some segments that we can just skip over entirely, but we'll just see how it goes. This was the 6 members of the community. I was asked to do this and I declined because I was busy that night. But there were 6 other people that went, and they were live on Zoom or something, or Discord or whatever, and they were asking questions and, you know, being translated. Keep in mind that you have the EP, executive producer, and the creative director here. I think they also, did they bring on like the lead designer, like the level designer or something? I think they had extra in here. We'll see in a second. But yeah, they had other people there. But again, I think everyone on this panel, except for Jason, does not speak English. And I think all 5 out of the 6 of the creators spoke English, you know, albeit some of them had an accent. And there was one that spoke Korean. And so like, there's obviously a language barrier and stuff like that. What's up, Demi? If you had been there, what would you have asked? I'm not even sure, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not even sure. There are a lot of things that I would ask, but in that setting, it's hard to get a good, reliable answer. So you would have to like frame your questions in a way that would be more towards getting an answer, and it's just hard to get an answer in that spot, right? So you have to be like you have to be tactical about how you ask things in this setup, because there's a language barrier going through translators, and there's a delay for the video feed. So yeah, and there's an audience as well. So like that changes things quite a lot. But who is EP? I'm EP. You're stuck at Mastery 33? Really, Albedo? That's crazy, man. Wait, so it's like permanent for you? If you put a bug, I'm sure you put bug reports in. Season 4 does look cool. It does. How big is Ajax's junk? I don't even know. You can measure it yourself. All right, let's go. Chasing.
Welcome back to our 2nd anniversary Open Talk session. First, I want to thank everyone.
You're welcome.
From our creators.
You're welcome.
Here, our players watching,
You're welcome.
and the dev team who are with me today.
You're welcome.
Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome
for sticking with us
You're
for
welcome.
such a long time.
You're welcome.
Before we begin, I like to say a quick word about today's session. So, today's Open Talk isn't a place.
They asked 5-minute long questions.
It's also not a session to, you know, give the on-the-spot answers to every single issue. So the most important goal is to listen to each other all the way through. So we'll answer the parts we can answer, and for parts where the dev team needs a bit more time to prepare, we'll take them back to the office And for those parts that need additional discussions, our dev team will say that
Have
they'll
they
need to review
done
this
any
a bit
follow-ups on this
further.
yet?
And we'll follow up later through additional dev notes or posting on our official sites.
Is this Korea? It is in Korea, yeah.
Let me first introduce the creators joining us today. Hey guys, they've been with us since part 1, so thank you for being
I
here.
could have said no,
each
I
of
just
you
didn't think
give
of it.
A quick intro along with your creator name.
Wait, a trip to
And I
Korea,
think we can
nice. Where in
start
Korea?
With Alyssa over there.
Woo!
Woo! And woo!
I'm Exalissa. I play this game way too much, and I want to, ask some good, meaningful questions or something. I don't know. I'm horrible at this.
No, you're great. Hey, nice to meet you, Alyssa. Yeah, and
Why are we
also have a
clapping?
Korean creator here. Yeah, 아리안느님, 안녕하세요.
Why are we
Yes.
clapping for the
Hi,
intro?
Ariane.
Just like an
Could you please
AA
introduce
meeting?
yourself?
Hi, I'm
아리안나.
Anthony.
안녕하세요.
Hello.
I haven't had a drink in 6
I am
days.
Ariane, and I am streaming from Korea.
Anthony!
Ooh, good to see you.
와주셔서 감사드리고요.
Thank you so much for your time.
반갑습니다.
예, 감사합니다.
Of course.
So what is his name?
아리안나. 네, 안녕하세요. 저는
Hello.
한국에서 방송하고 있는
I am Ariane, and I am streaming from Korea.
아유,
Good to see you.
와주셔서 감사드리고요.
Thank you so much for your time.
반갑습니다.
예, 감사합니다.
Of course.
Songs of Rays.
네.
Low
Yeah,
budget.
And let's move on to low budget. Hey,
I'm
nice
Gunner
to meet you,
One.
low
I play
budget.
this game to stare at skins.
Hi, I'm Low Budget
Nice to
Gaming,
meet you,
and
Gunner
I've
One.
been covering TFT for the last couple of years. And first of all,
I heard
nice
people were
to meet
thinking that
everyone,
this was
and
like
also
him
congratulations
and
on the
N were
second
related or
anniversary.
something.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Should've been on the
for
panel,
our
I was
second
busy.
anniversary. Thank you for having you here. Yeah, we've seen lots of videos. And let's move on to Sen. Could you introduce yourself? Nice to meet you.
Hey guys, I'm Sen. I've been covering TFD since a couple of months
Woo!
after it
Sad,
came out.
woo!
I just want to applaud you guys on the great job you guys have done with this stream, and just everything looks really great for season 4, and I'm very, very excited about it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
말씀 해주셨네요. Yeah, thank you. Let's
Woo!
move on to Rays. Hey, Rays, nice to meet you.
Yeah, an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for inviting me here. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, I love the stream.
That's his
fantastic to be
uncle.
Invited with such a fantastic selection of content creators here, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to this Q&A session. It's going to be great.
Great. Awesome. Yeah, let's have a great Q&A session. Nice to meet you.
Woo!
And finally, Seven.
This feels like an
could you
AA
give
meeting.
your
Why are we
introduction?
clapping?
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Hi everyone, I'm Seven, French content creator that speak also in English, and yeah, you kind of cooked on this dev stream, on this anniversary stream, and I still have like a couple of subjects that I want to talk about. So I'm looking forward to this roundtable.
We had last one too. We did
Thank
Sentinel.
you.
We did, yeah.
Thank you. Really looking forward to it.
Woo!
And next, so joining us today are the members of the First Descendant dev team. You may already know some of them, but yeah, let's
Hey,
start with
Megan.
our executive
A
producer
rehab
here.
group.
Could
It
you
does
start
seem
with
like
a quick
it
intro?
feels very rehabby.
네, 다시 돌아왔습니다.
Yes, I am back.
디센던트 프로듀서.
I am First Descendant producer Lee Bum-jun. Nice to meet you all.
He didn't say EP. Interesting.
네, 퍼스트
Alright.
디센던트 디렉터 주민.
I am Director Jumin-seok.
네, 리드 게임 디자이너 정수.
Lead Game Designer 정승우. Nice to meet you all.
컨텐츠 리드 디자이너
I'm Content Lead Designer 양순웅.
Wait.
컴뱃 리드 디자이너
EP, creative director, lead game designer, lead content designer. Is that an artistic role? What the frick is a lead content designer? What is that? The only way I can make sense of this is if this is an artistic role. Like, is it like a production role where he's planning out like skins and when those come and what patch they go to? But a combat? No, content. You said lead content design. I don't know what that means.
I'm content lead designer 양순ung.
Content lead designer. What? Do you have a lead game designer and a lead content designer? What does that mean? A punching bag? He speaks about mechanics also. What the frick is a content designer? You think it's a translation thing? Maybe it's a mistranslation. I have never heard of this role in my life. I mean, I from a production perspective, you could say there's a content producer, and they make sure that everything is on the right tent poles and you're hitting your patches and all the skins are in the right order and all the art teams are talking to each other and planning things out. But like a content designer I don't know what that is.
네, 컴뱃 리드 디자이너
I'm combat lead designer 문장원.
Wait. Oh, combat. Combat? Okay, so they said content and then
컴뱃 리드 디자이너
I'm combat lead
Oh,
designer.
so he's a So you have a lead game designer and a lead combat Wouldn't that just be the lead game designer? Why do you need a separate lead for combat than game? Why would that need two leads? Why doesn't the lead game designer handle combat? What? Okay.
designer 문장원.
All right, so he's the combat lead.
네, 컴뱃 리드 디자이너
I'm combat lead designer 오관용.
Yeah, we have two other members.
Oh,
also
wait.
over there.
Wait, that's not him. He is the content designer. So they're talking about these people. So this is the combat who's the other guy? So this is a content. What the frick is a content designer?
콘텐츠 리드 디자이너
I'm content lead designer 양순.
Okay.
네, 컴뱃 리드 디자이너
I'm combat lead designer
Oh, so
문장원.
he's the so there's a lead game designer, a lead content designer, a lead How many leads do we need for one job? All three of these people is one job. What do you Why do we have three people for that? What?
컴뱃 리드 디자이너
I'm combat lead designer 오관용.
Wait, they're both combat lead designers?
네, 컴뱃 리드 디자이너
I'm combat lead
That guy in the blue shirt is the combat lead.
designer 문장원.
네, 컴뱃 리드 디자이너
I'm combat lead designer.
Okay, so there's a lead game designer, a lead content designer, and two lead combat designers. You need some Indians for every chief, man. You don't need four people in a lead role for the same position. Oh, okay, so there's four leads for gameplay. Why are there four gameplay leads?
오관용.
All right, I'm moving on.
We have two other members also over there as well. And thank you for everyone for taking such a long
That might be why we get Sharon reworks on the back end of like Viesa reworks and stuff. Like that might be why there's literally just too many cooks in the kitchen. Everybody is a lead and they're like subsectioning different parts of gameplay. Like really a content designer, a game designer, and a combat designer are all basically the same person. You don't need four leads for one role.
such a important time to be here. Today we brought few topics and we'll be talking about them openly. Once a topic seems like it's like totally wrapped up, I'll move along to the next one. And
they need one lead combat designer for melee and one for guns.
Fully, we'll put that in a parking lot board. So if there's like an issue that we can't fully cover, we'll put that on the board.
Maybe they're training lead designers? You don't train leads, you train designers. People become a lead when they get tenure and experience and you have a need for it, or they might have a knack for it. You don't train leads.
Of the open talk. So we'll do our best to organize.
Do you think there might be a translation issue? But that's what they said. Like, I was thinking that too, but the people sitting there said that word in English themselves. They said combat lead designer, right? So like they were the ones that said it. So I'm just going off what the people said, not the translator. And the translator repeated the same thing as well. It could just be that maybe they were saying it in English and didn't mean it that way, and that's the way it came out. So, you know, whatever else. But it kind of, part of me feels like it makes a little bit of sense based on what we've seen from the wide variety of reworks and gameplay and game design and encounters that are just all over the game. And they're like, the quality level is like, it's like RNG. Like sometimes you get insane things, sometimes you get really, really weak things. And it might be wise that just they fragmented the game design team into so many different silos that it's just kind of all over the place. You know what I mean? That's why the pants are missing. The panties lead designer.
Out of today's discussion within the next 2 weeks. And
perhaps too much responsibility for one to handle. I have done like 12 different roles at once with one title. Maybe in like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe in those situations, but usually that stuff is not, you don't need to separate it that much. Ryder, thank you for the prime. Enjoy the icon, the emotes, and the ad-free experience for 30 days.
Before we begin, Director, what do you think is the current status of TFT?
Interesting. Good question. Maybe it's a Korean thing, maybe.
Well, yes. First of all, thank you so much for making
Yeah,
time
you,
to
Ryder.
be
Yeah,
here
you.
today. We really appreciate your ongoing love for
You think so, Belle? Yeah, it
TFT
could be.
and all the great content you've been creating.
You don't, but they do. Oh no. Gotta have Saint Tone on that with Nexon End. I mean, anytime you have a large company like EA size or Ubisoft size or Nexon size or NCSoft size, when you get, as companies get bigger, like when they break the 100 employee count and then like the 500 employee count and the 1,000 employee count, when companies get really big, that's when you start offloading individual tasks to different roles. That's how companies get very bloated and also become very like way too expensive for what they produce, is because they keep hiring more people to fill individual roles, you know? Where normally you don't necessarily need to do that. What's wrong with Twist Drops? It should be working. Maybe give it a second. If there's so many leadership positions, does that create problems when it gives to giving instructions and approving projects? Yes. Absolutely, yes. The answer is unequivocally yes. If there are 5 lead game designers that I have to answer to and they each have equal weight, making a decision on gameplay becomes very difficult.
Sorry.
This is something that like I used to teach a lot in team management, but you need, in order for things to move efficiently, you need to have a point person. A person whose ass is on the line when something goes wrong, you go to that person. They are the point person. They're responsible for it. Even if they work with other people and they connect, there is someone who is responsible for it. Their butt is on the line. And when something goes wrong, you go to them and they are the person that handles it. When you have 5 people splitting the responsibility, it gets really awkward when you're trying to solve problems because you point at one of them, they say, no, it was his job. He was supposed to do that. No, she was the one working on it. No, he was the one working on it. No, he's the one that said. None of that shit. One person, one point person, they're responsible. If they have to work with others, they handle it, but they're on the line and they take responsibility for it. That's how you keep teams agile and moving. If you have too many chefs, it gets very awkward when you're trying to fix something.
So, before we dive into the discussion, we wanted to be completely transparent about the biggest issues on our radar right now.
That's true, Luzin. Yeah, that's true.
The first is there's simply a lack of things to do. So we know a lot of our hardcore players are just clearing daily missions, hanging out in chat, waiting for the next update.
Yep. Exactly, Hasselhoff, exactly.
Honestly, it's on us for not delivering long-lasting content in a timely manner.
They didn't even understand the Korean content speaker.
Updates, the content
Some pretty weird questions. Interesting. Yo, Tackless, thank you for the prime. Enjoy the icon, the most, the after experience for 30 days.
Content that keeps you hooked for the long run is our top priority right now. Now the second part is the gameplay feels a little too dull or repetitive. We've relied heavily on extermination style content. So we realized that this not just have made the loop boring, but also cause this issue of skewing way too heavily on descendant and weapon balance.
It is King Lopus, and it's really bad.
So we need to fix this by bringing way more variety to the table. And beyond that, we are also looking forward. Well, we're trying to find a way to onboard our new returnees, and also there are many issues that we would like to fix, such as UX and the stagnated meta and so on. So let's talk about all those details today with the descendants who are here today with us, and let's get right into it. I look forward to your honest opinions and views. We'll try our best to
done crashing out. Yeah, I guess I am.
Yeah, thank you, Director. So the first topic we'll be talking about is game content.
Your way of doing it just creates another middle management position. Are you trying to get into like do you want to get into like team management discussion right now? You're saying that having a point person is a bad thing? You'd rather there be like a whole bunch of discussions when something goes wrong. You want it to be 8 different persons' problems, and you have to go to each one of them one by one and spend a lot of time asking them, figuring out the problem. They point at someone else, you go to the other person, then you wait for them, they point at another person, you go to another person, whatever. I disagree entirely. I think if you have 8 people responsible for one thing, make one of them the lead for that specific issue, and they can work with the other 7 to solve problems. And when someone gets on the case of that one person, they are then responsible to disseminate and spread that out. I'm not gonna do this like Christmas time family opening presents thing where everyone's equal and you're bouncing around trying to get discussion. One person takes the torch, and if they have to handle it, they handle it, but they're on the push for doing it. You're just pushing the responsibility of doing what you just said to the point person. Exactly. That's the point. That's literally the point. The responsibility is on that person, and if they want to split it, they can, but one person is the point. That's literally the point. If you don't have a point person, everything takes 5 times longer, and no one knows what's going on. That's the whole point. Anyways, moving on.
For game content, please share your thoughts on end game content and the content itself. And one quick note. Topic many of our players and probably content creators, everyone, are probably most curious about.
Yeah, exactly what Colonel says. You don't want a critical path where everything fails. That's different. Having one person that handles more than they're supposed to, and there's a point of failure with that person, is very different than a person being the person you talk to that is responsible for getting it done, and they still talk to other people. Here's that typical red that does nothing but create middle managers. So that, how does have one point of contact versus 8? How does that create middle managers? Did they say what Raven is? I don't think they did. No. How does reducing the amount? He lost. Okay, he's just trolling.
Will be descendant.
He's
balance.
just trolling,
and that will be covered right in the next topic, which is descendants. So, please save any balance-related comments for that part. For now, let's talk deep about game content itself. Like any end game content, things to do. Please talk about that. So I think we can proceed by we can see like 7 raising his hand. So if you press that Zoom button, you get that hand. I'm gonna pick on 7 right now. So
hands
7,
up.
Please give your opinion.
Yeah. So as you mentioned earlier, during like the kind of summary. Like there is a thing that is going around the community that is like the repetitive things going like in the same dungeon, doing the same thing, and when it's done, you are pretty much done. And yeah, the kind of thing that we were like talking about, especially in the community, and that I see a lot, is like more like game mode, which is kind of what you answer with like the dev live today. But like more game mode that doesn't require to basically farm something typically, but like just have some fun more than like going to farm the enhancement for our descendant over and over, and then we ending up when it's
they invited me. I was busy though.
Like so I seen that you will release multiple modes in the future. Do you have like willing to release like more game mode than like what we've seen? And is it gonna be like the next way to go, or like we're still going like with the dungeon still?
Good question.
Yeah. Thanks for the comment. So, more game modes. So I think we've seen some game modes today. Colosseum A and
French
other
accents
stuff
are tough,
coming.
Blue. They
so
are.
I guess your opinion is like if we could have something more than that, and if we have like plans on making the game on various more game modes, which is something I think, not just Seven, but a lot of our players are curious as well. So, guys, what is your opinion on this?
Imagine you staying quiet if you're live there and hearing 4 leads for the game.
Yes.
I would behave.
So you asked a question
It happens,
about
Orange Burrito, yeah.
multiple topics such as repetitive loop and repeatedly running daily missions, which is quite dull, and there are a lot of repetitive game mode. And you also made a comment about adding some fun factors to the game modes. So regarding these topics...
Wait, no, he didn't say that. He said Seven's point was we're stuck in a rut where we just do the new 3-minute dungeon 500 times to get the new content, and then a new 3-minute dungeon comes out. And so he's saying we need new ways to play the game. His summary was partially incorrect, saying that we want more fun things to do inside of that loop. No, we just want more ways to play, more game modes, more things to do.
I think this is coming from the absence
Cinder
of
City, I haven't seen it.
goal. So
What is
going
Cinder
forward,
City?
we're going to focus on building the long-term gameplay goal. For example, Transcendent Weapon, and
Coming
we're
soon.
also planning to add a variety of content to make sure that
Open
you
world
enjoy the game for a
third-person
longer
shooter.
time. And what I can tell you is from
that's
season
Project
4,
LLL.
we're going to be more proactive in adding new modes such as Mega Dungeon, Colosseum A, Trials mode, and we also introduced various other dungeons today. And that's the direction that we're pursuing going forward. And in terms of the diversification,
30 gigs. I have 32 gigs RAM.
With us more details. So what's your take on this?
먼저
네,
게임 모드
네.
관련해서는
All right, so regarding the game mode, as we explained during the first part, the new game mode
다양하게
will
플레이할 때마다 변화를 하는 걸 일단 초기 목표로 잡고
feature more
모드에서처럼
variables.
플레이어가 진행을 할
So it's going to be fresh. For example, in trial mode, every time you play, you can choose new options, and you can defeat stronger monsters every time you play.
선택지는 이래서
And these options will not be a one-time off thing. You choose once, and then you will get to choose
빌드로
continuously as you play repetitively. So in the past, you just had to deal
In
with the
this
monster
dark
with the
age.
same pattern. But from now on, you will have to defeat monsters with different.
Vassal, are you still fuming over there?
And also there are some growth.
We were talking about very different things.
There are
I feel like
different
you're letting your
patterns that
personal
will,
experience get in the
encourage
way.
you to grow.
No one said
And
anything about middle
also, We have
managers.
been receiving some good feedbacks in the onslaught mode. We're going
You're
to
the
take
only
that
one
and
pushing
make it
that
more
narrative.
sophisticated in the trial mode to make sure we add more diversity.
선택자들을 제공하고 그 선택자
So we definitely have planned to expand the modes to make sure that you enjoy the game with more fresh perspectives. So on top of that, we're also
It does kind of feel that way so far,
considering
user, yeah.
experiment mode as well as some
I
other
have issues
modes.
with middle
We're not
managers and
going to be
directors, I
giving
can
a
tell.
same
I'm sure
task.
you've been
There are
through
going to
hell
be
and back, my
multiple
friend.
tasks, and it will be assigned randomly.
어떤 전투 공간에서 진행
So which task are going to select and in which area you're going to play
경험을 할 수 있고
are going to
Have
be the
PTSD
variables that you will
flashbacks.
choose going forward. Actually, that's our goal in the future.
지금까지와의
So far,
전투 경험과는 조금 더 다른
your combat experience might have been dull, but that will change going forward.
그런 형태의 일단 컨텐츠들을 많이
So we have many content in our roadmap to ensure that.
근데
So he hit us with the endeavor, just watch me. And he's convinced that Trials will be very varied and interesting, which we shall see. Trials is that August 20th? We have the roadmap. Yeah, it's August 20th. Okay. So he's convinced that Trials will be a brand new, fresh take that's varied, and they are adding new game modes to make them be more loops.
And you just mentioned about trial mode and QnA, and are you mentioning there are going to be some other modes coming up? Yes, there are like Cradle of Evolution and some other content.
You spit on middle
The new
manager.
dungeons we also introduced in part 1 are going to
LTM the
have
Colossus
all
fight
those
with the
features that I
we
just
could have fought the
described.
angels. Yeah, I think they probably were
So
thinking
the
that. That would be
playstyle
really
will
cool.
different with the existing dungeons.
Bold strategy
Yes,
con.
that's
Let's see how it
right.
plays out.
So Sigma Sector and in other dungeons
Cursed info.
feature some random variables. We would like to take that and expand it further so that you can feel fresh every time you play.
Yeah, thank
And in other dungeons feature some random variables. We would like to take that and expand it further so that you can feel fresh every time you play.
Yeah, thank you for that opinion. And I'm seeing two hands. And before I move on, as we have like interpreters currently here, please speak a bit slowly. I'm trying my best to speak a bit slowly, but everyone here, creators and the dev
Looking
team,
like
let's all
ATK,
speak
kinda.
a bit slowly so that our viewers who are watching can
Because ATK, he came back to content for a little bit, didn't he? And then is he off again, or is he still making content?
I'm gonna start with Alyssa over there, since he's on the screen on the left over there. So Alyssa, what's your take on this?
I agree with everything that was mentioned, and I think that with this as well, of course, with the game growing and expanding, you also have to consider like a fine line, something along the lines of like making sure that old content doesn't become completely obsolete. For example, after Onslaught's release, breach tracking just had no more purpose anymore. So, something that would kind of push the whole use of the old resources. Previously, you implemented the shop to exchange the resources, but something kind of like that.
Seven needed his own translator. Listen, Latin languages are harder to translate, and also their dialects and their dialects and their accents are much harder to deal with. So French being a Latin language rather than a Germanic language is going to be tough, and it definitely takes a little bit of adjusting to get used to some of the Latin languages when they have heavy accents. If your ears aren't trained on it, it can be tough.
Old content. So yeah, right now Alyssa mentioned
Spanish is a hassle. Yeah, Portuguese.
Kind of taken down after Onslaught mode was released, and yeah, it is something that is I've seen a lot in the community. So, what's your take on that, guys?
Critics are legit, like repetitiveness. They feel like it's so off base. It can't be real. Yeah, everyone's got a lot of opinions.
Right. Every time we release a new mode, you mentioned that old content.
He's not making more. He's vibing his new job, and occasionally just hop on stream. Nice.
I know where you're coming from. And because of this issue, matching becomes fragmented, and in old content, we lack players, and this is an issue that we keep on seeing that pops up. With similar rewards and efficiency, it's been similar throughout our all content. So whenever a more efficient content is released, our old content becomes obsolete, and this is kind of a vicious cycle we are seeing. So moving forward, for each content, I think we did bring this up earlier, for each content, we want to really make it distinct. So we want to make sure that all the descendants can really shine in certain versions or episode, and we can make sure that many players can really use their favorite descendants to farm and grind, and they'll shine in these specific versions or episodes or seasons where they can really bring out their strengths. So I think that content, we will maintain all of what we have released. But nevertheless, we are going to see a decrease in players for previous content, and we can't solve this problem entirely, but what we can do is on a regular basis, make sure we have structural or reward changes for previous content. For instance, for old content, we could put random content or missions or change the rewards so that there's another reward loop so that players can go back to the previous content and enjoy it kind of freshly.
Was that word salad? What the frick was that? So if I like the Q&A, yeah, it's cool. It's cool to see. What did he just say? I think he was rambling a little bit. I don't understand that last part. We're going to have new loops that makes people go back and enjoy. What? Why would they go back if it's a new... What? This is in place to fix it. They just need to expand on it. Let us decide what we want to work for and let us do any content to get it. Yeah, that would be another option that they could do. And that would help specifically with the matchmaking problem. If you could, they need to just add a veteran queue, which is queue what people are queuing right now. And you queue up and it just goes to whatever is being queued the most. And then you can get specific rewards from that just to make sure that people get involved with the stuff that's going on. He did bring out about matchmaking, which is a good one too, that, you know, if people aren't matchmaking a specific kind of content, then it makes it harder for you to group up for it and do it. And so that stuff can make a very big impact on whether people are playing it or not. Because if you queue up and it takes 5 minutes to queue, maybe you don't want to do it solo or something like that. So
Players random content or missions or change the rewards so that there's another reward loop so that players can go back to the previous content and enjoy it kind of freshly.
Okay, that was a really high level kind of word salad response. The big takeaway there is that he said that we will maintain what we release, which means they don't plan to sunset anything. So kind of like how we've been playing Sigma Sector ever since it came out, and we still do because new stuff gets added to it. It's very possible that that's exactly what they're going for.
So,
get to use their favorite one for 2 years. That have been something they painfully struggle with. Yeah, they have. They really have.
Work done on this issue. So, for example,
okay, so this is the lead content designer.
You mentioned breach tracking. To give you an answer on that, when you play this repetitively, the number of users is decreasing and there's less motive. So in order to tackle this problem, we are doing some prep work in Season 4 updates. In breach tracking, we are going to make sure that there are more aspects, new aspects, so that new players can come in.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Okay, so they're gonna add more to breach tracking, so new players play it, is what he's saying. Kuiper a problem because they showed AM mods are being re-rolled that much, and it shows the average person only does 5 rolls in any individual mods and moved on. Yeah, I have no idea, Losing. I don't know what a lead content designer is for when you have like 4 other lead gameplay design. I don't know why there's 5 lead gameplay designers.
Opinion, and I think we have more hands up. And this time, I'm gonna hear from both the creators. So starting with Arianne and then moving on to Sen. 아리안느님 한번 먼저 말씀 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
So Arianne, whenever you're ready.
He showed me that the devs' actual roles seems like they mistranslated some of their roles. How accurate is this? Like, oh, this is the credits. So this is probably when the game came out. This may not be current, but so they have a lead game designer, a lead combat designer, a lead shoot play designer, a lead game balance designer, a lead system designer, a lead UI designer, narrative designer, lead live service design, senior combat monster? Is this like an art? This would be like an artistic role, right? Wait, you have combat shoot play? Mission designer? This is so fragmented. It's crazy to me. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, that's the art. I don't remember their names. We can check the names here, but this seems like this is probably 2 years old. It's a cool link, though. A lead goon designer? They might have a lead goon designer, yeah.
I want to ask a question about our content on Onslaught mode. On Bio Bulgus chip, there's a bonus stage. There's a bounty.
Yeah, maybe content is a mission designer, but like.
So I thought that was one of our.
How many missions are coming out? And like, do you need someone full time on missions in TFD? Most of them are. It's all dungeons and random bosses. There aren't really that many missions. I guess maybe for like the character stories that you do one time. I don't know why you would need a lead for that, but
missions. But the commander of the bounty hunters, it doesn't seem like a bonus.
Oh, you did? Sorry, is that no? Yes, automatic.
It seems like a bullet sponge with too high HP.
This is a good question.
So whether it be
damn crime or damn
bogus or breach, or whether it be bounty hunting, it doesn't seem like a bonus.
Lead game is the mission guy?
It seems like a content that many people don't really want to enjoy. So maybe decreasing HP, and when trial mode is released, and when descendants have more power, there can be some aspects to realize the power fantasy. So changing these aspects may help give our players a better experience.
It does give that feeling of like
I've always mentioned.
Everyone needs a title, Jolly. I do kind of get that a little bit, considering the size of the team as well. Top of the daily, what's going on? Hello.
Is dopamine. When we acquire an item, that scene doesn't pop up. There's just like a little ping.
Pants inspector.
And then later on, we can see it visually, our item coming in. So it doesn't seem like
I swear this guy must have like 15,000 hours in Korean MMOs. He's asking for the UI representation of honing and crafting from Korean MMOs, and honestly, it would probably go hard.
Feel the satisfaction when the moment I get my item. Now, when I get the Bio Bulgus chip,
but he's asking multiple questions.
It's a very important item. But when I want to check that, after the mission, I have to press F2, and then later on, I can check whether I really acquired this item. So when you acquire these important items, I want to see.
He's asked 3 questions so far, back to back.
Like, it shows the players, you
hopefully they're
acquired
taking
this
notes.
important item. We want to see that right away. What do you think about this? Well, thank you for your.
So he just asked 3 questions back to back. 1, enemies after Axion have been bullet spongy. They have been. It's a great question. Do they, and basically, are they intending to continue the bullet sponge strategy, which has been very beneficial to hardcore players that like building optimized builds and can make it less bullet spongy. But also, there's a big question of, does it need to be bullet spongy for the other players that don't like that kind of stuff? Then he was asking about honing and upgrading feedback so that the UI represents in a way that gives you a good dopamine hit. And third, he wants like UI, UX, and flow so that you don't have to go through 3 different menus to see what item dropped and when. So he has 3 questions that he asked in succession. Let's see if they managed to catch them all.
Opinion. We'll listen from Sen and then move to the dev team.
Yeah, feel free to give opinions regarding
on his mail whenever he gets random common resource. Yeah, true. He wants a dopamine hit. Who asked for whatever he is describing? Oh.
My question is similar to Alyssa's.
Wait,
not so much.
Okay, so now they're 3 questions deep right now without an answer. Now they're going to go to 4 questions?
About revisiting the content, but something I noticed about the content is I see new content release, and then I feel like that content kind of gets put in a maintenance mode. And instead of building on the content by adding new maps, new enemies, it's kind of just reworked and nerfed and so on. Purge was going down a route where it kept getting levels. Breach tracking never got new maps. Onslaught has not gotten a new map or new enemies. And I'm wondering why the team might think this happens and what is the plan in the future to fix the content, to fix this within season 4 so we don't see the same thing happen.
Yeah, so that's another good question. It's hard to timestamp this. If they're gonna do like a big chunk of like 5 or more questions from the askers and then they answer, I feel like that leaves a lot of room for things to get lost. Right? If you let them ask 5 questions in a row and then answer, oh boy, this is gonna get crazy real fast. So he's asking, which is great because the director just said, like 5 minutes ago, we will maintain what we release. They're not planning to sunset anything. So if that's the case, Sen's then saying, okay, if you're gonna maintain what you release, why are there so many modes that haven't gotten new content for a long time? And how can we make sure that season 4 doesn't do that same thing? Great question. Updating old modes. But now we're 4 questions deep. Now we're 4 questions deep and they haven't answered yet. So are they going to be able to answer all of them?
Yeah, thanks for the opinion.
Jason was stressed, I believe it.
Begin with
Bold Spells, right? Who cares about GGF looted XYZ? Fair enough. He said they'd hear 2 people, then answer. He was expecting 1 guy to talk for an hour. Full Sponge Leech is fine if they give us a gun that strips armor resistance. Could be good if we got a sidearm to strip bosses. That'd be cool, yeah. Need better debuffs? Yeah, that's exactly what Ali is saying as well. Yeah, maybe just more ways to shred that armor. But then, you know, the challenge with that is sometimes, depending on how it's set up, it might become compulsory, right? Where if you attack a boss that hasn't been shredded, then it's almost impossible to kill it. You know, where it becomes like you have to have the shred, otherwise there's no point. Someone timestamped all the questions. Yeah, I saw that, Sentinel. We'll just keep going. I'm just curious to see how they're going to handle the flow. We still have the same questions. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for the opinion. And so let me organize this. So the first 2 things that came from
good luck,
our
Jason.
Creator Ariana was the first thing about the Bio Vulgus chip. So the commander that appears in the Bio Vulgus chip dungeon is extremely strong. We get a lot of, it feels like a bullet sponge, and it doesn't feel like a farming loop. So does the dev team have like an opinion toward this, and did we think about like reducing the HP? And the second one was regarding like dopamine. So whenever we acquire an item in TFT, it's really difficult to see that we got some items. So if we were to get a new Vulgus Bio chip, it doesn't feel like we got that drop. Rather, we have to press F2 to see that we got an important item. So he wanted to hear the opinion on this as well.
That's a really, like, those kinds of questions are so specialized. Like, generally in this format, you wouldn't want to ask a question that's that specific, because realistically, the people that are responsible for that decision might not be sitting on the board, right? So something that specific, you could frame it and then try to make it a bigger question. But that one's like really like, I have the feedback that when I play, I'm not sure if I'm getting the item that I want. And so then the follow-up question from a dev is going to be, well, we have target rewards, we have tracking items, and then we have the loot pop-up on screen and the final pop-up of items at the end of it. So are we asking to redesign that flow? Do we need a new menu? Do we need some kind of in-context that pops up? Do you need a new way to track more than what you're tracking? Is this on the player to them? If they're looking for a specific item, they can track it on their screen and then pay close attention to that instead of the feedback. Like, this one could spiral into kind of a weird conversation just because it's so highly specific.
And the opinion from Sen, we saw that kind of
dang
like
hoy dang
opinion. So
that's awesome.
Content, it goes into maintenance mode after, like, old content goes into maintenance modes. Breach tracking, it didn't get a new map. Purge just got
they have a designer for everything.
Why does all this keeps happening, and would it be possible to see more fixes of this in season 4? Yeah, so we got
okay, so there were 4 questions asked. Jason summarized 3 of them, so we lost 1 in the translation. Now let's see if the devs can respond to the remaining 3 questions.
For any issues here, I think it'll be great to hear from the dev team.
Before we hear from the dev team, let me share my 2 cents about the bounty operations. The bullet sponge issue. I feel you. So when it was updated, I shared my thoughts to the dev team. Well, the content was a little different with what I expected. As you mentioned.
Interesting. EP is saying he played. Drama. The EP is saying he played the Axion update and complained that it was too spongy. But this was around the time that, producer guy was not showing up as much. Interesting. If the game's going to be all about AMs, then all the harder content needs to yield higher rolled AMs. It's crazy. You compete Onslaught 3 a week and you get an AM with 2 blues. Yeah, they kind of are creating an economy where you have to have AMs. And that's why a lot of people are concerned that when Transcendent weapons come out, then maybe you need an AM and a Transcendent weapon that's both of them are really well rolled to be competitive. And if you don't, that's where that sponginess comes from. So it's kind of like moving whatever. A little bit, Belle, a little bit. Normally, when you present a team like this to the public, you want to present unity. So having the EP admit this is kind of odd. So basically, he jumped in before the developers responded and said, yes, when Axion was coming out, I also thought it was kind of spongy and it's not what I was wanting or expecting. So now he's kind of putting dissension on the topic right in front of the other developers that the Axion planes, inflation of HP wasn't what he wanted. So now there's a little bit of drama.
Buy a data chip. Actually, we want to
Think of the Daily New Moon.
buy a
Welcome
data
in.
chip, and the HP is just too high. It's not very smooth in terms of the gameplay.
Devs calling out devs.
So I'd love to see that update coming.
Oh, okay, this is weird. Oh, that's so weird. Oh, I hate when this happens. This is so weird, dude. Okay, so he's saying, I agree. I don't like the sponginess. I hope we have updates in the future that address it. So now we're like the weird third wheel. Like he's asking us to have the developers do something. Like, that's kind of stanky. Cream, think of the Daily, come in. Why are you talking to us? We don't work there. I'm not on your payroll, bro. Like,
and more answers will be carried out.
What's
by
up,
the
child?
dev team.
That was kind of like a little spicy jab at the developers, but like done publicly with us as a vessel for it. That was weird.
So we had 3 questions in total. First one about bounty operation.
There were 4 questions.
The bounty operation commander. We have a fix coming up, right? Could you elaborate on that?
네, 먼저 많은 분들이 얘기해
You do it again later? Oh my God, dude, that is so freaking. But like, remember, this is the lead producer who disappeared for like 8 months. Like he stopped showing up on things. And then when they introduced him in this, they introduced him as the executive producer, which is like the project lead for the whole project, right? Which would actually be over creative director. So EP is above creative director there. So I don't know if like he stepped away and they took the reins and then he was just like, I don't know, but that was he took a jab at them using us, which is usually seen as a little toxic. You generally don't want to do that. He was hurt in motion capture a while ago. That's why he stopped showing up in stream video. They mentioned that they couldn't afford a motion cap actor. He hurt himself doing mocap? What? Oh my God, I didn't know that. That's rough. Oh, geez. It is sassiness. There's a little bit of sassiness going on here in a different language, which is pretty wild.
About the bullet sponge issue. We are fully aware of it, and we do feel you. We do see the need to improve it.
현재 이렇게 결정된 상황을 먼저.
So let me first explain the background behind this decision, as well as the purpose.
상급 추적 같은 경우는
For bounty operations,
끝나는 일반 파밍 던전에 비해서 더 스펙이 높은 계승자
the existing farming dungeons.
He was dancing for the mocap and got injured. Cries an old dude. Oh no, I didn't know that. Well, hopefully it wasn't permanent. He recovered. Was he doing the Nyan dance and threw his hip out or something? Oh no, dude. Oh no, dude. You only have 2 interpreters this time? Yeah, there's a lot going on. A lot of people talking, so. True, Tommy, true.
Wanted to make something that would be more challenging
Cries
for
and
our
old.
core users. So when we tested this, we set the descendant spec to a very high level.
스펙으로 맞춘
So descendants who meet that level,
충분히 이 정도면
when they play,
의견을 주시기도 하지만
they said that, well, this is enjoyable. But even if you have a high spec, in some cases, you feel that the HP of the commander is too high. So we've been receiving mixed feedbacks.
라는 걸로 약간 좀 획일화되어 있는 건데
So the problem is
가져가도록
that
시도를 좀 내부적으로
actually we're trying various
먼저 가장
ways to resolve these issues, and the biggest task is to reduce that bullet sponge
다른 개발자분들이 플레이를 하실 때
issue. So whenever other descendants play this,
재밌는 요소들을 현재 좀
we want to add more fun factors, not by adding the bullet spent, not adding the HP, but by adding other fun content.
Like what?
So we're going to diversify and expand
Like what?
the fun part.
Like what?
그거 언제 하실 거예요?
Okay, so he just restated the question. That was a non-answer. So he said, so the question was, hey, these commanders have a lot of HP and we feel like it's a big bullet sponge, especially in Bounty. And he said, yes, but we're getting mixed feedback. Some people say it's a lot, some people say it's not a lot. So we are going to try and make it not feel bullet spongy by making changes. But then he didn't specify any changes. So he didn't even agree that it was a problem because he said that they're getting mixed feedback, that some people say it's a lot of HP, some people don't, and they're not sure who's right. And then they said that they're going to address it by making sure the bullet sponge goes away. How? But by what means? What changes? Like, what's the plan?
Is that happening?
네, 이 부분은 저희가 최대한
We'll come back with the timeline.
Oh, wait, did he just say what I said? Yo, the EP and I are kind of aligned on some of these things. Yo, did he just call him out the same way I just did?
The fun part.
그거 언제 하실 거예요?
When's that happening?
Oh, when's that happening? Never mind. He was asking for a schedule. He's like, yeah, when is that happening? Great question. Well, also, he didn't say what was happening. He just said that they want to make it better by making changes that are better, but that he didn't specify any changes. And the EP says when.
네, 이 부분은 저희가 최대한
We'll come back with the timeline as soon as possible. Actually, our goal is to.
Yeah, where does that feedback? Good point, Belle. Good point.
Before season 4. Oh, that's very soon.
진행을 하도록.
이야기를 조금 정리를 해보겠습니다.
I like to recap.
지금
Yeah, let me recap.
블랙 스펀지가
So what you just mentioned is when bullet sponge problem.
Oh, this makes me so uncomfortable, man. Dude, does anyone else see what I'm seeing? These guys are beefing, but using us as a third wheel for it. It's really weird. This makes me very uncomfortable. So like, so now he's like, no, listen, I'll tell you what he said. Let me summarize it for you because clearly you missed it.
Will be issued for all.
저희 질문은
What's the focus of the question? Let's narrow it down.
It was a simple question.
스펀지를 해결할 건.
The bounty commanders have too much health and it's annoying to burn through that amount of health. You didn't give an answer. He asked for dates. He didn't give an answer. And now the creative director's involved saying, okay, well, let me rephrase the question.
So when are you going to fix the bounty operation commander's bullet?
Thank you. Okay, EP is based. This guy's based. He's like, here's the problem. When are you fixing it?
Issue, and the second point is when are you going to fix this? Yeah, because the director was a little bit broad in terms of giving the answers.
Yes,
so,
thank you. He didn't give any answer at all. That was a non-answer.
I want to feel the players want to feel.
By the way, it's perfectly fine if you're up on stage here to say we're not sure. We'll go figure it out. You don't have to give the non-answer that he gave, which was basically a big bunch of nonsense. You can just say, I don't know. We're gonna figure it out and we'll put something out later. I can't give you a good answer right now. That's perfectly legal. That's fine. That's not that no one's gonna red flag you on that. You can say that.
operation. It's kind of a
You think so, Zendel? Throw up technical difficulties. Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of wild.
game, but it's taking too long and it's stressful to play. So that was the key message that the question wanted to deliver.
Look at his face! Bro, he knows he was bullshitting. He knows! He knows! And he called him out for it. Now the creative director's getting involved. This is wild, bro.
So could you narrow on that?
Okay, so now they beefed and they're saying, okay, can you try again and give a real answer this time?
먼저 블랙 스펀지는 명확하게 수정을 할 예정이고요.
So we are going to fix the bullet sponge.
How? Okay, no lip service. What are the actionable steps they're planning to take to address the problem? You don't even have to be right about them. Just what's the action plan?
For Bounty Operations Commander.
Okay, what's the solution?
Before Season 4 begins. So when you capture Vulgus bio data chip, for you to get the Vulgus bio data chip, you'll be able to enjoy this game more freely. It's happening before Season 4 launch? Yes, exactly, before Season 4.
But what's the
Thank you so much.
What's the change? He just said, before Season 4, we're going to make it so that you're happy when you consume a biochip. How will I be happy? I don't have an answer right now, but I'll get back to you. We're looking into it. Exactly. Just say that. If you don't know, just say that. Don't make a bunch of nonsense up. Okay, so he doesn't know is the answer. So the lead, what is he? He's the lead game designer. So the lead game designer has no idea how they're going to make bounty operations more enjoyable. He has no clue. And he was asked on it twice, back to back, and both answers were non-answers. Just say you don't know right now, man. Just say you don't know. Don't make up answers. Just say you don't know.
요새
잘 하고 있었어. Actually, to be honest, I haven't been playing it.
Whoa! Wait, who said that? Who was that?
요새 잘 하고 있었어, 솔직히.
Actually, to be honest, I haven't been playing.
Okay, so the EP's, he's doing peacekeeping. He's doing peacekeeping. He's saying, okay, fine, I haven't played it, or I haven't played it recently. He's just trying to smooth over the vibes. I don't know if anyone else caught this, but this was actually like this was a beef. This was a beef live on air with an audience.
Myself.
And he's like laughing and like mom and dad are fighting and oh my geez, dude, this is a beef. What's up, Tess? Duel at high noon. But to be fair, the EP is right. The EP is right. He was saying, okay, there's a problem. We've identified it. What are the solutions that we're going to use to fix this problem? And when are those solutions going live so the players can play it? This is exactly the mindset you want, right? Get off the fence and move. Go, kick the bird out of the nest and keep going.
Build your descendants. Wow, that's a... I was blindsided. Come on, it's boring.
요새 3분 안에 됩니다.
Come on, it only takes 3 minutes. Come on. Well, I was blindsided. Anyways.
그리고 지금 이야기를 하다 보니 좀 넘어갔는데 두 번째는 이제
let's move on to the second part.
Okay.
좋은 아이템을
Okay, so there were 4 questions asked. One was completely lost in translation. It fell through the cracks and they lost it completely, which was the feedback of UI elements being rewarding and giving you dopamine when you hit them. So like upgrading, re-rolling cores, stuff like that, making the experience more enjoyable. That question was completely ignored and lost. They addressed the bullet sponge thing, but they didn't give any answers for it. And then they fought over it for a little bit, which, it kind of happens.
So when you farm
Make the sponges people need to buy AM. Oh, yeah.
an important item,
You zoom in with the content guy?
so it leads to lack of dopamine.
Oh,
We have
am I in the way?
transcendent weapons coming in for the next season, and for transcendent weapons,
지금 시스템으로는
the Robin
our
Hood.
descendants are really excited to see the options, but with the current display, it's difficult to see what options you get. You have like gold and so many other things on your right side panel.
Yep.
And I believe this is a very important topic. The fun coming from the farming. So do you have any comments?
Oh, okay. So Jason lost the question, and the creative director brought it back up. Okay, so they caught it.
It's on that.
간단하게 그 추가.
So the lead content designer is responding to a UI UX question. I still don't know what a lead content designer is, but.
의견을 좀 설명드리면.
All right, so
디렉터님이 말씀해 주신 것처럼.
As director just mentioned,
만족감 중요하다.
the farming satisfaction, I believe, is very important as well, especially in the loop.
Okay.
You took Volga's biodata chip as an example.
That's true, Hoy. That's true. It is
called
authentic.
As the lottery. And along with other rare items, we're going to make fix to this biodata chip so that it can appear with more appealing display. And then for even other important items, we are going to continue to improve the displays when you get them, when you farm them. And not just for these important items, there are many other items being dropped. And during the farming process, we understand that our players are feeling a little fatigued. So we're going to make that improvement in season 4.
What improvement? And maybe this is just like, maybe this is my perspective, but I feel like we've kind of exhausted the goodwill of trust me, bro. You know, like you say like there's a problem and the response is, yep, we're going to fix it. But then they don't follow up with any details onto what that fix is. I feel like we're kind of at a point now after 2 years what I feel like it's not going to be fixed. Right? If you can't give me any details on that fix at all, you just say, hey, trust me, bro, we're going to fix it. I feel like that's a very low value response. Now, obviously, this is like live and they were sending questions back and forth, but like saying, yeah, it's a problem, we'll fix it, and then moving on, to me, that's a little bit better than a non-answer, but it is kind of a non-answer.
So that you don't feel these important items as unimportant ones.
The Robinhood Men in Tights dual challenge gauntlet. Is that where they keep taking gloves off and slapping each other?
From Sen. And it was a question about new content. When we release a new content, the old contents become they fall into the maintenance.
They have fixed a lot in the game in 2 years. Yeah, they have. They've been making steady incremental progress.
I first would like to apologize for you for making you feel in that way. And actually, for Onslaught mode, we are planning to add a new map, right? We don't see it in the screen, but he noted. Yes, we have that in our roadmap. And also,
that's good.
The difficulty level 4 will be updated very soon.
I disagree with that notion. I don't think it's trust me, bro. So if I say that you have a problem and you say, yes, I'll fix it, and that's the end of the conversation, you don't think that's a trust me, bro? Because I think that is one of the very definitions of what a trust me, bro is. If you say you're going to do it, but have no response, no details, no action plan, no solution, no plans that you can share, then the only thing that I can do is trust you, bro. Right? The only option is trust me, bro. Because you didn't give anything else. There's nothing else for me to do except trust you on your word because there's no other details or elements that go along with it. What's up, Zal? Thank you for the Daily Bookman. But that's kind of like, that's exactly what it is. Like, it's, if you don't give me any details or actionable items, it is by definition a trust me, bro, because all I can do is trust that you're going to do it because you gave me nothing else, you know? I think a lot of their nuance got lost in their replies. No, I'm listening.
All right. And
the question was, will you be fixing the display and drop of items? And the answer was yes. That's a trust me, bro. That just means that there's no nuance there. They didn't give any details on what the exact problem is and how they're going to go about addressing it. They just said, yeah, we're going to work on it, which is trust that we're going to work on it, trust that we're going to fix it. That's a trust me, bro. You know what I'm saying? But if he said that, hey, when you get a item that pops up in the bottom right, we're going to make that bottom right UI element go from the bottom right to the top, like a lower third. Like if we were to do, where's my pen? Right? It's like how to make it go from being a trust me, bro to not a trust me, bro is saying, hey, we don't like it. We feel like the item drops are not rewarding enough. Okay, that's the problem. The answer, we're going to fix it. That's a trust me, bro. You know what's not a trust me, bro? Is if we go, right?
Hear you and.
Where is this? Why isn't this working? Huh? Huh?
And we know.
For example, I don't know why my thing isn't working. If they said that they were going to specify specific, you know how like sometimes there's a pop-up that shows when you get like a special drop, it plays that special sound. You could determine specific items in the game that have that value, even though they're not a special drop, and then move them to the middle of the screen to help highlight it. That would be an example of an actionable item, an attempt at a solution that could be put into the game. Then you can see if that solution fixed the problem, right? That takes it from a trust me bro to, oh, okay, here's what we're doing about it. Let's put it in the game, see if it fixes the problem. That's an actionable step that gets delineated by them. And that goes from then trust me bro to, you don't have to trust me, here's what we're doing, and then you can decide whether that answer is sufficient or not, rather than just we will fix it non-discriminately. You know what I mean?
The community had been voicing this out. So for trial mode, we have the first map added in August, but we
it's
have
cultural. There is definitely an element to that, but I feel like when you're on a stage, it's broadcasted publicly, and you're answering what are essentially your stakeholders, the people that play your game and care about it, saying we're going to fix it, but then giving no details, in my opinion, is a very weak answer. They have been addressing some things. They have, yeah. But again, like I don't think that while they have been addressing issues, I think they've been relying on Trust Me Bro for so long that their Trust Me Bro stocks for them are in the red. So if you say trust, like we're gonna fix the gameplay loop, trust me. We're gonna fix the maps in the modes, trust me. We're gonna fix, transcendent weapons are gonna be good, trust me, right? Those kinds of things, in my opinion, don't carry much weight because they've been saying that for so long. That's all I'm saying.
Plan, right? Yes.
그래서 컨텐츠들의
No, I don't think so, Moon.
All right. So we are definitely considering the expansion of content. We're going to continue to keep the light on for the old content as well.
그리고 격돌의 맵 추가
And adding a new map to onslaught mode would be one available options. And there are some other plans you have, right? Could you elaborate on that?
추가 난이도
Yes. So about adding difficulty level 4 will be added.
격돌 난이도 3을 이제는 조금 더 내가
And
완벽하게 깎아서
when you optimize your build, you might feel difficulty level 3 is
I feel like Onslaught 4 is gonna
So we
be really rough. I don't know if I am excited about Onslaught level 4.
are going to add another higher difficulty level. We're going to add new parameters as well. The
So what's interesting too is we saw from the beginning of the stream that less than 1% of the player base has completed Onslaught level 3. So 99% of your players haven't completed Onslaught level 3, and then we're going to be adding an Onslaught level 4.
parameters.
That's wild.
The existing Archie parameters will also be improved to make sure you enjoy the game. And then given that we have a new difficulty level, we'll also a new type of rewards will be available as well. So
also, by the way, this whole section has been the Descendant category. This is the Descendant category. So all of this has been new modes, old modes, Commander in the new mode, UI feedback on loot, old modes, and Onslaught has been the Descendant category.
regarding Onslaught mode, we're going to add new difficulty level and Archie parameters.
Free model for
Other
3
than
hours of
these
minimum
two,
loot.
What would be some
Dot
factors
damage? That would be cool, child.
Add more fun. We'd love to hear from you as well.
Yeah, thank you, guys. 잠깐 제가 좀 정리를 하겠습니다.
Let me just organize it.
So yeah, first off, thank you for. I think this overall roundtable with our creators is.
Are we gonna get an
well,
Onslaught leaderboard?
and I'm seeing your hands up for low budget and raise. But before we move on, we have a similar opinion that was given from Ornery Biscuit, who unfortunately could not attend due to
Okay, so this is the video?
I think, yeah, she has some things to do. But anyway, she still sent us a video. And really, thank you, Honorary Biscuit, for, even though you couldn't
Woo,
come,
Biscuit,
it's
woo.
really thankful for sending such a great video. So why don't we look at that video, and then let's move on to more opinions from Low Budget and Race. So please, if you could show that video from Honorary Biscuit, let's take a look.
Hey there. Hello to everyone who's watching. My fellow
Widescreen monitor, tower. She's even got like the thing here. It's a cool little setup.
creators and the devs. I know last year's anniversary was a fun one for me, especially that I knew that I'd be receiving a gift. And as much as I wanted to be there, I'm afraid I couldn't because of real life commitments. But the
There was a
TFT
gift?
team has been really kind enough to allow me to say to you guys right here that I appreciate all of the support to the game that we all love and to the talented content creators. Now, obviously, I wouldn't be able to answer any live question, but what I can do is to ask a question myself to the devs and to the content
The
creators.
frick is that? Oh, that's that like that water cooling for CPU that you can put GIFs on. So they just put like a little dancing marshmallow.
My question is, a lot of players have voiced this out recently, and I've also noticed some of the content creators did as well. I personally am feeling what the issue is, but I wish that the grind for new materials could be a bit more expansive and non-repetitive. The game has a lot of useful
Eternal
content,
Strands. I
and
did
limiting
actually.
the
I
grind
don't think
to
I finished
few
it though. It was
instances
good.
could feel like it's forced into the players. Now, are there any plans at all to introduce new ways of grinding new and upcoming
Thought the channel used AI. She has a very proper, prim and proper voice. I thought it was AI the first time I heard her too.
team for allowing me to
She's just
deliver
very
this
proper when
question.
she speaks.
I'll see you in the next one.
It's a good question. So she asked about materials and ease of farming them, plus repetitiveness of farming them.
Hear an opinion from
Which, to be fair, the new weapon was better.
Hi. So yeah, basically,
The
I just
AI
wanted to
O's
echo
with the LED
what,
screen,
Sen
yeah.
and Alyssa have already said regarding the old content, things like breach tracking.
Okay, so they asked bullet sponge, UI UX, honing feedback, and updating old modes. They tried to answer bullet sponge, but in my opinion didn't give an answer to it. They said they're going to improve the display, but didn't tell us what they were going to do. They did say that Onslaught's getting a new map, which is to Sen's question as well. And they said that Onslaught's getting a new difficulty mode, but they didn't really answer the questions about what about the old modes, right? It's like, what about the other stuff that doesn't have new maps for it?
What I want is, at the moment, we are getting big updates and big new content every season. But we can also look at some, minor variations of existing content. For example, we have Onslaught. Onslaught is very successful. We want more maps and things like that. But you could also have something like a mini Onslaught mode, which is more intense, perhaps. Shorter waves, but maybe timed instead of the number of kills. And you can also have some fun interactions, like fun missions, just random silly things in the game. Like for Halloween, you could change one of the dungeons and have spiders running around and pumpkins everywhere. Or maybe have one special day where Jaber becomes the most powerful descendant in the game. Just silly things like that. He runs as fast as Bunny and he jumps higher than everyone. He flies like Serena.
He has his webcam on a box.
Things like that, just which is not taking too much
You
development
can see it
time,
right there.
but it adds a little bit of fun and silliness to the game, makes it a bit more lighthearted. Things like that. So I think something like that should be considered.
I'm not judging. It's just
instead of,
observation.
waiting every
It's just
season
an
to get, like, a new
observation.
mode and then another mode. Also, I wanted to mention the.
He is
thing
low
Alyssa
budget.
mentioned
True,
about
true.
The breach tracking. So at the moment, the purpose of breach tracking would be to get these.
It's like in front of his monitor too. Like it's blocking the monitor. So I guess just for this call, he put it at a lower angle. Maybe he felt like he didn't like the higher angle over the monitor, so he put it lower.
And we do that for the ancestors module. So the main goal is the ancestors module. So I think the
It's a
grind
shoebox.
in
I
the
can't tell what it
breach tracking
is.
should be
It's like a UPS
significantly
box or
reduced.
something.
Meaning, let's say somebody has a new ancestors module, they want to re-roll it, they don't have enough superconductive. They should just head to breach tracking and be able to farm a lot of it. So I would say increase the amount you get from breach tracking by 10 times at least, so that there is a purpose behind the breach tracking.
That's
Because
fair.
otherwise, people,
That's fair.
they just don't seem to have a good reason to go there. So basically, these are some of the things I wanted to cover. Also, what I've noticed, at least
That's
from
fair.
my comments, is the newer players are progressing very, very quickly. without fully understanding how to mod the descendants. Just last week, I ran into a new player who was in the Axiom planes. And what
Ultra
I was
wide monitor?
talking to
It looked like
it
two
seems
monitors.
Like they hit a wall when they reach the Axiom planes. They progress through the early part very, very quickly. But at the end, when they have to, deal with the Axiom planes, they struggle. They're still running around with their basic descendant and the Thunder Cage.
That's fair.
So I think, yeah, all the 3 stages, I think endgame with Onslaught is good. We need to build on that. Early game, the boost path and those things are great, but some fun tutorialized missions to, help the new players understand how to mod the game and how to, build the descendants. Because people who are coming from a non-looter shooter background, they're basically just picking up a gun and starting to shoot. They don't understand that they have to build the descendant, put the catalyst and things like that. So yeah, some of the things that I've noticed my community mention.
Okay, so now we're 4 questions deep without an answer. So let's see what they do. I feel like it's probably easier for the translators to do it this way, but I think it's more confusing for the audience. And I feel like it also makes it harder to get good answers from the devs too, when they do like a block of 4 or 5 questions and then answer.
Thank you, Low Budget.
So Biscuit asked, hey, can we make the material farming less repetitive and more interesting? Then Low Budget said, hey, can we get new modes, perhaps spin-offs of existing modes? Can we improve breach tracking and make it the place that we go to farm any material in the game? And can you look at the new player experience because the onboarding is rough, especially when you get to Axion and players find it too difficult? So now we're 4 questions deep.
Yeah, since Low Budget said a few things, I think we should cover it with the dev team before.
That's true, Fanos. That's true.
Raise and 7. Yeah, please do wait a bit more. So, yeah, I think the first part was also kind of similar, talking about.
네, 질문이 좀 많아서 한번 정리를 하고.
Wait, I think there were a lot of questions, so I think we should kind of organize this
Yes.
and then move on to another question. Right, so before we move on, let's just organize what we have on the table so that we could give you the best answers.
So the first part was mostly about, sorry about that. Yeah, we got great ideas like Minion Onslaught. Yeah, Minion Onslaught. I think that was pretty interesting. So maybe adding
what about Biscuit's question?
Like silly mode, and actually the idea itself isn't really silly. I think it's pretty great. Having like more kind of fun things also being added into the game is actually something that we can consider. So that was kind of the first part. And the second part was breach tracking. Mostly it's about we're going there for like superconductive cooling units, and grinding in breach tracking should be reduced. So maybe like when we farm, we can have like 10 times more loots from here. And yeah, I think that is one thing.
That's only part of his question. His question was around, 1, can we get more materials? But also his point was, if breach tracking is going to be the safety net under farming, can we add new materials to breach tracking so that you can farm whatever it is that you're missing? And it could be like kind of a catch-all grab bag of whatever materials you need. He mentioned the superconductive cooling units, but it wasn't just about making breach tracking more efficient. It was also about adding more materials to it to make it more efficient. And it sounds like we kind of just skipped right over Biscuit's question.
The dev team should think about. And the last part was about new players. So
doing combos and labbing and avatars fighting.
So
I was watching a little bit of that this morning. It does look cool.
Axion, it becomes really difficult for them to actually adjust to the game. Axion itself, the enemies are pretty
new avatar fighting game. It looks cool.
For a new player, it may become quite a struggle to actually face off the players. So I think these are kind of the 3 key issues. Number 1, kind of maybe adding like fun.
I think Jason completely missed Biscuit's question. He just summarized what Low Budget was saying, but did not add Biscuit's question.
Kind of new mods into the game. And number 2, another one related to breach tracking, if we can increase the overall loot. Finally, new players. The TFT needs new players, but getting them to adjust to the game, that is an issue that we should think about.
네, 사실 질문이 하나 더 있었죠. 오너리 비스킷님이.
I think there was one more question.
Yeah, Biscuit's question about materials.
네, 순서대로 이야기를 한번 해볼까요?
Yes, let me go over them one by one.
일단
First of all,
we'll look into it.
what Ornery Biscuit mentioned.
He caught it!
Recently in Axion Infiltration, she mentioned about
materials.
rare materials.
이번에 제노플루이드는
The genofluid, recently, when it was mass farmed, we increased the farming rate so that it's more favorable for our players. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts. And this is all about probability. It's random. So I'm sure...
Well, that was... Biscuit's question had two parts to it. The first one was, can you make it easier? And the second part of her question was, can you make it less repetitive? So even though you are changing the amount that you get inside of the dungeon, if the only place to get the sword materials is in that specific dungeon, it is inherently repetitive. And so I think she was getting at, can we get multiple places so we can mix it up and make it less repetitive, or make the dungeon have more varied elements to it so it doesn't feel like you're doing the same dungeon over and over and over?
All of the descendants have different
750개 모으기 전에
they have different experiences, but for me, getting 750 genofluids, it became later than gathering the maps.
Yes.
This time, materials finished, but I got the blue prints later on.
Exactly, Belle, yeah.
So, farming a single item in a single area, we're trying to avoid this. And for new descendants, when we have new descendants, we're going to divide the content into two places. So for Raven, we're going to put it like this. In a difficult mode, we're going to have a high efficiency farming system, and vice versa. For transcendent weapons, as we've mentioned earlier, a lot of the content will allow you to farm it. Now, the point of this question is, because we don't want our players to become bored and make a lot of players have said it's kind of dull. So this very repetitive patterns we're going to move away from. That's what I can say.
Okay.
I hope your
Trust me, bro.
question was answered sufficiently.
Yeah, so Biscuit's question was, hey, the materials that are coming that we have to farm for these weapons or drops are very boring and repetitive, having to do one dungeon 500 times. And so he luckily caught it, even though they missed the translation, and said they want to reduce single source drops. So finding the material in one location, they want to move away from that. For Raven, they want to make it so there's multiple places, but the higher the difficulty of the content, the more efficient the drop will be for the material you're getting for Raven. So that's in 6 weeks. And then lots of content will drop transcendent weapons. So it's not going to be from one place. They're going to be coming from all over the place, is what they're saying. Some meetings going for hours discussing the wrong thing just because things are lost in translation. Absolutely, Woo. Absolutely. Which we're getting that as well. Why is he so secretive? Like, there's if she says we were doing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're just not confident talking about it in front of other people. I don't know. Or maybe they just haven't decided yet.
Would anyone...
Or maybe the person talking doesn't have intimate knowledge of the topic and doesn't want to misspeak.
Like to add to this for basic materials. Some feel like it's a step-by-step way, but until now, it was kind of a quantitative method, but now we're going to give it to you time to time in a large bulk. So that's the changes that we're going to introduce. So we will make sure that you get now. But some feel like it's a step-by-step way, but until now, it was kind of a quantitative method, but now we're going to give it to you time to time in a large bulk. So that's the changes that we're going to introduce.
I think this is the guy that... So you remember when the swords came out and the farm was really annoying? And everyone complained that you had to do 800 dungeons to get enough to get the swords done inside of the Void Vessel. And they said, okay, bet we're going to fix it by giving you a random large amount every now and then. Even though technically, like on average, it didn't raise the farming rate very much at all. It's just sometimes you would get a large amount. It sounds like he was the one that implemented that, which I feel like that doesn't really solve the problem. It's just occasionally you feel a little bit better about it, but it doesn't solve the problem, which probably means that they're happy with how slow it is. They want it to be slow. Exactly, Dark. Yeah, probably avoiding stepping on landmines and stuff like that.
So we will make sure that you get the rush once you
have a good sleep,
farm
Tal.
those
See you soon.
items. So that's the balancing rework that we're going to do.
네, 그리고 이제 로버진님이
What? That's not a rework. That's how it already works.
말씀 주신
And I think low budget, you mentioned 3 issues.
He did.
Is adding more variations and some silly fun aspects to our game.
주셨는데요. 공감하고요.
We really relate to that.
We'll be around, Tal. No worries.
Mode
07s.
mode,
Sleep
we
well.
are getting ready for variations.
I'm sure your legs are the most sore today,
Whether
or they will be
it
tomorrow, maybe.
dungeons or field, there will be new aspects but for old content, we are getting ready for new aspects as well, variations for old content. And secondly,
제가 잘 이해를 못했는데.
Just
That'll be worse
correct me if
tomorrow.
I'm wrong.
Day 2 and day 3 are rough.
Sorry, I think the interpretation is kind of throwing me off. You said breach tracking is less efficient. So for cooling units, you said you needed more efficiency, right?
Yeah, is that right?
Godspeed, Tal.
네, 그게 맞을까요?
He's back again today. Feels good. Nice. We love a good pull day.
네, 오케이.
Yes, we saw you nod. Yes, I understood your question.
하고 많은 분들이 또 느끼고 계실 텐데 지금 이제
Yeah, I think a lot of people relate to this. I can't recall the item name right now, but the key of breach tracking
근데 이거를
is I know you have a lot of inventory and you want to use this all at once, but which means you have to just go around the game numerous times. I think this is a difficulty a lot of players are facing, so we are getting ready for a solution in our dev team. So
Which is?
listen about that. From what we mentioned earlier, I think this was brought up in Season 4 in breach tracking.
비정형 차원석을 지금은
Amorphous stones.
제공하고 있는데
We have only 3 set types, but now, depending on the randomness, there's going to be a new amorphous stone that's going to be unlocked with a certain key, and through this amorphous stone, proportional to the keys that you have,
10배만큼의
Okay. There will be a new key and new AM. Oh no, dude. Oh no.
you'll be able to get 10 times the rewards.
This guy loves keys.
So that's the plan until now. So rather than having to infinitely play with a certain percentage, you'll be able to get amorphous
Did they, Fanos? Do you have a link to that?
stones with a certain key. So I think the rewards will be bigger for you.
This is the key guy. We found the key guy. He's the guy that loves the keys. That's why everything has a key in the game. He loves keys.
네, 그리고 이제 세 번째.
He loves it.
Okay, the third question was
분들이
the new descendants.
The locksmith, the
When
gatekeeper.
they enter the Axion, they're not ready. They don't fully understand the content, and they have a hard time catching up. And you said it would be nice to have a solution for this problem.
해결해야 되는 숙제 중에
Yes, new player
And I
experience.
think this is one of our top priorities.
그래서 이 부분에 대해서도 지금 시즌 4를 앞두고
So in season 4,
큰 부스트 패스
we have a boost,
More cores.
boost past improvements, as well as
Give him a skeleton key. They
a
could
lot
do
of
that.
system improvements to overcome this issue.
The Keyblade
I
Master.
believe that dev team has something on this,
Okay.
so I'll pass the mic.
제가 껴들어서 잠깐 얘기 드려도 될까요?
Sorry to butt in. I just want to add something.
이랑 개발팀 모두에게 하는 얘기인데요.
This is something I just want to say to the whole dev team.
그 플레이하시는 분들이 어느 지점에서
Why is the EP sending messages to the dev team through us? This is the second time he's done this. Stop third wheeling us, man. Like if you got to talk to your spouse, do it when you get home. Do it over dinner with some wine or something, man. Like don't involve us. What the frick?
There are some points where new players quit according
Yes.
to data.
Turnover.
처럼 뭐 이제 총매작을 해야 되고
When we have to farm catalysts and set up builds, this complicated system, it's very hard to understand. So that's one of the challenges our new descendants face. Like Low Budget mentioned, while you play, we have a lot of tasks that we need to clear, but we get lost in that process.
Course,
so when I
course.
play the game,
Mommy and
when I
daddy
see
aren't
the
talking to
chat,
each other.
a lot of people really ask that question: which descendant should I grow? How do I do this and that?
Yeah.
I see a lot of these questions. So
저희 게임이 이 제공하고 있는 뭐 그것이 안내가 됐든
So whether it be tutorials or extra using this for a long time, and when season 4 starts,
돌아오시는 분이나 혹은
whether it's
퍼스트 디센더
descendants coming back or new descendants joining us for the first time,
게임에 대한 이해
we hope that everyone could adapt and understand the game. We want
만들어달라고 요청.
this process to be very smooth.
Okay. How are you
So
going to
I
make it
did
smooth?
tell this to our dev team.
노력을 해보겠습니다.
So I promise we will put more work on that. Would you like to add anything else?
Oh, this is oh geez, man. This is a lot. It's the awkward tell your father I'm not cooking tonight. Yeah, it's like involving the kids, you know? It's like involving the kids. Okay, so they did a decent job. Luckily, they missed Biscuit question, but the creative director caught it and they did answer most of it. They did not answer the silly modes question, but they did talk. He talked a little bit about Low Budget was saying, hey, can we get more materials added to breach tracking and make it more efficient? And the Keymaster said, well, we'll have a new AM added to the game that will acquire a new key, and then we can put stuff on that. So kind of like a misdirect, but still there. Then the question was, hey, Axion is too hard of a difficulty jump, and new players are having trouble getting through it. And they started to answer, but then the executive producer came in and said, no, new player experience is also very important to me, and I've told the developers to do that. Which again is like telling, hey, go tell your dad I'm not cooking tonight. Like involving us in part of this process. Like if you want the team to do something, tell them to do it. Don't tell me. What am I going to do? I can't do anything. I can't direct them. I don't work for you. So he's got like saying, hey, yes, NPE is very important. And I told them that they're important. So now after the EP has interjected and involved us in this third wheel, then the Keymaster is going to reply.
여기 통역 끝나시고 영어 통역 끝나시면 네 됐습니다.
예.
I didn't see that, Luza. No.
새로운 부스트 패스를
Our booth path for season 4, there is going to be a booth path. And using this,
Okay.
if you play,
버니의 완성된 빌드를
you can see Ultimate Bunny's complete build, and you can actually use this. And this is the support that we're offering.
이용해가지고
And using this,
Anyone that's in chat that has a lot of experience with corporate structure has already picked up on exactly what's happening here. And it's super awkward. So basically, Low Budget was saying, hey, the new player experience needs improving. The executive producer chimes in and said, oh, yes, the NPE does need to improve, and I have instructed them to do exactly that. Then one of the leads responds and said, yes, executive producer, we are doing exactly what you asked us to do by adding another boost path for Bunny, which doesn't really address the Axion Plains difficulty jump, but I'm glad that they're keeping their jobs safe.
get to the high tier content very fast and enjoy new content as well. So that's a support.
Like another boost pass for Bunny doesn't really address the systemic issue. It is just like an assistance feature. The boost paths are good, and I'm sure they've been very helpful for new players. And they just announced that they're doing another boost path, and hopefully that's really good. I think as an oddboarding thing, it's a good thing. It doesn't really address the core problem, but it responds to his boss asking him to do it, and him saying, "Yes, boss, we are doing it."
Support that we're getting ready for. So we'll make sure that newcomers don't get lost and they adapt well to TFD.
But the boost path has nothing to do with the difficulty jump from non-Axion planes to Axion planes and how that problem is persistent. It's a systemic issue with the overall HP inflation that happened when Axion planes came out. doing a boost path event that's one time for new players is not really solving the core systemic issue, and none of them have really talked about how they're going to address that at all. Like if you do a 250% dungeon and then go into Axian Plains, you're going to die over and over and be unable to kill anything because it's such a big inflated jump in difficulty. And there's nothing that tells you about that, right? You know? You're still searching for the boost pass. It sounds like they're going to be doing another one, which might come with season 4. So August 20th, there'll probably be another boost path specifically for Bunny.
Additionally, one of the things
Can you put
that
it in
we're
Discord,
trying
Fanos?
is when users choose a certain character and when they build that character,
What are the evidence that the previous boost path has solved the issues of new players not knowing how to build a character? I'm sure it helped a lot of them. It was probably a really good onboarding event. And in general, I think the event was really well made. It's just, it's not an evergreen thing, right? Like the boost path comes on and then it ends. And so if you're trying to tackle a systemic issue by using a temporary event, it doesn't solve the problem. You know what I mean? It's like your boat is filling with water, so you get a bucket that allows you to scoop water out of the boat so you don't sink. Great, there's still a hole in it. So we need the bucket so that we don't drown, but we also need, you know, the flex tape guy to come and cover the hole, right? It's like there's two different solutions that need to be attacked from different angles, and they're only addressing one of them right here.
sometimes they wonder, how should we actually use this character to its full potential? So to give them a feel in trial mode with a certain set build and descendant will help a player's descendant see what it feels like within the game. So when they get this game experience, players will able to get an understanding of what it feels like to play with a certain descendant. So that's some of the updates that we are planning to continue. So even though if you don't really progress.
Okay, so he's talking about, if you guys saw on the trial screen for the trials on August 20th, these right here, these trials, there is an option on that screen where you can select to use a trial version of a character listed, which means they'll give you a built character of that and you get to try it in trials, because trials is their roguelike mode, so you get to try the buffs, right? That way you don't have to have a built character. You can use one of their built characters to try out the character and see it. Not a great answer here, because the question was, hey, the difficulty jump in Axian Plains is making it hard for new players to play. So having a trial character option in one of the new modes doesn't solve that problem in any way. He's trying to make the argument that because you can try a character you haven't built before in this new mode, that it would give you a sense of what a fully built character would look like. And then maybe by having that vision in your head, it helps you understand how to build a character. I think it's a really weak argument that, again, it's very band-aidy. It's not really addressing the core issue on that point. But it is kind of in the same category, I guess. Part of this, again, it does feel a little bit like some of these answers are aimed at the executive producer saying, hey, I'm doing my job, and not really aimed at the community of, hey, we want to solve this problem and make it better. Some of these feel like, hey, no, we're doing our job, boss, I swear. Here's something that we did. I promise I did something. Here's the thing I did, right? Which isn't really addressing the core problem, but I mean, his boss is sitting, both of his bosses are sitting right next to him, so.
With a certain descendant for.
You know, I get it, but, you know, as far as like, the question, in my opinion, has not really been directly answered in either of these solutions. Adding character trials. Yeah. Thank you, Fanos. I'll check it out later. What's up, LFS? Then you take away the bucket, it's even worse. Yeah, exactly. They could make an assistant program. That would be cool. Yeah. We lend you a bucket for a month. They should remove the catalyst symbols. One catalyst should just unlock the module slot, allowing any module. Interesting. That would reduce the amount of farm that you have to do, but it would make it a lot simpler. They, I think, should stay hard for new players. Actually, you think so? I think the problem is just the jump, right? It's a progression problem. I think there are still issues with HP inflation and Axion, but I do think that the core issue that low budget was trying to target here was that if you're a new player in the new progression, like you're not a veteran like us that's been playing, you're a new player, you're onboarding. When you're going around and you finish the campaign and you do like Executioner and then you do like a 250% dungeon, you're like, okay, I can totally do this. Then a mission pops up that says go to Axian Plains, and you go there and the cannon fodder enemies one-shot you and you can't make the commander's HP move at all. That's kind of the core issue, is that the jump in difficulty isn't explained, it's not delineated, and it's not told to you at all. You just get a mission that takes you to Axion, and you get shit stomped when you're out there with no explanation as to why and no direction to go in on how to make it stronger. Usually in high budget games, when you fail something, they'll say, here are all the things that you failed at, here's how you can get stronger, here's how you can make that whatever, which, you know, they're not really addressing that core issue, but they said that they're gonna add a boost path for Bunny, and they're gonna add character trials to the trial roguelike mode, and hopefully that helps address some of it.
Long time, you'll still be able to get a feel of what it feels like.
Yeah.
Just
thank
get
you
good,
for that
exactly.
Opinion. Yeah, I see Raze and Seven has been waiting for a long time. Thank you for waiting, guys. Raze, could you give an extra opinion on this?
That's true, user. That's true.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks so much for everything so far. So I've got two things that I was hoping to kind of ask, both for kind of the near future. So, for example, the newer dungeons like Bastion of Immortality, it feels great in terms of like how it plays. I love the verticality elements that are to it. It feels like a very fun level to be grinding out. I mean, if we took like the full grind out of the equation.
Why are you
the
not on
level
screen asking
itself,
questions? I was busy.
Fantastic. I genuinely really do enjoy that. Same with Legion Lab. Really enjoy the boss fight that's at the end with the extra elements of the extra enemies that get spawned. Can we expect to see more elements like that to be expanded on in the future? And you know, some
question.
kind of like fun element rather than just a boss that just exists with an immunity phase. And the second point.
That question is, can we get more interesting level design? That's what he's saying. Which is fair. A lot of the levels do run together. You're kind of moving the same way, but you know, adding verticality, adding tiers, adding underground, adding transition states, adding phases that are a little more interesting, like more of that would be really good.
I do have is in regards to Colosseum, which is, I know it's not until December and there's probably still quite a bit of planning around that. Is there any kind of consideration for removing pay-to-win elements out of that, considering it is
another good question? This is the same question I had yesterday when we were going over the dev broadcast. But basically, if you're going to do a 3v3 mode that has light PvP elements in it, in a game that's primarily PvE and progression focused, how can we make sure that Elisa with a maxed out Transcendent Weapon and a maxed out Ancestor module coming into the 3v3 PvP light mode, how can we make sure that that doesn't just dominate the entire mode and the game balance leaks into that 3v3 synchronous PvE, right? So that's another great question.
It's good to have an element of PvP attached to it. So things like Ancestor modules as well as Transcendence weapons, giving some kind of unfair advantage to those that have deeper pockets compared to.
Would they try to introduce roles where you can lock a stat and re-roll the rest, and they ignored it? Okay, well, that hasn't happened yet. We'll see when we get there. It's a good question, though. If we can have vertical map design, when they did that Discord command, they said that they didn't quite understand the question. Interesting.
That of free-to-play players.
Yeah, great opinion. Thank you.
That was great. That was really good. He was very clear about his questions. He asked them directly, gave some good feedback, and then ended his session. That was really good.
So
good job, Race.
Gave two different opinions. Seven, I'm sorry. 통역을요. 또 이게 또 제가 또 천천히 해야겠네요. Sorry about that. I'll be sure to slow down a bit. Yeah, so
yeah, he's got you covered, Sentinel.
Raze gave two different opinions, and the first one, yeah, so we got great dungeons in TFD, Bastion of Immortality, the Legion Laboratory, the overall, we have very fun elements there, so
we need hard content to be MR requirement.
Plans to expand on having
their gear score system is a step in that direction.
Not just having a boss with like immunities. So that was the first one, and the second one. So Colosseum A, yeah, that was announced today, but we didn't actually share a lot of details on this. It's coming in December, but yeah, I think not just Raze, but players may be concerned since it is it has PvP. It's PvE versus VP, but still,
It's
you're
synchronous
going to
PvE
face
with a
against
PvP
other
element.
players, and once it's something PvP goes in, there's always the issue of pay to win. So I think that is a concern that may arise after we announced some content of season 4 today. So
good question.
Things like ancestors modules, and also
Transcendent
something
weapons
that's coming in season 4, which is transcendent weapons.
Yep.
That may also raise the sentiment of pay to win. So yeah, I think it would be great to hear your opinions on this.
Yes. And the answer is?
네, 먼저 불멸의 보루.
Yes, first of all, about the Bastion of Immortality, thank you so much for your positive comments. And I personally
제일 재밌게.
enjoy this the most in the Axion infiltration operations.
We'll look into it.
So using the elevator, the level gimmick,
Demi's killing me, bro.
and the interactions
경험을
on the map
하셨던 것 같고.
is something that I personally enjoy, and I think you also enjoyed it. And also, these kind of interactive elements will be expanded.
Okay.
And that's going to be our direction going forward.
네, 이 부분은 혹시 이 메가 던전.
So about these mega
new point of balance.
So about these expansions, could you briefly touch upon it about your plan to expand?
Exactly right, and that's kind of the core issue. Is just you're thrown into the lurch without any preparation or explanation.
While you prepare for the answer, let me first answer the second question.
현재 이제 PVEVP가 도입된다.
Now PvEVP concept.
Exactly, Sentinel. It's very scary. Like the thing is, like again, if you find someone that has a maxed out Ancestor module and a maxed out Transcendent weapon, and they go into the 3v3 synchronous PvE mode, if there's no other systems added in, they're just going to win. Then you're going to get people dodging the queue early because they realize the enemy team is stronger than they are. You're going to get situations where people come in, like even now when you're doing like Onslaught level 3, I've had people go into Onslaught level 3 with 6 modules and no cores on their external components, right? So like, how can we make sure that, you know, like the gear score thing is a step in the right direction, but maybe they need to do a gear score on that, or maybe they need to do, usually in PvE modes, when they add these kind of light PvP elements to them, they make them equalize so that it's not a pay to win kind of thing, but
that you are a little bit concerned about it due to the
transgender
module,
weapon.
there are
Oh,
going to
geez.
be gaps in the growth and performance amongst the descendants.
An extraction mode where you can steal AMs
or disadvantage against some descendants. So it's not going to be a combat between descendants. So descendant can become a colossus.
Okay, yes, yeah. It is synchronous PvE with a PvP element to it, but you're still competing. Even though you're not killing a descendant directly, unless you're on the Colossus, you're still competing, and someone has a higher power level than you because they have a better randomly dropped item set. So this is not the smoking gun he thinks it is.
And then, so basically, it's a combat between Colossus versus Colossus. And the enemy is going to be controlled by players.
But you're still competing.
And other players cannot perceive or perceive what's going to happen. It's going
You're
to
still
add
competing.
More,
이 구조적인 부분에 대해서는 저희도
dynamism to the gameplay.
접근을 하고
And we are definitely taking this as a
말씀 주신 것처럼
taking this very carefully.
반영되느냐에 따라서
When it comes to the growth aspects,
재미가 달라질 거기 때문에
We'll look into it.
depending on your growth, your gameplay experience can be very different.
Yes.
We do have some time left until we finish the development, so we'll take all your comments into our updates. So coming back to the first question,
We'll look into it.
Let's address the leveling and our upcoming plans.
네. 앞서 말씀해
Right.
주신 것처럼
So as addressed before,
던전들에 대한 요소들 중에 긍정적으로 평가가 나오는 내용들은
the positive comments that we received regarding existing dungeons are
앞서 말씀드린
reflected into new versions as well. And in terms of adding new random factors, is also part of efforts to
저희가 일단 목표로
hear your voices and listen to your voices. Now, let me first start with the
하지 않고
long-term visions. We don't want to make it too simple. We want to make it a little difficult, challenging, but fun at the same time, exciting at the same time. So to make that happen, we have some additional gimmicks, and I'd like to introduce you with some of the gimmicks that are going to be applied in the Mega Dungeon, the boss monster. So boss monster's gimmick, I'm not going to spoil it today.
그 부분을 잘 공략을 하면
So
Then why bring it up?
단순히 빠르게 깨진다를 넘어서
when you
전투에 유리하게
apply the right gimmick, you will be able to get some buffs instead of just defeating the monster more easily. And it's not going to be applied just for the boss. During your progression to combat against a boss, these kind of new options will be added. So when there's a monster, you can strike a deal and then eliminate the bosses. That was the existing gameplay. And then we're going to add more dynamic factors.
Like?
You use various gimmicks around the area. For example, you hit a certain object and drop it, and the monsters around the area can be eliminated very easily, wiped out easily. So those are the kind of gimmicks that we have in plan to add to make sure the gameplay is more exciting.
They're adding more mini mechanics inside of the dungeons. That doesn't really, well, I guess it kind of, I mean, if the question was, can we get more interesting level design? I guess by adding new mini mechanics inside of the dungeons, it does give you more to do. But I think kind of the challenge too is, I feel like they have been struggling a little bit on these mini mechanics because either the mini mechanic is so strong you have to use it, or it's so weak you ignore it completely. So, you know, the devil's in the details there where, yes, having mini mechanics is good, but finding a good balance for them is important so that you don't ignore them entirely or you're not forced to do it every single time, right? So it does kind of address the question. The question was, can we get more interesting level design? Which the creative director did mention this. He said, yes, the new Bastion dungeon is that's kind of the new point of balance. So the new Bastion dungeon is the level design they want to continue moving towards. And then this guy, one of the 5 lead game designers, he said that they're in the new Mega Dungeon. The new boss will have gimmicks that he's not going to talk about, but these gimmicks will allow you to have interesting interactions in it by weakening a monster or getting a drop or something like that. So they want to do new mini mechanics in the game. Those are very case-by-case basis. They could be really cool. They could be really bad. It depends on how they implement it, so we'll just have to see. They didn't answer most of the questions. They've answered some of them. I would say they probably have like 50-60% answer rate so far. So they are answering some of them. Some of the questions, some of the answers are non-answers, right? Like, you know, it's like going to a restaurant and you ask the chef, hey, I don't like your food. Can you make your food better? And the chef just says, yeah, we want all of our food to be delicious. Yeah, of course you want the food to be delicious. Why would you want the food to be gross? Of course you want it to be delicious. What are you doing to make it delicious? Like of course you want it to be good. Everybody wants it to be good. What are you doing to make it good? You know what I mean? That's kind of how it feels like. It's like, yeah, we want it to be fast. We want it to be cool. We want it to be fun. We want it to be engaging. We want it to be rewarding. Okay, yes, all of us want it to be good. All of us want it to be engaging. All of us want it to be rewarding. What are you doing to accomplish that? You know what I mean?
예정입니다. 네, 제가
So I just have a lot to say. I think that's why I am speaking a little fast.
How is it 4 hours long? Because there's 7 people that speak Korean and 6 people that speak English, and they're asking things in bulk, and so things are getting very confusing all over the place, and the translators are having to go through it. So there's a lot of questions going on. Personally, I feel like they could have shortened this a lot if they made it so, and maybe this removes like the live aspect of it, but they could have had the creators submit a bunch of questions ahead of time so the devs can kind of think about what their answers are and then prepare material that represents that question, right? So if the creators had submitted questions ahead of time and said, hey, I'm going to ask about the UI of drop items, and I feel like this UI doesn't work, then the developers can spend the 2 weeks that they had prepping concept art for a new UI that shows a solution to that problem, and then they can discuss it live and ask questions and do things that way, right? Rather than saying, yeah, we want it to be good, we want it to be strong. you know. Water ketchup on your bread? No.
So all the positive feedbacks that you are sharing with us, we do keep in mind.
It's true, child. But to be fair, the 3v3 mode is in December, so it's 6 months out. And it's going to come down to implementation. Like, that mode could be great, it could be horrible. It depends on how it's put in.
Updating new content. So that's the core part. So thank you so much for your question.
Yeah,
you're welcome.
You. Yeah, lots of
with a community team. Yeah, yeah, that would help.
How they update in the future. And
I also think it would have been way better, and it may have been the same amount of time, but I think the idea of blocking 3 to 5 questions in a row and then answering them in a row, I feel like they could have just done a little bit more of a back and forth rather than trying to block everything, because it gets really hard to follow and it gets very confusing too, especially when you're taking those block of questions and translating them. It's probably mainly just for the translators. They can have an easier time, but they do have like 3 translators in the room and on the call right now, so they could have like delegated and done stuff like that.
Sorry to keep you waiting for so long. Could you give an opinion on this?
Yeah, no problem. I kind of want to rely on what Song of Race said about the ancestor mod, it being quite a topic in the community and a worry at the same time, because as we see today, like speedrunning and stuff is a thing in the game, a major thing in the game, and ancestor mod is taking a huge place, and I think it is kind of unfair for everyone, and it kind of frustrates people that can compete mechanically but cannot compete about the ancestor mods. So do you plan into like for the everything that implement like the ancestor mods, so the abyss bosses, the purge and everything like this, to remove the ancestor mod for the challenging part and keeping the ancestor mod for the farming part? For example, if we keep the HA vouchers, like letting people farming with HA vouchers with ancestor mod, but like removing from the part from the challenge.
It's a great question. I think the answer that they won't say here is that they like ancestor mods being a big part of your power dynamic because they can be purchased. So they are making money off of people spending 25,000 caliber, like $600, to buy a well-rolled ancestor mod, and obviously that is caliber that is spent on their game and shows up in their earnings call, right? So the AMs being a big part of the game is it's monetizing power, and they're making money off of it. So it's very unlikely that they would separate it out. Hey, baby.
Sorry,
Yeah, they could make a leaderboard. You know, obviously, as soon as they segment it, if they have like a leaderboard that's non-AMs and non, this is gonna get worse with transcendent weapons, by the way. But they could have one that has like AMs and transcendent weapons on it, and then a leaderboard that doesn't. That opens up. It makes it a lot more complicated, and there's going to be like a room for people to make builds that are leaderboard focused versus you'd have to like make a name for it, like a legacy build that has no power ups or whatever. You could do something like that, but then it gets harder to copy. Even then, getting builds, like learning a build from someone right now, if you're brand new to the game, is hard, because then you say, okay, well, if your ancestor mod has cooldown on it, then you remove these 2 mods. But if your ancestor mod has MP on it, then you remove that mod. But if your ancestor mod has a red roll for crit rate, then you can drop these 3 mods and put this in instead. And like it does kind of complicate the issue. But I also feel like, as much of a problem as AMs have been, AMs have solved a lot of the core fundamental game design flaws that the game has. Like, their module system has been hugely flawed from the beginning, and ancestor mods have solved some of those flaws by allowing us to, exceed caps, right? Again, non-crit characters becoming crit characters just because of ancestor modules has solved some of the rigidity and lack of interest that the module system has had up until now, right? So there's a big thing that goes into that.
Yeah.
I don't know if they would ever do multiple leaderboards or whatever, but
removing from the challenge, would it be like a difficult kind of content challenge?
No,
that would be great.
Tell
me
of it. Like, I've seen that.
That would be great.
Like, the Abyss boss will have a completely other treatment. It would change completely. But like, for people that want to compete for a leaderboard for the PvEVP, that is the kind of aspect it has. Like, not being able to use an ancestor mod. But if we want to like for example, farm ETA vouchers more efficiently. Then we got like the normal, like such as we got Abby's version of the boss for farming.
I don't know if they'll ever do this.
Use this version for farming tickets, and then we got the challenge mode.
It would be more fair, but I doubt they'd ever do it.
It is mostly for sweat players that want to compete on the leaderboard, you see. And so
it's true, Bell. Yeah, it's true.
I think it would be good if like the leaderboard would.
And I also think that without ancestor modules, build making in this game is incredibly boring. Their systems without the AMs, basically the AMs broke us out of that shell of really constrained, boring game design and broke a lot of those boundaries and allowed us to make more interesting builds. And so if you take AMs out of it, almost all the builds are going to be identical. Like the exact same build with the exact same output with the exact same performance. So AM solved their bad game design in a lot of ways. Taking them away, I think, makes it a lot more boring. It would be way more fair. And from a competitive perspective, it would be more interesting. I don't think they'll do it.
Be maintained for like the challenge.
You did, Itomo, you did.
Difficulty, but no ancestor mode involved. So like,
if nothing is good, there's nothing else you can do, especially if you max it. Yeah, exactly, Emperor. Yeah, they talked about that a little bit.
Than the one having the better ancestor mode, kind of.
Better build diversity, something like that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I think, let me just wait a bit. And then, yeah, so I think this, the main thing, the main opinion is removing ancestors mods from the challenge itself and the leaderboards. So players can, kind of compete.
Is that coming up, Bell?
Challenge at a kind of fair boundary. So of course, the ancestors mod itself, if you have like an super strong option ancestors
N's
mod,
going crazy down there.
Have more advantage compared to other players.
Yeah, N's freaking out, dude.
In the leaderboard, and I think this is
talking to his chat, maybe.
Interesting opinion, and some players might agree with this. So, what is the dev team's opinion on
downplay genuine issues? Yeah. He's going ham. What's N doing?
Well, before we share our thoughts, I'd like to hear your point of view as well, the creator's point of view. Yes, yes.
Wait, didn't they?
Yeah.
Are they answering a question with a question? Hey, can we make AMs more fair? Do you think AM should be more fair?
Does anyone have anything to add on this?
Uno reverse.
To raise your hand, you can feel free to talk about.
Wait, did they just hardcore dodge the entire topic and send it back?
This go like this. Yeah, I'm seeing
Uno reverse.
List, so thank you.
Are we just gonna move on and not answer his question?
Ancestor mods, like Seven is saying, there is an incredibly big divide because obviously the god roll stats are like so powerful, and with the synchronization value being increased so much, it really, really does add a ridiculous amount of power to the descendants, right?
Yep.
So whether it comes to gameplay or whether it comes to market, because they can go for 10,000, 20, 30, 40,
he would know.
50,000 caliber, which is something that I'm sure is another topic of controversy. Would it not just be a better option to make a leaderboard with no ancestor mods and then a leaderboard with ancestor mods? Because
so Seven asked the question to the devs, can we make AMs more fair on the leaderboard? And the devs said, does anyone else have a question? And they kicked it over to N, and then N is now just asking the exact same question again. Comment, there's no reward that warrants me to use a non-AM build. Yeah, exactly. AMs are so baked in, and they make the building so much better that you have to use AMs. That's what they're getting at, is that they're saying that AMs are, like ancestor modules are too required, and it's making the leaderboards more RNG or pay to win. And the devs just dodged the question entirely. So he's just gonna like pinball reflect it back at them again and see if they answer. I don't know.
Because obviously
leaderboards are dead.
A big part of the game. You implemented leaderboards for Warcrasher, leaderboards for Purge and for Abyss and stuff like that.
What about Onslaught?
So this is another big part of it as well, because the power, it really is crazy, is the only word I can give you. Harris can one-shot the Warcrasher. Bonnie can one kick the Wall Crasher. She can one kick the power. Freyna can one mag all of the Abyss bosses. The power fantasy of it all is just like crazy strong. So
Axion leaderboards, Onslaught leaderboards. I'd like to see those.
Making some changes to Ancestor mods.
Great. Yeah. Thanks for the opinion. I'm seeing more hands here. Low budget. Could you give an opinion on this?
Uno reverse.
Yes, I agree with 7. Basically, as far as the farming is concerned, I don't have an issue with the Ancestors mod. But the point about the leaderboard, I think he's really spot on with that one. Because there is a huge difference. I normally tend to make simple builds that work for everyone without the need of having a very powerful Ancestors mod. So I think that part needs to be considered. And also, as I mentioned previously with the breach tracking, maybe make the Ancestors mods easier to get so
it's
that
a
people
gaslighting competition, bro.
mods by re-rolling or something. So a combination of both the things. But yeah, I agree with him. That's a great idea.
Uno reverse again?
Thank you.
Are they going to answer
let's
it?
Move on to Sen. Could you add your opinions on this?
Yeah, I like the idea, but I think the core of the problem with the Ancestor mods is how inaccessible it is to get those good Ancestor mods, those God roll Ancestor mods.
You pay or pray.
So to me, that would be more of the core issue, is that those are so inaccessible to such a wide amount of players. So seeing more things like the rings to roll better stats, maybe being able to lock a stat. And I know this is things you guys have been working on. But to me, that is the answer to the Ancestor mod.
That would be a good solution. That would help.
Yeah.
Why is he? What is this? Wait, what is this? What's going on here? Wait a minute. Wait, is he saying don't? Don't answer that. Don't say anything. Don't stop. Don't answer that. We're not talking about the pay to win aspect. Don't.
Yeah.
Don't stop. Don't talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me organize this a bit. So the first part was about leaderboards. So if, you know, God roll these Ancestors mods, they are super strong.
Yes.
The player will probably rank higher in the leaderboard. So whether it would be possible to maybe have like 2 different leaderboards, one with Ancestors mods like on, and one with no Ancestors mods. So that was one of the things.
I'm your lawyer. I advise you to shut up. I plead the fifth. Don't answer this. Listen, we're making a crazy amount of money of people buying Ancestor modules. Don't talk about it. Don't say anything. Don't bring it up. Don't talk about it. Don't respond to anything.
We were talking about a bit. And the second one was...
There's no way they move on without saying anything about this, right? Do they just move on without responding to a single one of these questions?
Issue getting further into Ancestors mods. So these God roll Ancestors mods being inaccessible to most players. So if you were to go to the market, like Alyssa said, they are like
could be that, man.
expensive.
Yeah, it could be a translation thing.
Will have a hard time getting these God roll Ancestors mods. So yeah, kind of 2 different things that we can talk about, I think.
You're right, Joseph.
So I'd like to hear from the dev team as well.
Okay.
네, 우선 크게 나눠 보면
So
삼각자의 획득 난이도 모듈과
starting with the drops,
리더보드의
why it's so difficult to get it, and
두 가지의
fairness
이야기인 것 같습니다.
regarding the leaderboards. These are 2 topics that were mentioned.
공통적으로 말씀을 주신 게 리더보드가 실력이
So what you mentioned was that the leaderboard is not a fair playground.
라고
It's just something for descendants with the Ancestors module.
Yeah.
That's what you said, and I do see eye to eye. You don't have any other opinions. You might say like, "Hey, what are you talking about?
반대하시는 거예요?
Are you against their views?" No, come on. It's just a joke.
의견이 있으시다고.
Do you have any other views? You raise your hands. I'm sorry.
이게 뭐
Can you guys say more so I can avoid answering the question?
모여서 같이 얘기하는 자리잖아요.
Well, because this is an open talk,
정해진다고
we're not trying to make it
세븐님은 뭐 의견 한번
too strict. I'd like to hear from Seven as well. You raised your hand.
Just say you don't want to answer it, man. Like,
Can we hear from you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay. I want to mention this, like,
he was the one that asked the question, mother trucker. He asked the question at 1:55. That was 15 minutes ago. I'm still waiting on the answer. And now it's back to the same guy that asked the question and they still haven't answered.
For example, I won't do a leaderboard on a certain character if I don't have the ancestor mod for it.
Just say that you like the income that AMs give you and you want them to be as forward-facing as possible because the more you can monetize gameplay power, the more money you can make from the audience. And Nexon, your parent company, your publisher, is breathing down your neck to hit as many of those revenue goals that you can every single quarter. And Ancestor mods have been in addition to that. That's why you're doing the Transcendent weapons the exact same way. Why those are going to be tradable and purchasable as well is because monetizing power is the most effective thing that you can monetize in any game. Monetizing power is more powerful than monetizing any cosmetic because it directly affects your gameplay. Move on.
That's how I see it. For example, if I know that my mod won't be good enough, then I know that I'm too competitive for it. That's what a leaderboard is. So I will not do it until I be able to get the ancestor mod for it.
Really, a lot of relying on the Ancestors mod itself is what I think he said.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they had to know this was going to come up. If they wanted to do a live Q&A with no filters, they had to know the pay-to-win question was going to come up. I'm kind of surprised they don't really have a practice answer for this.
네, 이 부분은
Yes, about
Are those chairs comfortable?
오늘 지금 이 토론의
They look like they're just in like sliding chairs.
이 리더보드가 성각자 모듈이 경쟁이 되는 게
leaderboards become a competition between descendants who owns ancestor modules, which is causing
people whine about
unfair
ribbons every day.
playground.
It's why they limited it to
However,
weapons.
Ancestor module is part of the game. So if you farm really hard and get the ancestor module, let's say that you are the descendant who has the ancestor modules, and you need to have a leaderboard to compete with other players with the ancestors module. So let's take this into a more broader term. I believe there could be many perspectives regarding this topic.
리더보드를 둘로 나눠본다거나.
So maybe dividing the leaderboards into two could be a great option. The one with the ancestor modules and without it.
Oh.
For instance, in certain content, we say, hey, no ancestor module challenge. So that's something that we could consider as part of the solutions.
하지만
Right.
성각자 파밍하신 분들이
He answered.
There are people who worked on really hard to get the ancestor module, so we don't want to let them down.
궁극의 스펙 경쟁을 하는
The developers worked hard on it. You don't want to make the developers feel bad, do you? They worked really hard on it. You know, the Ancestor mod developers are going to cry if you don't use their Ancestor mods.
So
리더보드도 필요하다.
we need a leaderboard for the God role spec competition as well.
그게 이제 첫 번째.
So that's the first topic. And let me move on to the next one.
성각자를 얻는 난이도
That is true. It's not a great answer, but it's true. You do want a best of the best leaderboard where you can compare the best of the best. You do want one of those. Like if the leaderboard, all leaderboards excluded AMs, you wouldn't know what the peak would be. How fast can we kill Tormentor? How fast can we do that? You know, like it is true. You do want a best of the best leaderboard. It doesn't address their concern about fairness, but
the ancestor module.
이 좋은 성각자 모듈을 뽑기가
Well, this is such a great module with God role spec, which creates this gap between those who have it and
일단 저희가
not.
컨텐츠를
So
만들 때
when we create content,
성각자 모듈을 가져야 클리어할 수 있는 형태로 밸런스는 잡지 않습니다.
We don't create a balance where you have to have this extreme model to clear it. So even if you have a normal spec ancestor model, you can still clear all the
It
missions.
kind of feels that way,
That's
PSA, it
our
does.
benchmark.
성각자 모듈을 얻었다면
But when you have a god roll spec, you will be overpowered
파밍할 수 있다.
and farm the content more efficiently at a faster pace. So that's the basic principles that we have behind our design, and that
Okay, I mean that's still kind of a good answer, which is it is a good answer actually. I wouldn't say kind of. It is a good answer. He's saying that they design all of the encounters to be completable without even having an ancestor mod at all. And so the majority of the players, not the top 1% that you see in the bottom left-hand corner here, will never need an ancestor mod to clear the things that they are doing. And so therefore it's more of a competitive fairness at the top of the leaderboard than it is for the general populace, which is a true statement. That is a fair and true assessment.
we're going to stick to that principle. So we're not saying that having this model is a must, but this is more of a self-satisfaction.
The translator gets her brain bird, I believe it. It's a long broadcast.
It's something that's tied to a long-term goal. So given that it's tied
Wait,
to the play.
Emperor, didn't Diablo do that? Was that Diablo 4 that did that, or was it no? It was Diablo 3, right? I think Diablo 3 had a thing where they made a specific, like for the exact thing that you're talking about, Emperor. They made, I think it was Diablo 3, where they would give you someone's build, like the exact build of their character, the same items, the same talents, the same spec, the same everything, and then you get to pilot their character, and then there was a leaderboard for who could clear the thing the fastest with an equalized character. They could do that. They could give people a build that has an Ancestor mod in it, and then run a leaderboard that is built on just that specific build to see where the skill element comes in. That could be cool. Reaper of Souls, yeah. That was fun.
I think that's why you feel like it's kind of makes the players leave when they don't have this model. So we don't want to close this discussion and leave it at it now. We took your feedback to our heart, and we're going to come back with feedback. I'm sorry.
We hear you. Your feedback is in my heart. Moving on.
Let me pace myself. I'm sorry. I think I rushed too much. So we'll come back with this topic later on.
I think if they wanted a better answer, they probably should have been more direct and just said, hey, there are pay-to-win aspects on the leaderboards. Do we feel like this is the way it should be or not? If they were a lot more direct with their question, I think it probably would have been easier to translate. And obviously, they're probably not going to answer that kind of question publicly, but it is kind of what they're getting at, right? Some people don't even care. They farm wiki mods and roll it and then sell their good rolls. RNG gated on top of being pay to win, pay to flex. Yep, exactly. It is a 1% kind of problem. We'll look into it. Yes. Arc Raiders is dying with them adding PvEVP. I think Arc Raiders is struggling because the rate at which they're releasing content is at the speed of smell. They're just the amount of new stuff in Arc Raiders is coming so unbelievably slowly that I think even the devs have recognized that's a problem. And now they're saying that Arc Raiders updates are going to be what they said, quarterly or every 6 months or something like that. They just gave up on the thing because they just couldn't keep Arc Raiders interesting enough on a day-to-day basis. So they just kind of moved on from that.
For sure.
성각자 모듈이 없는
I don't think the devs have thought this all the way through.
있는 유저분들 진정한
users with the ancestor model and without the model,
리더보드를
we will come up with new ideas to ensure a fair competition amongst all players.
성각자 모듈의 파밍
Other than this, the farming efficiency of ancestors models, do we have anything in mind? Are we reviewing anything?
Content designer.
성각자 모듈을 저희가 출시할 때
When we released ancestor mods,
계승자분들이 그 성각자 모듈을 얻기 위해 필요로
we thought that descendants
기간이 있었는데요.
would need a certain time to acquire the ancestor mods.
We're not invited. I was invited. I was busy
the
though.
numbers now, it's somewhere along the lines
Sounds
of
like I
what
should have
we
been there.
predicted. We can't say it's too slow or too fast than what we've predicted. So within the game, we won't increase supply or.
고려는 하고는 있진 않고요.
Well, I don't think we'll make changes on this. But to overcome the weak points that were mentioned through events, will help players get better grade
good question, BFX. I'm not sure. Any Warframe knowers in chat?
Alignment devices or through other events will make sure that your readjustment cost decreases. And make sure that we balance the difficulties that in terms of item acquisition.
근데 그러면 앞에 힘들게 얻으신 분들은 좀 이게 뭐야?
But for the players who went through a hard time to
6K hours Warframe,
get these mods,
do they have issue with buffs and reworks due to more difficult content in Warframe?
Increasing the drop mode or tweaking the supply rate.
성각자 모듈의 데이터 시세와
I think we need to look at the ancestor mode price and how much the players are actually using this, or what kind of options that our players have. We need to look into the numbers, and through an event, we'll temporarily tweak the supply.
Yeah,
no concept Warframe is either very easy or very gimmicky, where you need a specific build.
Then, yeah. Feel free to
can be fixed via weapon or Warframe. Or thing today, Lookman.
Yeah, not so much.
I don't use Rivens and have no problem in Steel Path.
Ancestor weapons. Can we look forward to a better rate of getting better rolls on these weapons as compared as to what we get on Ancestor mods currently?
So transcendent weapons is
good question. Right? Good question, Sen. Will they answer it? Survey says.
I think so. Yeah. So. I think he was meaning transcendent weapons. If it's getting new roles and those stuff, yeah, that was also we saw a lot of opinions on that when we.
Warframe is a game of how you want to kill the enemy, not if you can kill the enemy. That's a good way to put it.
It's gonna be other content that we'll have to roll for.
Not yet, child.
Powerful transcendent weapons. So yeah, I'd like to hear the opinion from the dev
I rarely need to use Rivens in Warframe. Okay.
네, 이거는. 다른 분들은 답변을 해도 되나 막.
I think everyone's kind of hesitant to give an answer, but so I'll give you the answer.
네.
Sen, look at Sen.
For ancestor mods.
사실 저희가 이제 주간 그 파밍에
in weekly farming, we put it in as a weekly task.
네, 그러다 보니
so
저희가 기대했던
full on build with near immortal character and boss are gated by how much damage you can do is almost anything works.
파밍하시고
they farm as a daily work.
So you're saying a lot of builds work in Warframe for basically every style of content.
And for ancestor mods, it's reroll materials. You farm reroll materials. You do your weekly mission, and you readjust the ancestor mods for your descendants. And that's the pattern, ancestor mods. For transcendent weapons, rather than realigning, we want players to farm. For high efficiency farming content, through that gameplay.
Wait, so will they or will they not be re-rolled? He's saying he doesn't want the gameplay loop for transcendent weapons to be re-rolling, but does that mean you can't re-roll, or they're intending you for be re-roll low?
Get more drops of transcendent weapons and enjoy transcendent effects. That's the kind of structure we're drawing. So rather than ancestor modes, in terms of efficiency, I think transcendent weapons would be a bit better.
그리고 그럼에도 불구하고 아까도 질문이 나왔는데.
But still, I think we had a question about this when we went over transcendent weapons. I think this was on our live chats.
There's just more to it, Magoo.
That was one of the questions. It is limited, but there will be rerolls. So I hope.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so you can re-roll transcendent weapons, but they're thinking that you will be re-rolling them less than ancestor modules.
This answers your question?
I mean, Sen's question was, will the rolling be more fair? So technically, he didn't directly answer the question. He just said that transcendent weapons, they're intending for them to be primarily dropped. You will be able to roll them, but the re-rolling will be more limited.
Yeah, so yeah, it's been a while since we talked about game content, and I'm not seeing any hands right now. So as I explained at the beginning, the next content is also something interesting, which is going to be Descendants. So, but before we move on,
What are Riven's ancestor
does
modules in
anyone
Warframe?
have anything to add on game content? You can raise your hands.
Okay, so that category wasn't Descendants. That was game content.
I think Sen has an opinion. Let's hear
Descendants
it
is
before
next.
moving on.
What do you guys think about since you're introducing a PvP mode with the new coming content in season 4, what about a PvP mode that involves us racing hover bikes on a track?
That would be cool. Pretty easy to do.
Like a racing mode, you're saying?
I redeem your drops, claim them to your Twitch inventory, then link
like
your account on the website.
Racing mode.
Yeah, kind of. I think that's kind of like a part of a new mode. So, what's your opinion on that? It sounds fun. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it does seem like there's a lot of misunderstandings going on for sure, which is why I think that they could have just submitted all of their questions ahead of time, had them translated and discussed, and then they could bring materials to answer those questions specifically. Dang metaphor. Sound very similar to exotics in Division 2. They are weapon focused though, to bring some lower performing weapons up to usable status. If you rolled good stats, you could have an OP weapon. If not, then you can just use meta weapons instead. To be fair, Ryan, they've been sitting in this chair for 3 hours straight, answering questions and stuff and talking.
Yeah, we are talking about.
I'm sure they're all tired.
At the end of the year, normally, like as mentioned in the roadmap. Do you have any plan that has been a topic in the game since like a while now to implement guild, group, clan, stuff like this?
What?
Normally, like as mentioned in the roadmap. Do you have any plan that has been a topic in the game since like a while now to implement guild,
guilds,
group, clan, stuff like this?
Wait, did they answer the racing question?
Like a guild kind of content.
Did they answer the racing question?
Also, yeah, it is content, and it's all related to, I think so, like a variety of content. Is it going to be coming in TFD? So.
네. 네, 지금 이제 앞에서 레이싱.
네. Right, first on racing.
PVEVP처럼 레이싱.
Like PVEVP.
호버바이크를 이용한.
Would it be possible to be there? Would it possible to have a competition on our hover bike? A racing mode? Internally, we actually had a test bed on this mode. We did talk about this internally.
말씀 주세요.
Yeah, let me just give you my brief opinion. Internally, we did talk about racing mode, and we actually did some testing on it. But currently, the hover bike that we have, compared to other racing games, I don't think we have that much experience to live up to the standards of other games in the market.
The thing is, you don't have to though, right? Like the racing games that show up in other games as random game modes have tons of problems. The racing mode in freaking Wuthering Waves they just did like a couple weeks ago, was it like Trackmania? No. Was it still fun? Yes. You don't need the most optimal, best-in-class racing with like friction and weather systems and jumps and just like drivetrains that have distribution of weight and being able to change out your tires like it's Forza or something. Just we're on hover bikes, put a timer on it, see if you can finish it. You already have racing modes in the game. They're just one-time completion for a one-time reward, and then you don't do anymore. It's just a random game mode to throw in the game for fun. It doesn't need to be Forza Horizons, you know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't that deep.
So that's why it's just at an brainstorming idea level at this point.
So they're saying they can't.
We can revamp our hover bikes in the future. I think we'll come back to that idea.
Yeah, Lost Ark, yeah, exactly. Tons of games do little modes like that. They don't have to be perfect.
전투나 잘 만들어.
Well, some people did say.
Yeah, even Warframe has the little bike thing where you go and you take acid and go into the arcade thing and you zoom around on your little bike, your atomic cycle. Is it a great racing mode? No. Was it fun? Yeah. You know? let it be what it's gonna be.
Just focus on battlefields. Well, internally at least, that's what we said. Just focus on battle. Let's do what we do best.
I want the racing mode. It feels like the devs are actually saying they won't make money, but they sell hoverbike skins. If you had a mode that, here's what you do. You make a racing mode with a timer on it, put a leaderboard on it, show the people's bikes that they're completing, including their bike customization on the leaderboard, or have like that onslaught intro where everyone's racing their bikes and you can show off their skins. Then people have a place that people see their cosmetics, and it incentivizes them to go buy cosmetics because everyone can see their bike. And do you want to be on a bike you haven't put paints on or bought a skin for? You're going to be incentivized to go get cosmetics for your bike because everyone can see them. So they would make more money by having a place to show off that customization.
Now moving on.
It would be a very easy win for them, to be honest.
PvE, you mentioned builds, guilds. I can't give you a set answer at this moment because it needs a lot of discussions and a lot of thought, because even if we make guilds right now, I don't think it'll be well operated at this moment. We didn't think it's the perfect fit for TFD right now. But when we have PvEVP, it's a 3x3 team play. Now, looking for team members for your 3-member team, it's important to look for your party members. I think that's why you brought up guild. So to implement that, we are thinking of a party forming system so that you can find party members that's more suitable for you.
Oh, we already have that.
A team and make this PvEVP experience more enjoyable.
Also, their 3v3 synchronous PvE mode is not the only reason to have guilds. So they're saying that we don't think guilds are a good fit for TFD at the moment. I think it's a relatively easy, it's basically UI and programming to make that. It's not the whole team that needs to work on a clan system. Clan systems do require a lot of work, but it's mostly engineers and UI designers and UX artists that are creating that system. And I think it would go a long way, right? Keeping people in guilds, you can see, you don't rely just on the friends list and you can invite people that way. I don't think this new Coliseum A is the only reason why people would want to have guilds or clans in the game. People want guilds or clans for a social aspect, not for one specific mode.
We're trying to just make that system more
exactly, Phil. That'd be awesome.
And more enjoyable for our players.
Like adding hoverbikes to the game and then doing nothing with it is, I think, a huge waste. They could make a very simple racing mode with leaderboards, racing rewards, racing stripes. They could do, you could even put it as part of the clan system. Put your clan emblem on your bike when you're racing, and it waves a banner or whatever else. So they could make more bike skins and sell those and whatever else. Like, you could totally do that. Please make Dr. Kate playable. They might eventually.
Also seeing hands up from 7. Yeah, let's hear from you.
That would be nice, Ryder. Yeah, that'd be nice.
So yeah, I've been like mentioning, like some people mentioned me, like in the community mentioned me about the guild, etc. And I've seen like different things going here and there.
Yeah, dude, that's the other thing too, Jester. You could make, I mean, it's basically dojos from Warframe, but you could make a lounge that's for your whole guild that everyone can customize, and it basically is the dojo system. But it would be a place we're already going to your dojo to go. In what is it? September, they're adding the lounge storage trading where you go to someone's lounge to buy things that they have for sale. Can make a clan version of that.
Multiple games. And like about the guild, it's not necessarily about having specifically PvEVP.
It will, child, it will, yeah.
Specifically for having a guild, but like also having quests to do as a group. And then why not implementing a leaderboard from the clan that does the more quests, the more dailies, the more like... That is the more like
hi, sweetness.
Doing everything, every mission possible in the game, and like collect point and stuff like this, making like guild and like people connect more to each other. Because I feel like in the game there is like the public matches, but there is not much that connect players between each other.
That's true.
Yes. So I think it's mostly kind of like a social element.
Yep.
That's kind of what you mentioned. So
Yep.
maybe the guild isn't like totally focused on competitive content, but you know, in most games you go into a guild, you can party with other players to participate in dailies.
Producer San was upset. I
maybe
missed
go
it.
to onslaught mode, those kind of stuff. So I think so what's your opinion on this? I think if players had such a content, it could be also good for, you know, new and returning players as well, of having a guild kind of content.
네. 이게 이제 뭐 반드시 경쟁만이 아니라
Right. Not just solely focusing on competition, but content that allows players to cooperate.
그룹 콘텐츠에 좀 있었으면
That kind of guild
I decked to the
system
lounge, but
or
almost never
group
go there.
content.
Yeah.
I agree with
Yeah.
your
I think they should
the
just full
direction,
send and
the
do
overall
the
direction of
AOL dating thing they have in
allowing players to
Warframe.
co-op. But
Or Snowbreak or
in
whatever.
order to make a party play system that
Just go for it.
we think ideal is a content where it's more convenient and more quick for party playing and creating this kind of environment and making all the descendants useful. We call them, quote, jobs, like making all our descendants useful. And diversifying contents based
What?
on these priorities, I think, is our utmost priority. Now, at this current state, even if we have a guild system or a clan system, I don't think the issues that we have at the top of our list won't be solved. So first, we want to focus on improving our gameplay environment, and then later on, adding new content or new systems like the guild would be our second priority.
Okay, he's saying that the people that would work on the guild system are busy. That's what he's saying. Which, I mean,
네.
far be it from us to tell him otherwise.
말씀드리면 어떤 제안하신
To elaborate, what you've recommended, I very well understand where you're coming from.
길드라고 하는 어떤 단일한 시스템을 얘기하는 게
Adjusting the
아니라
jiggle
I
physics.
think you
It was,
don't
Ryan,
need
yeah.
just guild, but you also want additional content
not so
that
far.
make the guild system more enjoyable.
다만 저희들 이제 저희들이 의도하고 있는 개발 로드맵상
I agree, BFX.
For development roadmap,
실내 할 일은 아닌 것 같다.
I think it's an issue that we have to think for a long run. It's gonna be
네.
we're gonna need a long time to actually achieve that because it's one of our long-term missions.
Yeah, thank you, producer. So yeah, I think
The answer is no.
if there aren't more opinions related to game content, but you know, as I said, we have a parking board. If we're talking about something else and you suddenly want to talk about game content, you can pop it up. We'll discuss it after discussing other topics that we have that are planned. So yeah,
Dude, he melted by the end of it. Do you guys need a break?
for now, let's move on to another important topic, which is descendants.
Descendants.
sure
We can do a
many-
quick one. I mean, Little's been asking me to go out as well. Is that what you've been saying, yeah, Princess? Is that what you need? All right, quick little pee break, get a drink, and we'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna take the little one out. She needs to go. Yeah, I'm coming, sweetheart. I'm coming. Okay, all right. No scattering, no scattering. I want the Valby figure. They do seem cool, huh? Why devs say things straight? Maybe, I don't know. They were showing a glimpse of Monet and Jaber. I don't think that happened. Okay. Mr. Fatal, thank you for the daily. Welcome in. Lowering Harris AM polarity? What? Is it too high? Is it just because she's one-shotting Wall Crasher? Valby main since day one. Freyna, Sharon, Serena, Blair, Enzo, Sharon, Harris. Damn. Did you like the Enzo rework? Don't yell at me. I just did. Deal with it. Finish his pooping session. Little poo-pooed and pee-peed. She was a very good girl. A very good girl. She did the things. She smelled the smells, saw the sights. Wall Crasher in 5 seconds? Yeah. I don't want to, and you can't make me. It's true, I can't make you. I mean, I could make you, but I won't, is what I should say. I could, but I won't. Okay? All right. That was game content. Now we're moving into descendant discussions. Discussions on characters. Everyone ready?
If you are curious,
here we go.
Descendant balance. So yeah, this is a great opportunity to talk about that. And
와 손을 막 드셨어 지금.
yes, we already have 4 players. Yeah.
Oh wow, we have 4 players.
Probably, child.
Oh, wow,
yeah.
5 creators raising their hands. Oh no.
Sends the odd man out.
We're gonna be very busy today. Okay, brace yourselves, everyone.
I'm braced.
It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Like separated, but we first kind of planned like, you know, descendants first, then moving on to weapons, and then kind of talk about modules. But I don't think, you know, balance can be totally separated. So if you want to, you know, talk a bit more about weapons, I'll kind of consider that as well. So yeah, since we have so many opinions, let's start with you, Alyssa. Yeah, let's talk about.
Wait at least a week? No.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
So, with Descendants, I remember last year you mentioned that Ines is the baseline for the skill dealing Descendants, and Serena was the baseline for the firearm Descendants.
Blue, think of the daily
Is
argument.
that still the case? Is Serena and Ines still the baseline? And if they are, what is the team's philosophy when reworking Descendants? Because when Ines got reworked, she was very, very strong, overtuned almost. And Bunny has followed in this exact same footsteps. When it comes to buffs or change to male Descendants, like Keelan, for example, he got pretty much nothing compared to Ines, who got her already existing red modules.
That's what I've been saying. Not all reworks are made equal. Thoughts on the new skins? Overall, they're cool.
Kit buffed.
Or we're talking about the ones that came out. I'm not really a bikini person. I genuinely don't like any skins that are too real world. Like I like in world, in lore, and things that synergize and make sense. And so real world fashion or real world skins are like goofy skins I usually never use. But I know there's a lot of people that really like the bikinis and are super into it. So not trying to yuck anyone's young, you know. What about Vulgus micro bikini? Oh, geez.
Red mods to complement this. So, what
that would be cool, child. Yeah.
For your guideline when it comes to assessing how capable Descendants are. For example, do you test them in Onslaught? Do you test them in regular?
This is a great question. I'm willing to bet they didn't answer it.
What dictates whether a Descendant just needs a small change, or whether it needs a full-on rework?
Great question, N.
Yeah.
Yeah.
네.
Critical question because so let me organize this. So the base skill kind of descendant we said was Ines, and for firearms it was Serena.
I'm willing to bet they don't answer this.
So Alyssa was curious about what was the philosophy when we are reworking Descendants, because recently Inez and Bunny,
You think so,
they
Jester?
were
That means it's
quite
probably gonna sell well.
overtuned when they received balance.
The last fan contest skins were probably some of their best-selling skins, so I'm guessing they're gonna do more very risque style fan skins.
Patches, but for like male Descendants, Keelan, he didn't have
The burger skin, yeah, the upcoming burger skin.
What do we use as guidelines when we make balance patches for our Descendants? And yeah, I think this is something a lot of our creators, players, everyone is curious about. So let's hear our opinions from the dev team.
네, 요거는 이제 좀 디테일.
All right, so
내용들이 많이
it's got a lot of details, so I will
한번 넘겨볼게요.
let the dev team to answer the questions first. So what are the benchmarks? How do you evaluate the current balance and we decide to change them?
복합적으로 평가를 하게 되는데요.
So we do a full round assessment. So we look at the dungeon clear time as our benchmark
두 번째로는 그 계승자들의 이용률을
and the usage rate of Descendants.
를 종합을 하면서 항상 저희가
We look at these two metrics
대략
when planning for rework or updates, and it takes about 4 months for us to work on these things. So you might wonder, hey, why are you reworking on this Descendant at this time?
저희가
But what I want to tell you is, even if this Descendant is not great at this month, reversing it the next month isn't something that we can really push for.
So the Sharon rework took 4 months? Yeah, I agree with you, LFS. Yeah, I agree. When you make her and try to play her, you find she don't wear anything from behind. I agree, Ryden. Yeah, I don't think they'll ever do it, but I agree. They look at usage rate, but not if they look at the least played or most played, because I don't believe Bunny was not played. Well, I mean, yeah, so like dungeon clear time and usage rate, what does that mean? Are you saying usage rate atop from all players in the game, even if the player downloaded the game and played for 30 seconds and the only character they have access to is the 3 starting Descendants and Bunny? So then if you're only looking at those accounts, then obviously Bunny is going to be the highest played character in the game. Are you looking at characters that are, when you're talking about dungeon clear time, you're talking about any level of clearing and all mastery ranks? Are you doing any filtration on that? How are you siphoning out the different cohorts of players that are making up those rates, right? The audience of the player base that you're using to determine where that metric comes from matters a lot when it comes to this. This is something that I almost did a GDC talk on this at one point, but it's the idea of where to balance a PvP game, right? So let's say it's like, I don't know, Marvel Rivals. Do you balance it for the top 1% of player base? Do you balance it for the bottom 1% of the player base? Do you balance it for 50%, like the people that are in like bronze and silver? Do you balance the game around them? Do you balance the game around the people that are in Grandmaster that are doing everything perfectly? Where do you balance the game and what portion of the audience do you look at? That decision is crucial in understanding how to balance these things, because just because like characters have high usage rate across the entire player base does not mean that the people that have full build characters and are playing in the pseudo endgame are using that character, because the cohort you're taking for that can be completely different. Same thing for dungeon clear time. Like, are we talking about clear time as people that are queuing solo into a 4-man party? Are we talking about clear time for people that are only running solos, which means they're only running their own build? Because I could queue up for the Bastion dungeon with a naked Ajax that has no modules, but if there's 3 Inezes in the party with me, my clear time is going to look really good, even though I didn't do anything. Right? So like there's a lot of questions around what metrics are you using, where are they coming from, and how are you filtering them that would inform these decisions. But saying it broadly, in my opinion, doesn't really tell us much.
네, 조금 저 의견에
All right, so I'd like to add on to that.
상위 던전 중심으로
So for high level dungeons. We have been looking at the clear time of these high level dungeons, and we are also looking at the onslaught mode. So when it comes to evaluation, we look at the clear time of high-level dungeons and onslaught mode. And when it comes to improving the skills of descendants, you ask about the improvement cycle. So we have been making updates monthly basis. And in Season 4, instead of making monthly updates, of course, we will update the skills, but we will focus our efforts more on the balancing.
개선이 진행된 계승자를
What? So right now they're doing monthly balance updates. In Season 4, they're not going to do monthly balance updates. They're going to focus on balancing instead. What?
It's more monthly. You ask about the improvement cycle. So we have been making updates monthly basis. And in Season 4, instead of making monthly updates, of course, we will update the skills, but we will focus our efforts more on the balancing.
개선이 진행된 계승자를 다시 좀 확보하는 작업들을
Adding buff to the skill updated descendants is something that we're going to focus more on. So when we
focus more, that's what you're already doing.
only update the skills,
기간이 그러니까 4개월 전이라고 말씀하셨는데 이것보다
I mean, we mentioned that the update cycle is 4 months.
So no changes?
But when we shift our direction, it's going to allow us to keep the cycle shorter.
간극은 좀 맞춰가지고
That would
Shift what? What do you shift? There's nothing to shift. You just said two identical things.
reduce the gaps amongst the descendants.
그리고 이 이야기를 하면서 또
There's got to be a mistranslation or something. The only way I can make sense of this is maybe they're saying the current effort is to rebalance an entire character in 1 month, but maybe they're going to be moving to try and looking at the whole balance instead. But they've kind of like, even though there's only one character that got like the focus, like there was the Valby rebalance patch, SEMO in the same patch got a bunch of updates, Inez in the same patch got a bunch of updates, right? So it's not like they're kind of doing exactly that already. I don't see how there's a difference.
And speaking of
no
this,
plans right now, Yoo-hoo.
topic,
앞에 말씀하신 이야기
there was this point where you brought up that really caught my eyes.
세레나가
So Inez and Serena are the strong players.
이 질문을 주셨고
And do we believe this principle still sticks?
튜닝됐다고 생각하는데
And you see that Inez was overtuned, and how are we going to approach the buff of Inez going forward? So I believe this question is mostly is more about our future direction, about rebalancing the descendants. So
평가하는 건
evaluating the clear time and efficiency, it's all based on DPS. So the how fast can you clear the content and what's the damage you deal with. Because we look at DPS as our core metric, I think it kind of puts a limit to our perspective. So either the new descendant needs to be better in terms of DPS than the currently strongest one, or it's weaker in terms of DPS. So when you feel
what he just described is literally manufacturing power creep.
Like, hey, this is overtuned or undertuned. These kinds of mixed feedbacks that keep coming in because we're only looking at DPS. So I think we should.
No, it's because you're listening to every single player from different skill levels without any context. The famous great quote that matches this is, remember when when Henry Ford was developing cars, like automobiles, for the first time, he decided to do something that wasn't being asked for. And he was interviewed around the time that he was starting like Ford Motors and making automobiles, of like, why did you bother making an automobile? And he said, his quote was, if I asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. The whole point is that you have to understand where the feedback is coming from, who the person is, what the gamer is, what cohort they belong to, contextualize that feedback, and then figure out why they're separate. If you keep saying that we keep getting mixed responses, it's because you have someone who spent 25,000 caliber on a perfect build that is fighting the bounty operations boss and killing it very quickly, and you have another person that has a sub-optimized build with no ancestor module and doesn't play the game all that much that is saying that the boss has a lot of HP. The reason you have mixed responses is because you're getting a response from mixed people. It's not because you're sorting by DPS, it's because you're not contextualizing the data that you're receiving.
Have broader perspective. You know, Haley is better in terms of defeating Colossus, and Inez is the fastest in
That's a great question,
of,
Andrew. I have no idea.
Something else.
They just said they use dungeon clear time and usage rate and DPS. Again, if I take Sen's build that he spent a week optimizing and compare that to the guy that just logged on TFD for the first 6 hours and defeated Devourer, the dungeon clear time, usage rate, and clear time and onslaught is going to be completely different. You have to contextualize it. Where is that feedback coming from? Understand the reason that it's coming from and figure out where you want your game to be. Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah.
So different descendants should
All right,
have
TV,
different
best of luck experiencing this
skills
brutal
or
life. No worries,
strengths
LFS. See you soon.
At different contents. So we need to diversify the strengths of these descendants to make the gameplay more engaging and exciting. And that's the kind of direction that we're going to
Diversify their strengths?
and going on. And our dev team will give us more details about this.
네, 말씀해 주신 것처럼
What?
여러 타입의 계승자들이 조금 더
We'd like to
골고루 사용될 수 있는 걸
give diverse roles to
이 부분이 지금까지의
a wide range of descendants.
Okay, that's a huge lie because they're literally making all the characters the same. That has been their effort for the last 6 months. Has been making sure every character has both a gun build and a skill build, and they have the ability to play both or none in any content that they want. Any character that was specifically, like Glay was specifically a gun character, she now has skill builds. Serena is likely to get a skill build. They made Inez, which Inez was, in their words, the point of balance, the de facto, the prime skill descendant. They wanted all skill descendants to be like Inez, and then they gave Inez 2 gun builds. Then they gave Bunny a gun build, right? So they're not trying to diversify it. They're not trying to give them unique identifiers. They're doing the opposite. They're homogenizing it.
When we look back, most of the descendants were evaluated based on DPS.
They literally, empirically, they are doing the opposite of what they're saying here. And that's not just from one patch. That has been their effort over the last 5 or 6 months, has been homogenizing all the characters together. So I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what game he's playing, the lead game designer, but like that is not in any shape or form what they've been doing.
We're not saying that that's going to be changed overnight.
Yeah, and Ez is like one of the best gunners in the game now. Like,
it's very challenging for us to come up with a lot of content to change this whole direction in a very short period of time. But we are preparing new
Cassandra
content
Paradox,
that
Hitome,
would
Cassandra
cater to your
Paradox.
needs. We'll give you the purpose of the task, diversify gimmicks.
I agree, Jester. Valby's one of my favorite characters. I was very excited for Valby's rework. Now I'm excited for Valby's next rework because this Valby rework was a huge letdown for me personally. And it's a shame too because like 2 of my favorite characters, Valby and Sharon, got some of the worst reworks we've seen, whereas other characters like Inez, Bunny, and Viessa got amazing reworks that worked out great for them. It's just like some of my favorite characters got very, very subpar and underwhelming reworks. And yeah, hopefully we can get more of those later. I don't know.
We'll also add more exciting patterns.
6 or 7. Bunny's a gun build, yep. They just added it.
So that
Couple weeks ago.
the highest DPS alone patterns to the bosses would cater to your needs. We'll give you the purpose of the task, diversify gimmicks, and we'll also add more exciting patterns to the bosses and whatnot, so that having the highest DPS alone shouldn't be a way to really
Good luck with that.
evaluate
Good
the
luck with that.
So when you look at the descendants, hey, I like this about this descendants. For instance,
Good luck with that.
compared to
They've tried
other
that many times.
descendants,
It's
I have
never
high
worked.
HP, and I optimize my build for this. So with this setting, well, this descendant can be stronger.
Valby's now one of the
in
strongest characters we
certain-
have. She's
against
A
certain
tier.
bosses. For example,
She's no Inez or Bunny or Viessa or Glay,
assassination.
but she's A tier.
and-
She still has a lot of problems though.
And the new ideas that we're coming up with these days. It will give you a definitely different experience, gameplay experience.
You got it, Hoy, you got
will
it.
have to need
Or Harris,
different
yeah.
descendants for different missions and different dungeons and different content.
SEMO rework overall was good. It just needs a little bit more damage, just a small amount.
So I believe that would definitely add the diversity to the descendant characteristics. So in the long term, we do believe that different descendants all the descendants need to be utilized in various ways. So that's going to be something that you would really feel after the season 4 drops.
This is a really hard answer to stomach. I genuinely don't know what game he's playing, but he's the lead game designer, so I feel like he's a little out of touch. I don't know what he's saying here, but it's not the game that we've all been playing. They literally, the characters last year and the year before had way more diversity and unique identifiers. They've spent the last year removing a lot of those because it's harder for them to balance when characters are unique and have their own problems and challenges, right? And so they've been trying over the last year to make all of the characters more similar so that it's easier for them to balance the game. And he comes on this broadcast and says, no, we're going to continue making all the characters unique and different. That's been no, it hasn't. You have not been doing that. It's been very clear. And it's not even like a disjoint understanding. It's like the effort has been very clearly to remove that's the difference so that it's easier to balance and easier to play. It's been their effort. I'm not putting words in their mouth. It's just what they've been doing. Like it's an observation. So I don't know what he's talking about. Now, he's saying that they want to add more encounters to the game that don't require DPS. I say good luck. They've tried that many times. Every single time it has been diminished or removed, right? So like the invasions, Deathstalker, more mechanics inside of like the Abyss bosses, to the point where like anytime they try to do non-DPS mechanics, people will then try to do even more DPS so they can skip those non-DPS mechanics. He's saying that they're going to add a lot of gimmicks and stuff to the mega dungeon, and that's going to make it so DPS doesn't matter as much. Realistically, every game designer knows that if you are trying to get people to do more mechanics, you need to lower the HP value of the targets in the area because then it gives people time to do those new mechanics. But again, this is something they've struggled with and they've never really been able to make it work. So I think it's a good thought to say that they want to add more mechanics and gimmicks and things like that that make you forget about DPS for a second. We'll have to see if that actually plays out. It's possible. Plenty of other games do it. It's just they've never really been able to do it. Yeah. If your Valby isn't the same level as Inez and Bunny, that's on your build. I think you're coping a little bit exalted, but listen, I am glad that you're happy with your Valby. Anyone that has a Valby they're happy with, I'm glad you're happy with it. It's not like I made a bad build for Valby thing. She has a ton of problems. Supply moisture doesn't create a puddle under your feet anymore. The bubble requires a target to launch, which means if you want to put water on the ground to use, and there's no targets nearby, you can no longer do it because they reworked the ability. Her Hydro Pressure Bomb doesn't allow her to dive down to the ground, which means you're wasting time compared to other dive builds. She has plenty of range issues. She has way too much stat constraints. She needs modifier in 2 different forms. She needs power in 3 different forms. She needs MP. She needs cooldown. She needs range. She needs cost. She's overbloated in her stat requirement. She has tons of problems. I can make an entire video on all the problems that Valby has and why she needs another rework. But again, if you're happy with the way your Valby is, then I'm glad. I'm happy for you. At the end of the day, that's what it's about. It's a game. It's recreation. I'm glad you're happy with Valby, but I am not happy with Valby. And you coming in here saying that the reason I'm unhappy with Valby is because you think my build is bad, I feel like is a little bit of a weak argument from your point. And you can try harder if you'd like. But again, I'm not going to yuck anyone dumb. If you're pleasantly peached with the way that Valby is, good for you. I'm happy for you, but I'm not happy. I think Valby needs another rework.
그리고 한 가지 또 질문하신 거.
And another question that we haven't addressed yet. The male descendants.
했지만 이네
It was reworked.
What are you looking at when your head is pointing down?
짧게.
Maybe I'm doing gunpla. You don't know.
This question.
네, 일단 이번 7월에 업데이트되는
Yeah, so we have an update for Blair in July.
대한 버프 역시
Valby is the same level as Inez and Bunny. I'm gonna use your same words back at you, bud. If you think Valby performs at the same level as Inez or Bunny, then your Inez and Bunny builds suck. Uno reverse, I'm using your same words back at you. If you think they're equivalent, then your Inez and Bunny builds suck.
수준으로 할 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
And I hope that should satisfy you in terms of buffing our male descendants.
저 질문 하나 해도 돼요?
Can I ask you another question, please?
아까 수치, 그러니까 리워크 말고
So you mentioned about modifier and buffing the descendants. Do you have any specific descendant in mind?
The Vash phase, just starting beef. To be fair, I didn't start the beef.
짧고 간단하게.
Make it simple and quick, please.
I just served it back.
We have a rework for Blair in July, and in August, when season 4 begins, we have Callie and Kilgore as our.
Can't be that bad. Yeah, but it's not about being bad or not, Exalted. I'm not beefing with you. I don't really care. But I do think that Inez and Bunny are a cut above Valby in every possible sense.
Talk about, and that's why the answers of the dev team is getting longer. But we know that we have a lot of questions that we need to answer from the creators. So let's try to make our answers
It's true, Tommy, it's true.
short and listen more from our creators. You know, it's very difficult to have them in place.
Yeah, thank you, producer. That is right. It's really difficult to have all of us here, right here at this spot. So, yeah, I'm really sorry to keep you guys waiting, but we are going to go into every one of you. So let's start with low budget. Please add your opinions on Descendants.
Alyssa already covered, I think, the most important point, and the director and the team have also covered the DPS side of things. So I'll not repeat that. What I want to say is, overall, I think the Descendants are in a good spot as long as everybody keeps getting reworked and improved to a decent standard. The new Descendants, I think, are the most exciting part of the game. So whenever we get a new Descendant being released, people are looking forward to that. So I think that needs to continue as we are seeing with the new Descendant and the Ultimate. Besides that, again, I've already covered this, but more interactions with the Descendants.
Yeah, low budget's got a beard, man.
Smaller quests that are not necessarily separate story missions. We can also have things like more voice lines. So when they are in the missions, we hear about their past missions or stories and things like that without actually having like new things. So yeah, basically just adding more interaction.
Should make the Valby critique video. I can
play a game like TFT. The TFT Descendants, I think, are some of the best characters with the best personalities, and this is something that hooks people when they play the game. Somebody likes Bunny, somebody likes Freyna or something.
True.
So I think this is something that needs to be built on further. Maybe another thing you may have heard a lot. I see this.
Is now a good time to TFT? Yeah.
Is more idle animations.
It's free to play, man. Give it a download.
Touches that separate the Descendants. Things like that.
Got plenty of stuff to do.
Albion, maybe you hear about the Descendants achievements or some Descendant did something special. Like
he's asking for more lore.
Bulletin board in the Albion area or something, just to sort of attach
lore and lore activity
the game to the Descendants, because I think that is the main thing that people play the game for.
Yep. Yeah, I've heard the jokes about low budget being
thank you.
Elisa's uncle or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You should be on the panel though. They asked me, but I was busy.
Hear various opinions, and let's go to 7.
Yeah. I want to bring something about the descendants, and it is the descendant identity kit. When you design a descendant, like basically some people would play certain descendant because of their kit. For example, all people know that I play Glay mostly because I like gunning. A lot of people do. Some people was playing 80 because of like the sniping effect, like the way the kit
Identity. Yep.
is.
This is what Child's been
Right now,
harping
there
on.
is like multiple aspect that takes away,
And they've been taking away the identity systematically over the last
such as the last
8 months or
rework
so.
of descendants, which make every descendant being able to be a gunner descendant, and we can even see that they are better gunner than gunner descendant.
Yep.
On top of that, we have like certain trigger modules that completely
Floors 2A, maybe you won't care.
the
Yeah.
descendant, and like we feel more playing like trigger modes than the descendant kit itself.
Thank you, Seven. 예, 아리아누님 오래 기다려주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you, Ariane, for waiting so long. Let's hear from you whenever you're ready.
네, 의견은 총 3가지.
So I have 3
먼저 매달
questions.
리밸런스를 해주셔서
First,
감사드리고요.
thank you so much for monthly rebalance. I'd like to see this continue.
그대만 리밸런스가 진행될 때마다
So whenever there's a rebalance,
상향되는 게 너무 반.
Is he in like one of those streamer? Trying to figure out his room. Is this like a kitchen? Is this like a fridge or something? Or is it like one of those streamer houses? It's like all white walls, tile, linoleum. He looks like he's in a bunker or something. But it could be like a really small Korean apartment, or it could be like one of those like streamer houses, you know what I mean? Where they have like these little booths and there's like 16 of them and there's like a bunch of streamers in one building or whatever. But yeah, this is a crazy.
I feel like the skill
like a streamer cube, yeah. It does look like a streamer cube.
Modifying skills is being too repetitive.
MMO jail, he missed his hone.
So the Descendants, with that update,
Could be a PC bang private room, yeah, it could be. You're right.
More often.
It does kind of look like that.
So I think rather than just focusing on skill modifying, maybe we should start touching the level of reactors and other equipments as well. For example, do you have a plan to increase the level from say 100 to even higher level? Because when we look at the stats, when you increase the level, the base skill increases, and I think that's a better direction. So whenever the mechanics change, that's what really makes it fun, especially Bunny's kicking. That was so much fun. So I was hoping you could take this into consideration. So do you have any plan for leveling up? And then for build, whenever there's a rebalance in build, we're seeing 2 changes. So additional damage to the firearms and unlimited reload. And I feel like these are a little too dull. We're seeing such repetitive pattern, which is a bit hurting the distinct characteristics of our descendants. And the third question is sync stats.
복귀자분들이 항상 얘기하시는 게
So the synchronization value, when the character improves, the synchronization value goes down. You know, I pay 100,000, 200,000, want to buy some things.
200,000? Oh, that's probably
ancestor model. It becomes like almost like a trash. So I have a question about
that's like $100.
Regarding
that's like $100.
Synchronization value.
He's talking about Korean won.
네, 감사합니다.
I was like 100,000? What the frick?
Thank you so much for your questions. We'll come back to you later.
Waiting for so long. Let's please give an opinion related to Descendants.
Are they? They're having everyone ask the. Bro, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're 7 questions deep without an answer, and there's about to be more.
Most of the other creators have covered a lot.
Oh my!
Of what I wanted.
We're going deep.
Kind of talk about, but the main kind of point is definitely the difference between the males and the females when it comes to how to put it, kind of favoritism is probably the best way to say it.
Yeah, I did think about it for a second. It's like 100, 200 bucks is what he's saying.
SMO
He buys a module for 100
we
bucks.
saw that the unification
Still, that's a
of
lot.
the skill types was not there. He still had access to tech and fusion inside of one build. Whereas, for example, with Inez and Valby that got reworked, all of theirs got kind of like unified across the board, was either into singular, into tech, into fusion, all that kind of thing. So why is Ultimate SMO kind of being hindered when it comes to his bomb selection for his skill 1 and his skill 4, especially inside of Mad Bomber? Why is he suffering compared to the others with that kind of thing? There's definitely a
Good question.
There's definitely a skill gap between
Good question.
the two choices and the two sexes when it comes to this game. I just wondered, is there going to be a view to be able to unify the skill types across the board to be able to make him just purely tech, purely fusion, etc., etc.?
It's a great question. And it's a good one, too, because they've recently started giving characters more single ability type without explaining what their philosophy is. So,
Yeah.
Raze has been killing it, man.
Yeah, we had a lot of opinions. So
that was 8 questions.
Let me begin.
They asked 8 questions in succession, and now there's answers.
With the opinion from, I think, low budget. 로버즈님이 주셨던 것 같은데. So, first one, Descendants should have a bit more kind of maybe like voice lines. And maybe,
Ultimate, is it?
More story into them. So overall, more interaction with our Descendants. Since we spend a lot of time with our Descendants, it would be kind of better to get to know them, their personality, and also something that pops up a lot is idle animations. To have them, so overall, increase the lore is something given by the low budget. And 7 gave an opinion related to so like
character identity,
the overall identity of our Descendants. So let's say Glay. 7 enjoys Glay. Glay kind of is a gun descendant. She is very capable of using guns. And for Haley, it was sniping. Haley's a sniper. But the recent balance patches kind of took their identity away. So like every descendant is kind of now becoming a gunner. So yeah, if one of here is taking away this identity is something that the dev team has some opinions on. And from our Korean creator Ariane, so the first one is kind of related to the balance. So most of our monthly balances have been focused on increasing the overall skill values. But so the main character of like each monthly balance was kind of limited to the descendant that got the buff. So instead, Ariane kind of asked if we could kind of like level up on the descendants since their basic stats could rise if they're also leveling. And since we kind of whenever there's a balance patch, we enjoy like changes to mechanisms like bunny, like the bunny kick that was recently added was quite interesting. So leveling up could be one of the things that we can think about. And second one was now we only have descendants that receive balance patches. They're kind of like limited to 2 builds, so like infinite reloading and one using like very powerful skill. So skill and reloading that is kind of the thing, and that's kind of linked to what 7 talked about, the identity part. So it's kind of all the same for descendants. So that was kind of it. Last one was of course related to synchronization value. So since we touch synchronization value whenever we're doing
synchronization
modules, if a player spent a lot of money on a specific module and they can't play it, it brings a lot of pay for them. So yeah, this is something also to think about. And finally,
and then Raze
is probably the difference in male and female descendants. So Ultimate SMO, his performance is kind of lacking compared to Inez and the game to Valby. So yeah, we've got a lot of things to think about. It may become a long response, but yeah, I want to hear from the dev team on what they think about these issues.
Okay. He was recapping all the questions that we just spent 10 minutes asking. So I was just burning through. Literally, he just recapped everything that's on my notes here. He just recapped the last 10 minutes of question asking. So I didn't need him to do that again. Like, you know. Obviously they did, but I didn't. So I just skipped right through it.
Well, before we dive into the answers, let me just add something.
Where did Eminem come from? Rap God.
Maybe Jason could slow down a bit for us.
Agreed, Charlie. Agreed. Yeah, they definitely went crazy. He said gunner descendant, not gooner. Yes.
As well, what are you going to do with Luna? Okay, while.
Is this something cultural, chat? Am I misunderstanding this? Like, am I just being uncultured swine? Why is the executive producer asking the developer team to do things in front of us? I feel like either they have an answer for him and it looks good, or they don't and it looks bad. But like, is he offering up a softball here and here's an easy to answer question, or is he? This is like the 4th time he's like directly asked things of the dev team through us, like we're some kind of like third party, like tell dad I'm not cooking dinner tonight kind of thing.
Some time, please develop your answers.
네, 일단
Okay, dev team, what are you doing about Luna?
I think the questions are difficult, and there are many questions.
It's a stand-up meeting.
So please give us the most simplest answer you have. Please make it short and sweet, as much as possible.
통역이 잘 되게 말이 빨라지고 말이 길어져도 이해해 주세요.
Okay, so just bear with me, even if I.
That's why he's the mad
just
dog.
say too much stuff. at
Putting him
quick
on the
pace.
spot.
네.
I believe they do not listen to his feedback and he's taking revenge. That could be the case. I mean, it's like the 4th or 5th time he's done this where he's like, I agree with the player base. Hey, devs, why aren't you doing that? Even though he's literally the boss man. Like, about Confucianism? He left a comment. I'm not sure what was it. Can you repost it? There are interviews where he claimed they weren't listening to him. Oh, geez. Then why is he the EP?
네. 저의 답변을 기다리고 계신 거죠?
Why are you not in the live stream? I was busy while this was going on.
일단은
So I declined when they offered.
Right, so starting from the first questions, in terms of story immersion or interaction among descendants,
저희가 이제 게임 속에서
now within the game,
캐릭터에 몰입할 수 있는
we want players to be really immersed in the descendants.
라는 아이디어로
And that's the kind of improvements our players want to see as well.
Uh-huh.
We are very open to this. So for idle motions or there were other ideas that were mentioned.
긍정적으로 게임에 녹여보는 좋은.
We are very open to these ideas. We want to melt this into TFD. So far, we
look
focus
at
on
N.
stories on descendants. We are preparing VS's story.
비에사 스토리도 올해
Yes, VS's stories will be updated within this year.
He's just questioning his life.
게임 내 요소들을 계속
So
조화를 좀.
we will enhance.
To be fair, it's like 3 hours
game
in.
elements.
네, 그다음에 이제 본격적으로 밸런스와 여러 가지
And moving on to balance and
Forbids
other
them
issues.
to address their superiors directly.
Through
Oh.
rebalancing.
So he's using us as like, that's why I'm asking, like, if it doesn't make sense, I always want to ask, like, am I just being an uncultured American? But like, so you're saying that in South Korea, it's forbidden to address a superior directly. So he's asking us as an intermediary to that challenge. But why wouldn't they just use, I don't know, it seems like something they could solve internally rather than involving the audience, but.
Our descendants' distinct
Yeah,
characteristics
it is
are
the middle of
becoming
night for
weak.
Elisa,
one of
that's
the
true.
voices that I heard.
이 부분에 대해서는 저도 공감을 하는 부분.
I think that is a very valid point. Like I've mentioned.
Oh, you think he's doing it just to be like, I'm with the community?
Because content relies on DPS, our rebalancing
이쪽에 많이
kind of focuses on how you can.
Okay, so he just skipped right over the lore thing. He just said yes and moved on.
Increase damage capabilities. So instead of focusing on distinct characteristics of dependents, I think we focused on making them stronger. So I do hear what our players are saying. We won't just focus on DPS, but we want to create other standards to diversify our descendants. And for each standard, we want a descendant to stand out so that each descendant has their strong point and they have their own distinct characteristics.
But that's not what you've been doing. So are they saying that this is what they're going to go back to doing? Is that what he's trying to say?
So would
They literally
the dev
have
team
been
like
doing the
to
opposite of
add
this.
on anything on this issue?
That's not what they've been doing.
네, 아무래도 말씀해주신 부분에 저희도 많이.
Yes, we also do agree with what you've said. I think this is one of the most difficult problems to tackle.
기준이 되다 보니까.
Because DPS has been our criteria, for example, Haley, she uses a huge firearm and she's a shooter. But for players,
좀 짧고 빠르게 적을 소멸할 수 빠른
it would be better if she can move faster and annihilate monsters more quickly. So
그쪽으로 치우쳐 있는 부분이.
I think this is where the descendant skills are skewed, and to make our descendants more distinctive with certain characteristics, that's pretty tricky.
이게 아마
We have active camouflage and a cold heart. That's how we try to differentiate our characters. So with camouflaging, you can take undercover, but it helps you, avoid enemies. And for the cold-heartedness, I think that's what our descendants prefer most. So we learned that, this is what our users prefer, and the reason why you like the cold heart is because it's part of the aspects that relate to bringing out the identity of our characteristics. And for Raven,
this is one of the guys in the corner. This is the combat lead designer. He's saying that Cold Heart brought out the identity of Haley. I would argue that it is the exact opposite. Cold Heart turned Haley into a generic AoE character. It removed her identity. It didn't amplify it. It was the exact opposite. So this is the combat lead that's saying this? Cold Heart just turned Haley into a generic spherical AoE character. It took all of her identity away. It's effective and it's useful, but it was the opposite of giving her identity. So, what? Is that guy in the top middle a person you know? What, Sen? I know Sen and I know N. And I've talked a little bit to Seven, not too much, but a little bit. I've never spoken to Ray's, Low Budget, or Aryan. It's basically the essay, yeah. I don't know. Like I don't know what he's talking about. That was a false statement. Coming from the fact that the combat lead is saying that Cold Heart amplified Haley's identity is very concerning. Because basically what Cold Heart did was removed her identity and made her an effective AoE character in a generic sense, and did nothing to solve the challenges that Zenith brings to Haley's build, or like the slowness and stuff like that. Like it basically just threw away all of her uniqueness and gave her a build that works. But if the combat lead is saying this, that is concerning.
So for Raven, we also plan to
what was the person you were thinking about, Zell?
Characteristics. So we need more contents for camouflage shooting, right?
비슷합니다. 그러면 이제 저희의 다음 숙제는 차가운 심장은
Now for Cold Heart,
보완하는데 그대로 두세요.
just leave it at that, where Haley could, use it when
빛날 수 있는 새로운 콘텐츠를
she's
이게 저희의 다음
doing more action, and I think we'll put that on our list to tackle in our upcoming updates.
Haley puts on Cold Heart when she's looking for action and will fix it later? What? Is he saying that they'll try to tackle the identity problem later, and as long as Haley has a build that works? Is that what he's saying? What do you mean she puts on Cold Heart when she's looking for action? Like, is she trying to hit downtown and walk the streets like a streetwalker? Or is that she puts on her Cold Heart when she wants to feel sexy? Or what are we talking about here? Yeah, I'm guessing that was a translation thing. They could have just give her a spread beam like Tormentor, but she swings it horizontally. Yeah. Well, I mean, she's getting 2 new red mods at the end of the year, so maybe that will help bring it out a little bit. It's true. It's true, Obs. Yeah, the fact that they're doing this at all is good. Yeah, that's the one, Zell. Yeah. Data and Newsrail players use Cold Heart good. Hey, Sailor, I have a cold heart. What are you doing tonight? No, dude, no. In Rise Discord, I was a whole year ahead. Bruh. The lead devs don't know. Yeah, that's... I don't know what's going on here, dude.
이야기가 나왔는데.
Now for trigger modules.
이게 시즌 3로 들어오면서
in season 3, trigger module.
This is what I wrote down. Seven asked, why is the character identity going away with the characters that have identity? All of the changes you've been making over the last 6 months have been systematically removing character identity to make the characters the same. That was his question. And the response, in my opinion, was, we want more identity, but we're confused. They didn't really answer his question. And in their minds, they're adding identity, but every single patch they've been doing has been removing it. And again, that's not an opinion. It's just an observation. Like, that's just what's been happening. So I don't know, dude. I don't know.
And the ancestor models.
Posted receipts. Let me see.
It was the key farming goal, so it had more importance.
Exactly right.
Now for regular
there is build diversity. There is.
Models, we plan to improve it so that it can have more usability. So for models and descendants, we want to balance that in an ideal way.
Of course.
네, 이어서 이 계승자들의 성능을 강화할 수 있는 모듈 개선.
For improving models to improve descendant stats, I think we need to talk about this in the module part. Sorry, I went to another topic.
모듈 쪽에서 이야기를 좀 나누고요. 네.
Yeah, we'll go back to this topic on the module part.
그리고 그 다음은 이제 지금
There's a lot, Thanos. There's a lot. Like literally. And this is kind of like when Riley was talking about no one makes my favorite games anymore. There are probably about 6,000 to 10,000 new games released every single day if you include all platforms. The amount of reference material that you can get nowadays as a game designer is astronomical. There is no way you could possibly play all the games that would be related to the content you're trying to create. And you could just spend all of your free time playing other games and you can get you get your juices flowing in so many different ways. So yeah, there's not a lack of inspiration out there.
And when balancing, there's a power creep because most of it, most of our work is centered on modifiers, but we need improvements on the skill powers of our descendants. So maybe developing our descendants in a different way might be more interesting for our players.
What does that mean? Different how?
I think in our next updates, our skill development content, I think will raise the bar for this. We are prepared for that, right?
네. 답변을 좀 해줄 수
I think we could get an answer from the dev team.
What does that mean? What does raise the bar mean?
네. 저 아리안느님이 질문해 주신 내용 자체가
Yes, on what Arianne mentioned, he mentioned that
좀 장비나 이런 외부 요소로 인해서
equipments or other aspects
올리고 싶다 한 것으로
we want to use them more to increase the stats of our descendants. I think that's what he told us. So currently, most of our equipments are common items. So
강화 단계 증가나
why is low budget mogging us?
Levels or simply
why is he mogging us? Stop mogging me.
I think there's going to be an overall increase. And in this process, some of the descendants that we did not intend to develop, sometimes their stats increase. Now, in the past, for Fallen Hope, Freyna was had some.
Dude, he is. He's got the dog. You're like, no.
Other external components that Bunny can use.
이러한 방향을 좀 더 원하시는 것으로 이해를.
So as
wise sage
I understood
wisdom.
it that way, like you want certain characters to use certain modules or weapons so that they have their distinct identity.
No, that's not. No, he's going like this.
Wait,
no, that's not. That was not the question.
Something was mixed up.
Yeah, that was not. That's not. Not the question.
Okay, then going back.
This poor woman has been doing this live without game knowledge. Like for the last, how long? Like for the last 2 hours nonstop. This poor girl is just sitting here with a microphone for 2 hours listening to a bunch of people talk about a game she doesn't even play probably, trying to translate between two languages while everyone's moving around and everything's... She is doing an awesome job. Good job, translator.
Then you meant you want more diversity in descendant growth or development. Now, currently, you also mentioned that external components value decreased, and for this, initially, the balancing pie for balancing components, it was small when we were developing the components. So, and in order to activate it, the process was very complicated. Moving on, we plan to focus more on balancing the external components and improving its performance.
네, 또 다른 이야기
Okay.
없으시면
So if
I mean, I can say that we definitely need more external components. I don't know if external components have been the breaking point for the balance in the game right now. I don't think I don't think external components is like the last bastion, but I'm glad they're going to be looking at balancing external components. I mean, we just need more of them, I guess. It's on her for not reading up on the game. It's not her job, though. I mean, she probably is a Nexon translator, but I'm guessing that Nexon has a translation house, like a localization team that probably works on all their games. So she's probably coming from, just did one of their other games, and now she has to do this game, whatever. She's doing an awesome job. And also, I feel really bad because none of the translators show up on screen anymore. Because last time we had a translator on screen, there was a woman. The community, which is a bunch of gooners, was really gross about the whole thing. So I respect the fact that they're letting her be off camera and stuff, because this community in general, it has been very gross about any women that appear on this. So I'm glad that she's able to sit off camera, translate. She's doing an awesome job.
You don't have any more comments? I think we can move on to the next question. I think because we have a lot of questions, my brain is kind of fried. Sorry, so I would like to ask for your understanding. A lot of stuff coming in. And something else that was brought up was Bunny's kick. Like every time there's a mechanism change, there's a new point of excitement for the players. So every time we develop our descendants, we want their unique skills and abilities to
Broken
be
brain.
developed.
But she was translating what he was saying. I think she was saying that he was saying that he's a little exhausted, not the translator. But she's still keeping up.
Completely agree with this premise.
다음 지금 준비하고 계신 세레나나
So for Serena or Blair that's coming up,
어떤 것들을 좀 준비하고 계실지.
is there anything that you have in mind for these two characters?
He's pretty pleased with himself, but I'm not really a fan of this strategy of there's a question I don't want to answer, so I kick it back and look for opinions from the community.
일단 세레나 같은 경우.
Well, for Serena.
답변하시기 전에.
Oh, sorry. Before your answer.
좀 더 천천히 얘기해.
Shocker, the people that play TFT can't control themselves. Yeah. This is why I always say this, chat. I'm not going to yuck anyone's yum. If you are someone that likes to appreciate the human figure, especially the female figure, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. It is okay to have, like we're all wired in a certain way. Being able to express that is fine. The key distinguishing factor is that you're not hurting anyone. You're welcome to chase whatever hobby that you want or interest that you want as long as you're not hurting anyone. And when you are gooning, just make sure that gooning for digital characters is not the same thing as gooning for a real person. So if you're taking all of your gooner aspects where you go in and you drool over all the characters in TFD, and then you go to a TFD broadcast where there's a real living woman and you project the same kind of ideas, that's when it becomes a problem. You can do whatever you want. You can have your own interests as long as you're not hurting anyone. And as soon as you start interacting with real people that have preferences, that have sensibilities, you need to be cautious and respectful about that sort of thing. There's nothing wrong with you jumping in and getting all the swimsuit skins and your favorite goon game. Just make sure that you temper yourself when you're dealing with those proclivities and projecting them onto real people, okay? That's the big difference.
조금 천천히 해주시고, 네, 빨리 생각하셔야 돼요. 네.
Okay, did you have some time to come up with your answer? Okay, for Serena,
did you have time to come up with your answer?
Supply her bullets.
Exactly, Trigger.
So she's not. So when we do rebalancing, for characters who need to use firearms, if we need certain skills when they need to reload their bullets, when we focus this on a certain TPS, it becomes pretty uniform. Most of the actions and characters, like Glay with infinite ammo. With
if only, Ryan.
Stats, we can't cover everything. I think we need to increase the effects
Exactly, Hoy, exactly.
so that infinite ammo dominance can actually help other descendants catch up. So on infinite ammo, we did have this in mind in the early stages, and for firearm dealers, we do have this in mind. But for firearm descendants, they don't only use firearms but Inez, Valvi, and Viesa, they do shoot, but they are skill dealers. Now, they have damage capabilities, but they also shoot at the same time. So infinite ammo build or damage capabilities being skewed to one aspect.
What is he saying?
Is something that we do need to work on.
The trash bag.
네, 이야기하시면서 또
What was that answer? I can't even write anything down for that. That was nonsense. Infinite ammo builds make other people stronger? How? They're not the ones shooting. I mean, Enzo's the only character in the game that gives other people ammo. How does Glayessa shooting infinitely help other people? What do you mean? Just because a gun descendant is hybrid, where they're shooting their gun and the damage they're dealing is technically skill damage, it doesn't mean that they aren't shooting a gun. They're still, while the damage is skill damage, they still need a gun that facilitates the firing of that skill damage because it's built upon the idea that you're shooting a gun. So you can't say that it's not a gun descendant just because the damage that's coming out of it is the lion's share of it comes from skill damage. That's the lead combat designer, by the way. That is the lead combat designer. Oh my Lord. Okay.
불개성화 얘기 쪽도 같이 좀.
Yes, I think the issue of our
Why does he have a trash bag on his head?
Lacking characteristics was also brought up. Sorry, we have some hands raised up. Still a lot of answers.
I think you're expecting too much for them in this game. I have a very weird philosophy that if someone is hired to do a job and they're paid to do it, that they should try to do the best they can if they're being paid to do it. I guess that's just a weird thing. I don't.
To give. I just want to clear something up.
남성과 여성 계승자.
For female and male descendants, there's.
팀이 선호하는.
I just want to clear an issue on
that. It's the middle of the night for Elisa
in
this.
The deaf
it's gotta be like 5 a.m. He's been up all night.
They like a certain gender better, but that's a misunderstanding.
네, 하지만 남성 계승자들이 현재
But for male descendants,
뒤떨어져 있는 부분들이
they lag behind in terms of meta.
사실이기도 하니까요.
That is the truth.
밸런스에서 좀 챙겨주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
So I hope that in terms of balancing, they get better specs as well. And Luna, I think we did answer that one.
No,
Keelan,
you didn't answer the Luna one.
Kyle. 버프 좀 하실 거라고.
Where did Kyle? Oh.
AJAX도 이 되는 부분이 있죠.
We're going to improve Ajax, right? Not his skill necessarily.
Wait, who asked about Ajax? Because he's a boy?
Trigger module. But we're going to improve his trigger model. It's a supply fortress.
네. 이제 좀 다시
Who asked about Ajax?
이어가 보는 게 좋을 것
Where did
같아요.
that come
We
from?
need to listen to the questions and then give some answers.
Yeah. Thank you, Dev Team, for answering all these difficult
Didn't they
questions.
lack knowledge experience in
And
video
let's get
games?
some opinions from Sen.
not in a general sense. I do think that The First Descendant is a well-made and well-delivered product in general. So I think they do know a lot about making games and delivering games and updating games. But I think that they do lack some expert knowledge when it comes to looter shooters, looting systems, and gameplay design. I think that is by far their biggest weak point. Is just understanding what makes the game a game and what makes those systems work and how those loops and encounters and characters and the theory crafting behind it, how all that works. It does feel like they have a too many cooks problem. I don't know why they have 5 lead game designers. And it's starting to make sense why the game is so patchy all over the place. Like some characters are awesome, some characters are god awful, some reworks are great, some reworks are terrible, some dungeons are awesome, some dungeons are god awful, right? Like some systems work really well, some systems work really poorly. Like the consistency is all over the place, and I feel like it is because they have so many segmented leads for one position, you know?
Yeah, overall, I understand balancing the Descendants is really, really hard to do. My question is about Serena and her upcoming Transcendent modules.
I think they can't speak English, and the translator is probably very tired.
Like a sneak peek into what they're going to be.
Very well phrased question. Very simple to the point.
Yeah.
They do have a good art team. They do.
Your opinion as well, and I'll organize it to the dev team.
I hear what you said about the fact that like Viesa, Valby can play gun, but like they can also play skill. Now, if we go on the other side, Glay can play weapon, not as efficiently as Viesa Ines, for example. But
so he's re-asking the same question because they didn't answer it.
Part of those Descendants then. And also something that I would mention that's been a topic on the community for a long time ago, which is like on Dia force abilities and Blood and Iron force abilities. On the controller, you have to use both stick, and like a lot of people mention me this, and they want to use only the right stick rather than both sticks, since it is more natural to use only the right stick for it.
I feel like very specific questions like that, it's not a good place for this, just because I don't know, the answer is either going to be yes or no, and also the person that works on it might not be here.
Thank you. Yeah. So the first part from Sen was Sen understands that balancing is hard to do, and he asked he was curious about Serena's Transcendent modules. So I think if we could answer that question. And from Seven, after hearing the responses, he gave an opinion about Glay, as we said that Descendants can do various things, but Glay, when she is using a weapon, it's not as efficient as when like Viesa is using a weapon, but those other powerful Descendants, they got skill buffs as well, so it's kind of not being balanced is something I think
they have been doing a lot of questions at once.
And another part was Blood and Iron on the controller. So players have been giving opinions that they do not want to use both of the sticks, but it feels much more right to just use one stick. So yeah, I think these are the two parts that they give opinions on. So let's hear from the dev team.
네, 먼저 세레나 초월 모듈은
For the Serena's Transcendent module, yeah, you feel free to share it. It's going to be updated on 15th of July, right?
스포일러를 잠깐
Yes. So spoiler alert.
일종은 컨셉 자체는
The module 1 is about mid-air
분들이 상상을 하셨을 수도
strike. So many people might have imagined it. So it's a skill. When Serena moves in the air, in mid-air, you get to strike.
Oh, her dash?
And another one is Serena has a good AoE damage, but then when it comes to single target damage, it's a little limited. So we want to improve that.
Serena has been before Glay, Serena was our wall crasher destroyer. So why are we saying Serena has bad single target? Unless it's going to be a skill build.
네, 그리고 다음
Alrighty. So moving on to the next question.
비에사나 벨비가
Fiesa and Velvi, Inez, Bunny are all popular gun DPS.
반면에 이제 글레이가
On the other hand, Glay,
이런 다른 총기 딜러들에 비해
compared to other gun DPS, even though Glay is a pure gun DPS, is not being utilized as much. So what's going to be our plan with Glay? That was a question. So to answer this, actually there are two types of gun DPS.
개발팀이 직접 해주시죠.
I'd like to hear from the dev team.
일단 말씀해주신 벨비나
So regarding Velvi and Viesa,
드렸던 것처럼 총기를 쏘지만
they are
He's doing a plane,
but their damage is solely based on their skill power. And these skill power based dealers are quite strong these days, and dealers who are based on the guns power is seeing a little bit of weakness these days. So I think you are saying that Glay's skill-based builds are a little weak. Am I understanding correctly? Did I understand your question correctly?
7.
Is that correct?
He's saying if Glay is the de facto gun character, why is she being outperformed by all the hybrid gun builds? Why is Gunny and Gunanez and Glayessa, why are they outperforming Glay when they're technically a skill build?
Yeah, so basically what I mentioned is like, I'm gonna elaborate on this. It is like gun descendant that mostly a gun support for the skill damage has no limit. Glay has a limit that is like 220% of like this is scale of the HP, and this is the limit.
Which could be a very simple solution, by the way. The hybrid builds are succeeding because they're adding skill damage to gun damage. In the situation of Glay, you just need to have a skill build that greatly increases firearm attack or explosive attack or whatever in that moment, which they kind of do. They just don't reach the same tier that like a hybrid build would.
220%. It won't go higher than this, except if I can higher my firearm damage, which is completely other thing.
Yep.
But there is a cap on like the firearm based, like the true firearm
exactly.
based damage, rather than like the firearm doing skill damage that can be
which is exactly what I just said.
Like skill power and stuff like this.
Make the gun descendants be able to increase their gun damage.
Yeah, it feels like Valby, Bunny, Viesa, Ines can like still like getting stronger and stronger on the gunning part, and like with Glay we're keeping at the same level.
Yep. Just lower the skill output of all characters except Glay. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Seven. 그 혹시 추가 답변?
They said we will have transcendent weapons to balance it, but it doesn't. It's a circular situation, right? Because if you make transcendent weapons better, then you're also directly making the hybrid builds better, because the hybrid builds have skill damage and benefit from the gun. So the hybrid builds like Gunny, Glayessa, and those sort of builds that shoot and do skill damage, if the guns get better, they get better too, because it's a portion of their damage. So what they need to give the gun-based descendants have a specific localized buff that makes their guns better, rather than adding skill damage on top of it that breaks the boundaries and limits that the guns have now based on their firearm attack, explosive attack, melee attack, whatever. And a lot of the builds that have been working, even like the melee explosive build for SEMO, it triggers skill damage when you use your weapon, and the damage that they're getting is a combination of the two, but primarily the skill damage. And so Seven's saying, okay, well, if I'm a gun-only build, why can't I reach the same levels by doing only weapon damage, and why can't we increase that? Which is a very great point.
Comment on it?
이해했습니다. 네.
Yeah, I finally got it. So, as you
Broken Ribbon
elaborated,
system just seems like a healthier fix.
increasing
Yeah,
the
it would
damage
be.
of firearm itself, well, I do see that there is a need for that, but I believe the transcendent weapon, which will be introduced in season 4, will address that concern. So because the descendant
One more can't
deals
hurt.
based on
His English is also pretty rough. Sevens? His English is good. He just has a strong accent.
Really play a good role. Serena, Enzo, and other gun DPS, pure gun DPS.
But you're right. There's layers of translation here. Many layers.
More actively
It's like a game of telephone.
제가 조금 더 정리를 해서 말씀을
So
드리자면
to add on,
저희가 이제 총기 메타와
Not if you're native Korean, yeah, but it goes both ways, right?
well, cycle of when gun DPSs are all the rage, whereas skill DPS are popular, and then it goes on and on. So
it hasn't really though.
There are gun descendants who use gun as a launcher, whereas there are gun DPS who uses gun itself as the weapon. So using gun as a launcher for skills are the ones that you just mentioned, and then the transcendent weapon will increase the spec of the weapon. And that will also lead to actually
yeah, it's what 9 Genesis was saying.
Will have AoE damage.
But specifically, gun-only builds, like, because here's the thing, right? Descendants got Ancestor modules, weapons did not. Right, so transcendent weapons are going to be the ancestor modules for weapons. And so the question is, can we make sure that the gun-only builds can reach the same levels that the hybridized builds can reach? Because the hybridized builds run both gun and skill damage simultaneously, and the skill damage is usually very high. And so they're able to combine good weapons with a strong skill base to be stronger. But Seven's point is, if you're running a build that is weapon-only, they can't reach the same heights because guns have no AMs, and they don't double up on damage, right? The gun build doesn't have skill damage to add on top of the gun. It's usually primarily, you know, the kinds of things that the hybrid builds have, which is infinite ammo and infinite reloading, but they also get bonus damage on top of it. Pure gun descendants might benefit more from the transcendent weapon, but yeah, it's unlikely. They might, yeah, I think to his point, they just need to make the gun-only builds have a higher ceiling because they're not double dipping, which is a good point.
Transcendent weapon is likely to give opportunity for the sole gun DPS players to be.
Questions are going through AI translator 10 times. There's definitely a lot of mistranslation and lost information going.
Dia and Glaze controlling.
네, 이거는 저도 이제 계시는 지금 전투 리드 디자이너분과
Well, I actually talk about this topic quite often. I kind of complain about it to the combat lead designers because it's very inconvenient when controlling using the pads. We'll try to find out a solution for that.
근데 아까
Wait, hold on.
해주신 거 2개 있어요.
There are 2 questions that you haven't addressed yet.
Luna.
Oh, Luna.
동기화
Synchronization stats.
Fernie mentioned it, purple weapons. Sad to see them fade away. Yeah, I mean, they might make a trans version of red or purple weapons.
Actually, a few
They
days
certainly
ago,
could.
여러분의 그 영상들은
I do watch all videos that you guys are posting. And a few
All
days ago,
of them?
I saw the tier table of descendants posted by Elisa, and you put it Luna at the very top. So what would be the areas that you would like to improve for Luna?
Yeah, and
Elisa
is holding his hand up. Yeah, could you give an opinion on that?
Wait, N put Luna at the top of the tier list? Is that because of the support? Because she buffs other people?
With Luna, when you remove her buffing builds, which is her main thing from her, she, as a DPS descendant, doesn't do very much.
Called it.
Her mobbing
Called
is not
it.
very strong. Her single target damage is not very strong either.
Called it.
So improvements in both of those areas would definitely help out. Her battlefield artist build, is very, very, very weak, and I just think needs a complete rework to make it an actual viable.
Everything
running
outside of
build.
support for Luna is very weak.
What I would say for Luna, at least.
네, 설명해 주셔서 감사드립니다.
Thank you so much for your valuable opinion.
네, 캐릭터를 담당하고
We'll
계시는
take that to
If Enzo more weapon damage, the more shields he loses, that could be cool.
manager who's in charge of the character.
He's lurking.
Building.
What are the chances that they've watched any of my videos?
I do agree with you. The single target damage.
He says he
is a
watches
little
all
weak.
of them.
And for onslaught mode and about the content, the battlefield artists, we will do rebalancing to improve those points, and we'll make sure to deliver it before season.
What do you mean Luna DPS is very weak?
One
I'm
completes.
using
we'll make sure
the
to
top 5 or
deliver
6
it within
ascendants as the
season one.
benchmark.
Season 4's episode 1.
Can Luna deal Inez damage? New Bunny damage? Viessa damage? No, she can't. I'm sorry to tell you. I'm not trying to make fun of your favorite character, but I don't know, BFX. I don't know.
네.
Who knows?
네, 힘내주시고요.
All right, thank you.
네, 다음은 이제 동기화.
Moving on to the next one, synchronization.
동기화를 저희가 이제 스킬 구조를 개선하면
So when improving the skill
체급들이 올라가는
stats,
거에 맞춰서 동기화를 하기도 하고.
we
But does that make her very weak? I would say so.
낮은
And
계승자들은
for descendants with
Moderately
lower skill
weak?
stats, we increase their sync values
큰 밸런스 패치는 하지 않았지만
so that even without a huge balancing, the descendants could enjoy higher performance using ancestors module. So when this descendant is up for candidate as the rework, then we sometimes adjust their sync downward. So
Luna's got a lot of problems.
저희가 상향식으로 했을 때의 가장 큰
when
어려움.
it comes to just increasing the sync on and on, then it could really
평성을 맞추는 것보다 더 어려운 점은
hurt the content direction.
계승자감에 따라서
So
컨텐츠들이 다 붕괴하는 것이죠.
it could really
할게 없어지고 다음 컨텐츠가
collapse. It could lead to a narrative collapse. So if the skills
초심자
of the descendants only increase like from bottom up, then
빠르게 오더라고요.
I'm saying that this,
결국에는
it would lead to a narrative collapse, especially for our new descendants. That could be quite problematic. So we want to strike a balance.
네, 그런 관점에서 지금 동기화 수치를 계속 조절.
That's why we have been tweaking the sync value.
조절함에 의해서
And while tweaking this values,
기능 같은 것들이
the util
Luna needs to drop more music, dude. Seriously, when's the next concert?
modules are going down, and we understand that there is a
Luna is outperformed by male
caused by
characters.
this. So we are
Yes.
actually the one big question in our mind is how to solve this. We're trying to minimize the inconvenience as much as possible, but we weren't able to come up with the perfect solution yet. So we'd like to hear more from you about how you would approach this as well. So we'll do our best to solve this issue.
Buffer by
Is there any other things you
1700%.
would like to add on?
They could.
아니면 또
Luna's not weak by damage numbers?
Can we hear more from the
I disagree.
creators?
I think that her damage overall is pretty weak.
Additional to say, could you add on this?
Buff Serena.
Yeah, let's wait for Alyssa's mic to open. There we go.
Sorry about that. I was going to ask a question that was a little bit unrelated to what you were saying. The question that I was going to ask was...
Your character sucks.
Will roles come back inside of this style of gameplay going forward? Stuff like having tanks, supports, crowd controls, and all that sort of stuff. And would the dev team consider adding the lab for multiplayer? So being able to go into
Linda's movement sucks. Luna, yeah, she is very awkward in movement.
Test setups and synergies and stuff like that between squad mates and stuff like that.
I don't think they can pull it off.
Yeah, thank you. After I get another question from Ariane, I'll organize it and send it to the dev team. 예, 아리아느님도 한번 말씀.
Over to you, Ariane.
네, 이어지는 질문인데요.
He's going to ask like 5 or 6 questions.
Regarding the ancestors module's sync value.
그 사실 퍼스트 디센던트가 너프에 관해서 굉장히
Regarding nerf, I know that TFD is quite cautious
성각사 수치와
about
성각자 모드 같은 경우에는
nothing.
칼리버를 통해서
So
거래를 하는 거잖아요.
we use Caliber to trade the ancestor model, and when there is enough, it kind of makes the users frustrated. So when adjusting the balance, using ancestor model makes sense. I do understand that. However,
그 밸런스 딜적인 문제를 성각자를 통해서 잡는 것보다는 너프를
rather than approaching
Helldivers
this
2
way,
does have nice
I
diversity.
know it's going to be very challenging. Maybe the community might not take it very well, but if you
너프를 좀 하는 게 맞지
say
않나 싶기도 하고요. 아니면
implement a nerf,
성각자 모드의
maybe it would be a better approach.
일부 옵션
Or maybe part of the options for the ancestor model, for example, MP or HP,
재사용 대기 시간 감소
and cooldown
아니면 지속 시간은
reduction,
하거든요. 이런
maybe those could be used
유틸적인 옵션은 동기화 수치
as enough options. So say you only apply enough to the deal part, whereas you leave the utility part intact.
감사합니다.
That was my
For sync values.
네, 감사합니다, 아리아느님. Yeah. So.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Oh, and we also
A
have
non-uniform
an
sync
additional
value.
comment from 7. Yeah, please add on this.
I mean, it makes the system more complicated, and if they had good system designers, they could make it work. He's saying that since the sync value is a global scalar for every stat that an ancestor module provides, could we perhaps look at an approach that rather than scaling all of the stats uniformly, we look at weighting them so that when you change the values of a character based on their ancestor modules, maybe the amount that the critical strike gets adjusted by the sync value is different than the amount that the cooldown reduction gets affected by the sync value. It would be a better system, but the question is, do you trust these devs to be able to manage that when now they have, instead of 1 sync value for the AMs, they have like 25, right? That's 25 more sync values to balance for every character in the game. I feel like if it was implemented properly and properly maintained, it could be a better system than just scaling all of them the same amount. But it could very easily become a very untenable, unmanageable system as well.
I would like to elaborate more on what Ariane mentioned about like the ancestor mod and the synchronization.
You play everything with
value,
Luna and you think her
which is
damage
linked
is
to the
fine?
descendant,
Then don't
the
change it.
synchronization value
I'm
mod.
glad you're happy with
Like,
it.
I think we kind of went through a barrier of like 1.9 in terms of the maximum synchronization value. We should potentially never go, in my opinion. That's my opinion. And I think lower the ancestor mod a little bit, like all the synchronization value, the standard synchronization value being like a little bit lower could be good and like more healthy for the games, such as like making the ancestor mode more like an enhancing part of your build by the synchronization value, and like more this than like the major part of the damage that you get on your descendant, because this ancestor modules bring a tremendous amount of like damage to your build. Like this is a really important part.
Yeah. Thank you. So let me divide it. So Alyssa kind of gave an opinion about whether, like roles could be possible in the game, like having a tank, having a dealer, having like a crowd control and descendant, and so each having kind of like RPG kind of style role in the game. Would that be possible? And another thing is maybe going to the lab and not just alone, but like with duo, trio, going to the party and then testing out builds together. So that was kind of the question from Alyssa. And Ariane and 7, they gave additional opinions regarding the ancestor module and the synchronization value. So ancestor modules, yeah, it's an additional opinion that came up earlier today, and it's all related to powder. So ancestor, if you buy really sensitive ancestor module, it's all about getting nerfs and those kind of complicated things that happen. It's really not an exciting experience for the player. So Ariane kind of said that maybe we should even consider kind of going to nerfs since everything is linked together, ancestor modules and the power of descendants. So maybe opinions to MPHP, like utility options, maybe not affecting the modules is one of the things that can do. And 7 kind of added to that opinion saying as the ancestors modules, they are just really strong. And if you have a god role option, that makes it super stronger descendant. So thinking about like the lowering synchronized values and all this is kind of like related to descendant balance. So I think it is a complicated question, but I want to hear from the dev team on how we can address this issue.
He was just summarizing all the questions we just heard. Are you gonna play AC Resync? I'd like to. Isn't that like in a couple days? Like really soon, huh? They should have more wacky mod options and consistently keep buffing characters because they can't match the top 3 of 5 was way more fun than just number goes up. Yeah.
네. 먼저 역할 분담 이야기인데요.
First of all, on rules,
역할 분담을
TFD
게임이
It was a rewind, yeah, a little
was
bit.
not a game that had distinct roles. So whether it be a stronger tank support or crowd control, this kind of multiplay style is not what we're going for. But at the moment, all descendants with a high DPS
It's on the 9th? Okay, thank you.
and then played as just having high capabilities is something that we need to improve. So, as I said, jobs, there are distinct characteristics. We need to develop them. So depending on different descendants, players should be able to enjoy play in a group with different characteristics.
I mean, jobs is roles.
So I think this is what we need to do to improve. We need to focus on content to improve this problem as well. So before we move on to another issue, does anyone else like to add on to this? So I don't think we have. Oh, so yeah, we went over this issue a lot. So I think we can move on. And then the next is about.
So the question was, will we get distinct roles back? So like tank, healer, or DPS. And they said, no, we're going to add descendant jobs, which they haven't really described what that means for them. This is the second time they've mentioned it. What does that mean? I mean, jobs is roles, right? It's kind of like semantics at that point. But like, what would be a job that isn't tank, DPS, and healer or whatever, right? Like janitor, administrative assistant. Like what? What? How does jobs differ from roles? Like how does that? That doesn't. I don't know how that differs, or like is it different just because they're using a different word? I don't.
The ancestor mod and nerfing.
Be cool if Raven was a new fellow. That'd be cool.
There are times where we need to nerf, to be honest with you. But as a person who is in charge of this service, it's hard to make bold decisions.
Like class system, yeah.
And I think Ariane really related to this kind of struggle, but and you did mention that even when you use a lot of money and you use up a lot of your time and effort to get an ancestor mod, and then a nerf happens where your ancestor mod depreciates. That should not happen. Then wouldn't it be better to nerf a character? I think that's what Ariane said.
That's not what he said. He said keeping sync value a global scaler for all stats on the AM can sometimes have a very incomplete effect on making characters weaker or stronger based on their AM. And he was asking, could the sync values be non-uniform based on stats on the AM itself?
Did I understand it correctly? I think that's right.
That wasn't right.
I think. Okay, I think I did a good job of understanding his point. So I would like to listen to your candid feedback if you have any thoughts on this.
저요?
Oh, do you mean me or?
Yes, you.
하지 말아라. 그런 패치는 하지 말아라.
Okay. So do or don't do this patch. What would you like to say?
이게 진짜 어려워요. 솔직히.
This is a really difficult problem. Because it's our 2-year anniversary, and to be really honest with you, it's a very difficult problem for Inez. If I look back, some patches, the patches we thought were needed, but we
carrier. That's
we
my
were
job in the
slashed
game.
on that update. I think I had a panic attack back then. So because we couldn't respond with Serena, we're trying to
more that heal or just take aggro. It
took a
could be
long
Bell.
time
It
to
could be.
cover
It might
up
just be a
our
translation
tracks.
thing.
So
과감하게 해야 되냐?
should we take a bold step or just take baby steps? I think
의견이 정말 많이 갈리시는
this is an issue that differs among descendants as well. It's a PvE game. Why do we need nerfs? Some people say this.
No one
On
says
the other
that.
hand, some players said we need nerfs to balance our game. Now that's what another group
I see what
of
he's saying.
players say. So this is a very divided, complex issue. So it's very hard for me to say this is our direction that's set in stone. I can't say this at this moment, but for now,
결국에 그 상황을 방치했을 때
when we just leave the situation alone, I think, again, is the content going to collapse? I think balancing our descendants, it's not that difficult, but I always think about our content. Would it impact our content moving further? That's our key and priority. For instance, for Axion.
He just said balancing the descendants is not very difficult. All right. Okay. Nerfs are not evil. Nerfs are necessary. Exactly. You just have to be very careful about when you do it in a PvE game. Devs are being honest here and have dedicated hours to trying to field as many questions as possible, and you guys just sit on them. It's pathetic. You don't deserve them to work hard for you. If this is how you act, grow up. That is a very layered point. I think paying homage to efforts that are being made is always good, and I think that you should always be fair and respectful of people's time. But at the end of the day, too, I don't think that because people are putting in lots of effort, it means that they are immune to being critiqued, right? It doesn't mean that we should just shut our mouths and sit on our hands and sit quietly and just take everything they give us. Like, we, as people that are invested in the game as well, should also be open to having our own criticisms heard. And that's what this live Q&A is about hearing those criticisms and giving them light. So I wouldn't say that we're being disrespectful because we're questioning their motives and questioning their decisions. That is the whole point. It is a public game. It is a game that we are invested in, and we also have interests in the game as well. So I don't think it's fair to say just because they're putting an effort that we shouldn't have our own criticisms and critiques. You know what I mean? I think that's an unfair characterization. And if everyone should also be willing to share their opinions and critiques, because that's how something gets better, is it gets openly critiqued and then action is taken on that critique. They set this up, right? It doesn't mean that it's unfair for people to have opinions on how things should be done just because they're putting in effort, you know? Technically, the players are also putting in effort when they play the game. Even though it is a form of recreation, if someone plays the game for 1,000 hours, they also have put in that effort. So are you going to say that you're willing to disrespect their 1,000 hours of effort just because you think that the developers should not be critiqued at all?
You mentioned that there are some...
I'm not going to tell you that people aren't being disrespectful. There's a lot of that going on, and there's always going to be that in these kinds of open forums. But it does, just because someone puts an effort doesn't mean they're immune to criticism.
Beginning descendants who experience difficulty in Axion. If we balance too much and then Axion becomes too difficult.
Something gets nerfed, you should have known it was going to be changed. It depends on what level they do.
So some descendants were left behind, and the overall content became too hard.
What's the actionable feedback? They held an open forum. They had feedback docs available. Did you enter any suggestions there? Laughing them on stream for hours isn't doing anything productive. I'm not laughing at them. None of this has been like a characterization of them as a person. It's about their roles and actions. Are you saying that, like, listen, Destructo, if you're not vibing with it, if you're not enjoying us sitting here and watching it and having our own thoughts and opinions, then you can very easily just close the stream. Like, if it's getting to the point where you feel like we are cackling like a peanut gallery, making fun of people while we're sitting here watching it, then I would say that you have a mischaracterization of what's happening. I have not made any assessments about individual people. It has been about actions and about roles and duties. It has not been about the people individually and their personal lives or their representation. And the other thing too is, like, in an open chat, Destructor, you can't control what the chat says and does, right? If anyone does something that I think is inappropriate, I ban them immediately or time them out, right? We have mods for it. We have auto mod settings that take care of that. So people voicing their opinions in this setting is exactly what this is for. And I think that if that's something that, if you're not jiving with the way it feels, the way it looks, I would say stop looking at chat, or you can close the stream if you're not feeling it. But yeah, and I personally, for you too, oh, is there an ad going? Chat is chat, exactly. And thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Thank you guys for the follows as well. If we like the game, we want it to grow and improve, we must acknowledge its strengths and weaknesses of a product that we as consumers support with our time and money. Yep, exactly. There would be no game without its players. PvP versus PvE perspective. Oh, jeez. It's ironic given that's your defense with how you're handling them. Get mad about me critiquing you guys. Yeah. I mean, I think it is fair. Like, Destructo is right. Be careful about pointing your opinions at things, and also don't overshadow the effort that people put in, because they are putting in effort. But also, like, you have to understand too, Destructo, when you jump into a live chat and you call everyone out with extreme language, you're gonna get extreme language back. You know, like that's just the way it goes, right? If I went into a Starbucks and said, everyone here is stupid and ugly and dumb and poor, there's going to be reactions if I do that level of extreme call out, right? So, it doesn't have to be like a really intense, like, everyone is dumb and everything's going wrong and everyone's negative. But by the sheer fact of most criticisms are negative, because in general, critiques are designed to spur change. And if things are working, you have less incentive to spur change, right? If you are enjoying something, you're not going to be sitting there and nagging on it constantly because you're too busy enjoying it, right? Generally, when you have critiques, the critiques are aimed at things that are having a negative impact, and you're trying to improve that, right? So it's going to be more than 50% negative because you're trying to improve it by focusing on its shortcomings.
For a lot of descendants, that's what we saw. So moving forward,
see both sides, yeah,
is not harm the content. That's
thank you, child.
the biggest thing.
All I ask is you guys be kind to each other in chat. Don't make it personal. Share your opinions and thoughts, but be kind to each other.
I think I'm kind of going back to what we said before, but well, internally.
No, let's fight. Let's rumble.
We also have divided opinions.
It's true, Soul Driver. There's such a thing as listening to the community too much.
If we see the result, a certain build for a descendant, there are some effects that we did not foresee. And a lot of descendants, they share.
You guys are all poor. I was just making up words.
Their ways to tackle the monster, and they take a shortcut.
Knife edge deathmatch. First one to bleed loses.
Do a really good job than what we expected. And this kind of hack and tip is just shared.
Did they answer anything about Luna?
When we see this
not
happen,
really.
Should we see this as a bug, or should we see this as just our players being too good, using our build as something we did not foresee? It's a very hard thing to grasp. It's hard to be objective. People have
Is
very
the
different
director
opinions on
in
this
chat?
internally.
I don't know.
So we need to look in the numbers and stats. of how our players do. And if we see an outlier, we try to give a prior notice.
That's generally true in
Tell our
64.
players that this was something that was not foreseen, and it might be a bug that we need to fix. We might do that, but there is no strict standard. It's very hard to put.
Any criticism seems like a direct attack. Generally, critiques feel like a personal attack. They do, and sometimes they
going
are.
back to Arianne's question.
Sometimes they are.
선각자 모듈은
For ancestor modules,
조정하고
fixing the sync value
조정하는 게
and tweaking the other values
가치를 고정시키는 일이
may help you preserve the value of the assets within the game.
저희가 앞으로 구조 개선
So moving forward, when we need to do a structural reform for certain descendants,
그 전에 올려놓은 선각자 모듈 수치를 어떻게 할 것이냐.
before we do that, we need to think about what to do with the ancestor mods.
선각자 동기화 모드.
If we increase the sync value, some descendants increase their sync value to 1.8. Then do we need to tweak their damage capabilities? That's still a lingering question.
측면에서는 동의를
We also need to consider stabilizing. We're not saying that we're not going to change anything forever. That's not the point. We just shouldn't make the situation where everything's just so flexible that our players can't predict what's going to happen.
True.
We just want to make our players feel safe because they can somewhat expect what's going to happen
Do you feel
to their
safe,
descendants
chat?
or their modules so that they can trade their ancestor mods without any concerns. Now, when can we kind of
That is very
stabilize
true,
this
Zara.
whole
Yes, that has been a consistent challenge for the developers. So, like for the last 2 years since the game launched, is they don't contextualize feedback. They treat all feedback equally, and I think it's important to listen to everyone, but it's also important to contextualize where the feedback is coming from, right? Like, it's the same thing. The people that ride horses want a faster horse. The people that fly a plane want a faster plane. It doesn't mean that that's what they need. It's just that's where their lived experience with the product is coming from. And so understanding where that feedback is coming from and then contextualizing it is very important. And I think that they struggle a lot with listening to any voice that comes across their way without understanding where it's coming from or how to implement that into the game, and it's causing them to ping pong around a lot, right? They're like, well, everyone said that onslaught mode is really easy, so we made it harder. But wait, the person that said that it was really easy was the top 0.1% player in the entire game, so of course they said it was easy. And wait, now we have to nerf it a bit. But then it's like you have to have a more holistic approach with the feedback you're receiving, and putting it in the right bucket is really important.
동기화 수치를 막 움직이지 않고.
Now, when we don't have to change
I
the
feel
sync
safe with
values
VS.
too much, and our basic balance numbers are stabilized,
검토를 하고 이야기를 나누고
that would be our
설명을 드리도록 하겠습니다.
that would be our first priority.
Hopefully
and
not,
then
Fanos.
if there are any developments, we'll make sure you guys have updates.
Yeah, and they have to figure out how to respond to meaningful, but they do, yeah.
Director, dev team, and the creators for giving such really invaluable feedback related to Descendants. So, yeah, I don't see any hands right now. So,
so they just skipped like that was probably the most. That was probably the worst section we've had so far. He asked about character identity, 7 did. They didn't give an answer. He asked again. They said, we'll look into it. Then Elisa asked, hey, will we get roles back? And he said, no, we'll get jobs. And then they moved on. We don't know what jobs means. I don't know how jobs will differ from roles. I guess instead of tank, healer, DPS, they're going to do single target, administrative assistant, nail tech, and middle manager, and burger flipper. Like, I don't know what jobs means and how it differs from roles. But they said, we'll add jobs, and they moved on. Then they asked, can we make sync values non-uniform? And they didn't answer that. Then 7 brought up again that AMs are generally unfair and also provide a large % of your overall power. Like, your power equation is very heavily influenced by your ancestor modules right now. And that's what 7 was bringing up, and they didn't answer that, and now they're moving on. So this section has probably been the most scattered of the ones they've done so far. unfortunately. I think the game is tuned for Asia players and then retuned for the rest of us. Kind of. I mean, technically it is a South Korean company, so that's their home turf. This has gotten a lot better since the first one. The team literally would take our questions and put it into text-to-speech to translate one at a time. They have gotten this broadcast overall has been way better than the last year for sure. Albion cleanup and maintenance system. Yeah, dude, like when they Freyna handles refueling all of the ships that take people into Onslaught. That's her job. So they're just SMO is the cashier at the ETA 0 thing. Like that's the jobs they're gonna give.
It's been about like
whoa,
3 hours since we began. I'm going to end this, but yeah, we got.
Thank you, Celestial. Yeah, I'll do a summary.
Topics to cover. We got weapons. We got.
Is that Harris's job?
But
I don't know, dude.
It is time to have a short. It's going to be 15 minutes. It may not be short, but a small toilet break so that everyone can.
Haley is good for bounty. VS is better in Onslaught. So each descendant have their own strength and content. Right, but that like I feel like a role system and a job system are essentially the same thing, unless you're making some like simplifying assumptions on what that is, right? Like a tank is a job. It is both a role and a job. The tanks, like Ultimate Ajax could be a tank, and a tank is his role, and the tank's job is to protect people from getting attacked by enemies, right? I feel like it's kind of just like a very semantic it's a very semantic distinction between jobs and roles, and they didn't answer it either. They said, are we bringing back roles? And like, no, we're giving descendants jobs, and then they moved on, and I still don't know what that means, you know what I mean? Skip the 20-minute loop of the Luna song, yeah. They loop the song for 15 minutes, it's kind of a bop. It's kind of a bop. Your job is to keep the enemies from killing your squishy Inez, but you're not a tank. I guess? I guess? Bunny works for DoorDash. That's her job.
Hey, welcome back. So
class, job, role can all be considered the same thing. Yeah, it's a very loose distinction. They all can be the same exact thing, right? Like they are synonyms in most cases, and you can make arbitrary distinctions based on the game you're making, but ultimately they mean the same thing until you explain what you're trying to distinguish them as. So like saying, no, we won't have roles, but we'll have jobs. Those are essentially the same system, right? You could go play any number of RPG and you're like, this is the class system. No, this is the role system. No, this is the job system, right? Like classes in World of Warcraft are the same thing as jobs in Final Fantasy 14 are the same thing as roles in like Warframe, right? Like it's all the same thing until you add more information. And they haven't added more information, so we don't know what they mean. What's up, Juan? How are you?
Talk. So, next topic.
It's basically a non-answer.
Weapons. Yeah, weapons are also one of the core elements of the first Descendant. And I think players will have feedback not just
They want Descendants to have job to clear mission rather than role in clearing the mission. Yeah, I mean, again, they will need to delineate what they mean by that.
Yeah, so
otherwise it's just conjecture.
From low budget. Yeah, low budget.
Daya's transportation.
Hi, so yeah, first of all, shout out to the interpreter because we are making her work a lot. Thank you.
Agreed.
I'll try and be slow this time. So the transcendent weapon.
Add some minigame TD that's different than main game. Yes, agreed.
I want to talk about the current issues.
Skill trees could be.
Farming 5 copies is still very painful for most of the player base. So some more simplification of that is better. The Xenofluid, the research material has been very easy this time, but the blueprints themselves have been a bit more tricky. The other thing is the fine adjustment axis. I think it's about time that gets...
There have been a lot of non-answers, yeah.
That is very expensive to farm and to roll. You can spend thousands just trying to get the 4
increases heat damage, defense, that might be the way. Maybe they could take that route.
To look into as soon as possible. Besides that, more Descendant-specific weapons or signature weapons, let's say. So Freyna has the Fallen Hope. I would like to see more for different descendants. Maybe have something where the archetype syncs with the descendant better. So if, say, a descendant with a fusion skill picks up a gun with a fusion arche, that gun performs better only in the hands of that descendant. So yeah, so these are some of my suggestions.
He's right. We don't have stat stick weapons for every playstyle. We have like Peacekeeper, Peacemaker. We have Secret Garden. We have E-Buster, which is really only for one character. We have Fallen Hope. There's not really... There could be more stat stick buffing weapons for more playstyles and Blue Beetle, yeah. But we don't have like there could be a crit damage one instead of a crit rate like Blue Beetle. There could be one. There should be one for every element, right? We don't. Do we have a fire damage stat stick weapon? We have non-attribute. We have poison and we have electric, but I don't think we have fire. Sorry, we don't have fire. We don't have. What am I missing? The other ones, whatever it is. And then also for ability type, right? We have some for tech, we have some for fusion. We're missing maybe dimension. Is there a dimension stat stick? There's a bunch of stat sticks they could add to the game, which I think are good. I think that, you know, it is unfair when Valby can use Peacemaker, but, you know, another character doesn't have a weapon that they could use to buff themselves. And so it is unfair when we get that one. Deadly Arson, yeah, Deadly Arson, that's true, that's true. The Deadly Arson does have it. Ice, yeah, Ice needs one. We have Clairvoyance and Frostwatcher, but Clairvoyance has a lot of problems and Frostwatcher has a lot of problems, so yeah, it's definitely not made equal.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and thank you to the interpreter. Yeah, we are really thankful that this is proceeding well. And yeah, we got another hands up from Raze. Let's hear it.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so when it comes to weaponry, we've found that the weapon core system pretty much makes or breaks whether a weapon can actually get used or not.
Yep. And it's arbitrary.
Is there any kind of consideration for lesser used weapons to actually get like a readjustment to the types of core slots that they do have access?
I've been asking this for a long time, but if transcendent weapons do not have weapon cores, which it seems like they don't, then this is slowly going to get phased out. Because if transcendent weapons are the best weapons in the game and they don't have weapon cores, eventually you won't be having weapon cores.
This too.
But he's right. Like both arcade tuning and weapon cores have a lot of arbitrary restrictions that make certain builds weaker just because of the arbitrary decisions that they made, right? Like, so in game, where the mutant cell goes is arbitrarily restricted by character. Some characters benefit more than others. Weapon cores and the distribution of what cores go on what weapon is also arbitrarily chosen and locked. Some weapons have 3 green slots and they can get massive fire rate, and some weapons have 2 purple slots, which is the worst core in the game, right? So it's not equal, it's entirely arbitrary, and we can't change it. So that's a good question.
The main one that like always comes to the top of my list is the Enduring Legacy. I know it's recently had a bit of a rework, but the fact that the cores that it has kind of hinders its actual usability compared to other weapons that have access to green core slots with fire rates, or even more access to red core slots to be able to go more into.
Love getting weapons with 2 yellow and 2 purple. Yeah, it's like, where's my damage going to come from? Yep. Agreed.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we got another opinion from Ariana. Yeah,
Ariana, you haven't leveled up for mastery rank. Yeah, you can go on the weapons list in game, Moon, and there should be a marker on it. You can also tell if the level is orange or blue, you're good. If it's white, you haven't gotten mastery yet.
네, 제가 직접 플레이는 못 해봤지만.
I didn't have a chance to play with the transcendent weapons, but their quality, you said I could be guaranteed the lowest point.
그런데 이제 궁극 정렬 장치처럼
But for the ultimate alignment equipment, the options would not be random, but the quality would be readjusted, and then you can get the options.
We have a little bit of that, Leonidas, but we definitely use more of it.
Would that be more favorable to the players? Would it be completely random, or would we be able to pick the options, the quality options that we want? I think it was transcendent weapons option, if I can recall correctly.
To Ariana's point, They did a really poor job of explaining how transcendent weapons will work. Like, we left their broadcast, like back here, with a ton of questions about what does that mean? You know, what's changing about these transcendent weapons? They don't have cores and they don't have reroll stats, but they have their own stats. Is the base stat going up? Does that mean that we can't use cores on them at all? Are they purely dropped? You said that they're purely dropped and they have a rarity scaling for the unique ability. However, you also briefly mentioned in the Q&A that you will be able to reroll the transcendent weapons, even though you said they're purely dropped in the world. So you're dropping them in the world and then going and re-rolling them, but then you said the re-rolls are restricted. How restricted is that? Can you only re-roll it a couple times? Like, where does it even go? Godspeed, Bell. Sleep well.
감사합니다. 한번 정리해서.
Okay, thank you for your opinion. Let me kind of get this in order.
Yeah, so the first one was from low budget. So
it could be N64, but he said that it's going to be re-rolled less than AMs and will be restricted. And that's all he said. He didn't specify how.
Talk about transcendent weapons. Currently, he's looking forward to it. And, well, the current part of getting 5 copies of weapons is, yeah, it is painful, and it would be better if we could simplify this.
Holy crap, dude.
Xenofluid was all right, but getting the blueprints was kind of tricky this time.
Tricky.
And another part was regarding descendant-specific weapons. So let's say like Freyna, Fallen Hope, so something like that. Maybe like an regarding archetype, if a fusion descendant maybe performs better when using that type of weapon, that would seem a bit interesting. And another opinion from Rage was the weapon core system. So, like, considering that each weapon has different color slots, that is what makes it a strong weapon or kind of tricky weapon to make it suitable for your descendants. So, example was Enduring Legacy, as Enduring Legacy compared to other like weapons that have like core green cores and red cores that are focused, it's kind of difficult to actually make Enduring Legacy suitable for your descendants. And the final one was from Ariana. Yeah, this thing I think we should hear a bit more about this from the dev team because it's related to quality. Yeah, quality is something that is new to the game that is coming in season 4, and we only heard a small part of it from our introduction to it. So I think we should hear about this from the dev team. Let's hear from you guys.
Again, he's summarizing all the questions we just listened to, so I just don't want to listen to it twice.
네, 이제 또 질문이 여러 가지가 있는데요.
Okay, so we have many questions again.
Let's welcome straight to drink coffee. I'm not sure.
Ultimate weapons,
Good
the
question.
difficulty of farming them,
코어 재조정 난이도.
and their core readjustment difficulties. That was the first issue. Now for this, maybe I could pass the mic to our dev team. Yep.
Is there a tomorrow? Yeah, good question. I'm not sure. We got a bunch of stuff to do. Yeah, I've got like Grand Blue Fantasy, Black Flag, Pal World coming up. That would be the general.
The difficulty of farming for transcendent
Any sponsors?
weapons.
I do have one sponsor.
We are going
We can do
through
that
some
tomorrow.
changes. Which experience is optimal? We're still finding our way through that.
It's a shooter.
But like you've
Hi,
mentioned,
sweetie.
the materials were acquired easily, but the blueprints were
Black Flag
kind
in
of
like 6
tricky
days.
to acquire. I do acknowledge that, but which system would be the best? We have to test this multiple times through gameplay. So we are finding our way of what difficulty would be best.
No,
for our
Joe, it's a new
weapons.
one.
So we'll make sure we have that in
Hey,
our
sweetie.
upcoming updates and patches as well.
그리고 개발팀에서 이제 초월 무기가 나오면
And when the transcendent weapons are released,
필요한 재조정이나
some readjustments or core enhancement for ultimate weapons, the dev team plans to kind of alleviate this so that it's less difficult.
It could be Leonidas, yeah.
Right. When
Transcendent weapons are very concerning. They could end up being awesome. It just all comes down to implementation, right? Like it's a pretty big change, and if they don't steer that correctly, it could end up being more harm than help. But we'll just have to see what the final version looks like.
Weapons are
Power World
released.
1.0 looks great.
Ultimate weapons might be used less. That's what we predict. So in line with this change,
I mean, it's not even about a prediction. They've stated openly that they want transcendent weapons to be better than ultimate. It's not even a prediction. It's what that was their goal going into it.
you need to develop your ultimate weapons. We'll make sure that you have to put in less effort than before.
네, 그리고 계승자와 무기 간의 페어.
and the pair between our descendants and weapons, that synergy.
저희가 기대하고 있는 방향은
Now, what we're expecting,
계승자와 무기가 1대1로
Well, Nintendo keeps doing, they might.
direct one-to-one match of
The
descendants.
reality
and
is
weapons.
the reason that, sorry, I keep pausing. The reason that Pocket Pair has had so much trouble with Nintendo is because they're both in Japan. And so, Nintendo can levy lawsuits directly to Pocket Pair in Japanese courts using their copyright system. If Pocket Pair was not a Japanese company, they would have been much better off when it comes to that. So they just got slammed really hard because they happen to be in the same court system.
Want to pair them as like groups so that weapons,
유용한가 맞는 총이 나오기보다
that a handful of weapons
유용한 무기인가
handful of weapons are
Transcendent
useful to
characters?
descendant.
Oh,
we don't want
geez.
a one-on-one match for one weapon and one descendant.
So far, Pocket Pair is winning, which is good, to be honest, because honestly, if you took some of the patents that Nintendo has and put them in any other court system except Japan, they would fail, right? Like Nintendo has some of the most bizarre patents that shouldn't exist at all. Like they have a patent for putting characters on a team, as if no one's allowed to do that anywhere else. What do you mean no one can have teams of characters? Like, the overreach that Nintendo has is crazy. But again, the copyright system in Japan is very strict. And because they both operate in Japan, it's forcing them inside the same court system, which, again, if Pocket Pair was like, I don't know, like a Brazilian company, they would be way safer.
I think it would be nice if we had an example for that, maybe.
Lack of inventiveness. Good, Fenos. Good. That's awesome.
I think this is kind of a difficult question, but
because realistically, Nintendo needs to be called out more on their overreach. They can't patent everything under the sun.
Maybe you can.
Yeah, they patented flying characters, landing, storing characters in a team.
Well, first of all,
like
for
what are we
transcendent
doing?
Weapons, 11 types are going to be released. Among them, of course, there are some guns that are for firearm descendants, but for Secret Garden, there are some firearms that are suited for other descendants.
Yeah.
So this does not mean that certain descendants would just carry Secret Garden and not use them at all. Like the Fallen Hope,
yeah, it's a stat stick.
We want descendants to fire them and be able to increase their stats. That's what we're planning.
Wait, are they saying they don't like having stat sticks in the game? That's a pretty big change. That would end up disrupting a lot of builds. There are a lot of builds that rely on those stat sticks. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Is there anything inherently wrong with carrying Blue Beetle just because you want the crit? Or carrying Secret Garden just because you want the tech buff? Or carrying, Peacemaker without ever shooting it because you just want the non-attribute bonus? Is there anything inherently wrong with that? I mean, at the end of the day, you could do one or the other. It's just the builds that rely on those are going to get weaker if you rip that away.
So like we've mentioned, like toxic.
They want to use the gun for the power and shoot bullets. But what if my build doesn't shoot bullets?
And for electric descendants, there's another weapon that's more suitable for them. So maybe we'll match them in groups, and they can be applied more universally. So transcendent weapons that are going to be released, we are going to group this in a similar way.
Interesting.
그다음은 궁극 무기 중에
Next, among ultimate weapons,
분리해서 잘
now the core placement was not favorable. That was one of the issues that came up. And I think we have some rework planned on this, right?
3종 무기에 대해서
Okay, if you're saying that you want transcendent weapons to be the best weapon in the game, way stronger than ultimate weapons, then why do we even have a weapon core system? And why are you thinking about reworking it if you're introducing a system that makes that system obsolete?
For 3 types, we are going to change the core slots.
Can I have a weapon that just gets me respect? Unfortunately
to
not.
give you the list, it's ATOMs, the dedication of
Warframe
Nystra
hated stat sticks too and got rid of them. Okay.
Truly Dead Arson.
The
They're
built-in
gonna
weapons,
see
yeah.
changes in their cores.
What was that?
Dedication of Nystra and Truly Dead Arson. They're
Okay. So Nazastras and Arson are getting cores reworked. So do they have like 3 purple cores and 2 yellow cores or something?
gonna see changes in their cores.
What they should do is just extend the system to be relevant beyond ultimate weapons, and then also introduce a system that allows us to change the core slot distribution on a weapon. If they're really concerned about us being able to make weapons way too strong if we have too much freedom, then they need to do a better job of changing the cores in weapons. But the problem is when you change the cores in weapons as a balance change, what happens to the weapon you're holding, right? So if you're in game and you rolled 1,000 weapon cores to get the best stats because it has 2 yellow, an orange, a red, and a green, and then all of a sudden you load in one day and they rework the weapon that you had the cores on that now has different core colors. That weapon now needs to be re-rolled because they reworked it. Do they refund us the cores and the resources? Are they even tracking that, you know?
I think
Nazastras has 2 yellow, 1 purple, 1 green, 1 omni. Oh man, 2 yellow, 1 purple. That's crazy.
So we'll make sure that.
So they have what? They have 2 damage slots out of 5. That's rough.
If weapons have core slots that need to be changed, please take that into account.
Yeah. Thank you. Let's look.
Yeah, make a
forward.
re-roll for the cores. That would work.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I'm not done yet.
마지막 질문인 그 초월 무기에 대한
Okay, the last question was about transcendent weapons, the system regarding the transcendent weapons.
그 초월 무기에서
Right.
아까
On transcendent weapons, you mentioned about the minimum quality being guaranteed. If the quality is high, the transcendent weapons' unique capabilities, the total power becomes higher. So when the weapons drop, for instance, in Sigma sector, it might range from 0 to.
They removed them because they got tired of how convoluted Exalted weapons were and how some Exalted weapons weren't true Exalteds that could be modded. So they removed stat sticking in favor of creating actual Exalted weapons out if the weapons some frames had that couldn't be modded. So basically they were giving individual frames their own stat stick that was modifiable in a closed ecosystem without other characters being able to use them. So that way it maintains the buff option as a build path, but it means that it only affects that character.
100, the quality.
Is that right?
But in onslaught mode, this is just an example. It might.
So they could, rather than having global universal stat sticks, they can make it per character and then it's isolated to that character and they can buff nerf it as much as they want. But if they wanted to transition to that system, they would need to make sure that any character that utilizes the current stat sticks gets a buff to make up for that or something to deal with it, right? Because some of those characters rely heavily on those stat sticks. There are some builds that can't reach the required crit rate without Blue Beetle. There's some builds that don't have enough power optimization. Like you take Peacemaker away and all of Valby builds are gonna fall apart, you know, like not fall apart, but get weaker, you know what I'm saying?
Quality range would be from 300 to 400. But if I continue farming, if players keep farming, their lowest quality increases. So your bare minimum
Valby's already
will increase.
You can't say that to some people.
So
some
for
people really
example,
like where
if your
she's at.
minimum is 380. If you go to onslaught mode, your drop items will range from 380 to 400. So, and when the spare minimum increases to 400, you don't get a bad roll. The lowest power item you can get is 400. And for sub abilities and unique abilities, there you can loot them. And there are readjustments to these. For transcendent effects, like the Ancestors model, you can choose. And for sub abilities, you can put in more material and lock a certain effect.
Yeah. So let's look forward to how they
You can lock an effect.
And yeah, we got Alyssa raising his hand. Let's take it.
Interesting.
So with the weapons, is there going to be any form of a system that would like automatically roll cores for you? Something along the lines of, if you're trying to roll like a perfect 20% fire rate, for example, going through and just having it automatically roll, or just deduct a specific amount of cores to give you that roll straight away, instead of having to spend like 10, 20, 30 minutes rolling the cores. Other than that, will we see power-up systems for the weapons, ancestor mods for weapons, arcade tuning trees, mutant cells, ancestor mods for weapons, and will we be seeing any new melee weapons as well? Something different compared to, like, you know, the Shadow, the Deus, and the Crime and Punishment. And can we please buff the Crime and Punishment? It's not very strong.
Yeah, lots of questions.
Focus
here.
damage is because of a dagger that's in its crit to practically 30% before mods.
I'm taking a lot of time.
I see, Hitomi. Okay, I see.
This. I'll be a bit more brief in summarizing this. So I think, yeah, it's mostly
We're
about
5 hours in now.
If we can get like a specific 20% roll by spending a lot of things, spending our resources and just getting that instead of having to spend a lot of time. And we will get like a power system for our various in-game things like the modules. And yeah, I heard the last thing right. So punishment if we're gonna get extra buffs.
제가 질문을 전 좀 다르게.
I kind of took the question in a different way.
20%
So that 20%를
확정적으로 받을 수 있느냐에 대한 질문이었는지 아니면
was a question about whether you can have a 20% fire rate guarantee, or whether you have to where we can get the guarantee.
N was just asking for bad luck protection, a pity system of some kind that allows you to, you know, put a cap on how many rolls you have to put in order to get the result you're looking for. Because sometimes you can get unlucky and have to roll a weapon core 500 times just to get the stat roll. N was just looking for bad luck protection that would mean that you will eventually get to the best roll that you can without having to worry about it, which they did have to do that with several other systems.
For like a auto re-rolling.
라는 질문으로 저는 이해했거든요. 확인 한 번만.
So could you confirm that, please? What was your question?
Hey,
was it the former or?
I heard it as if you were going for 20%, you just give it and minus the cores out. That could be another way to interpret that too, of just we want to get to the result without spending the time, which would be so bad luck protection or saving you time if you have the resources. Like, let me roll the weapon core 50 times and then let me pick the highest value out of all of them. You could do that too.
It was, could we get something that skips the process of having to re-roll like 10, 20, 30, 50 times?
I guess you're right, Dad.
Deduct the amount of cores that we would have spent,
you're right,
but give us the 20% straight away,
saving time,
so that we can get like the stat that we want without having to spend like a very long time re-rolling.
You're right.
So more like a QoL feature.
Yeah.
I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I misunderstood the first time.
네, 저희가 지금 이제 뭐 리롤.
All right. So when it comes to re-roll for core and other items that requires farming, you have to click repetitively, and the more you click, the more inconvenient it is. As you mentioned,
you think a unique skill in the weapon tree for each descendant would work? Unique skill and weapon tree? It could work. It's a lot of work for them, though.
I understand that many players are asking for options like auto reroll systems. Actually, the TADF is a grinding and farming game. So I believe that this system is a must for our game, for our players to be more engaged and have fun. So we'll take that into further discussion within the internal team. We do.
So you're saying no, they don't want that. They like having to go through the menu every time. Did they add new sexy butts? Yep.
Understand the needs, and in the long term, for us to really continue with this enjoyable play, we do need such systems.
네, 그 다음 질문이 하나 더 있었는데.
Let's go to the next question, please. About the balancing, weapon balancing.
답변을 좀 팀에서 해주시겠습니까?
Could you take the question from the dev team?
네. 최근에 저희도 이제 근접 무기 중에
That would be nice, Zara. Yep, that would save a lot of time.
Amongst the melee weapons, the usage of shadow was too high, so we wanted to get away from it, and therefore we did a rebalancing, overall rebalancing. However, there are of course areas for improvements.
특정
And we're well aware of it.
잘 맞는 형태의 무기들은
And weapons that are that have a great synergy with certain descendants only, its DPS is almost at its peak.
Just
So
under.
it's difficult for us to further increase it. So we approach the balancing in more conservative manner. So based on this rebalanced data, we'll review the usage rate of the weapons and we'll see whether the result is in line.
I feel like you can't really use usage rate for weapons, right? Because there's a lot of popularity going into it, and also a lot of the weapons that get used are used because of descendants specifically. So just because a weapon is low utilization in the game does not mean that weapon is weak, and conversely, just because a weapon has high utilization does not mean that that weapon is directly strong, right? So I feel like usage stats on weapons should be very heavily taken with an asterisk, because just because a weapon, and also like acquisition matters too. You get a free copy of Thunder Cage. The fact that you get a free copy of something means that the usage rate is going to be way higher. Does that mean that just because it's higher, it's better or worse, or needs a buff or doesn't? No.
With our expectations, and if needed, we're going to continue with another repatch or rebalancing.
That's true, Liu, yeah. You still play PoE off stream? Are you done with that? I've been really busy, so I haven't been able to play it all, but I'd love to. I'd love to get back to PoE. That'd be awesome.
I think, the last part, before I move on.
This season for PoE has been
melee weapons as well.
Mint. Very good.
Something I just, saw from the community a lot is regarding kind of like the future of melee weapons. So we have a lot of melee weapons, but you can see that it's kind of limited. So we're using swords.
Can't put it down. It is so good. I've been wanting to play it.
Dev Live, there were a lot of opinions if we could get like more various
Log into ZZZ. I still do my dailies.
Add
Season 3 for ZZZ is really good.
Weapons in the future. So overall, it was kind of like opinions on like the future of melee weapons. So if the dev team could give your opinion.
Maces, lances, spears, halberds, glaives, daggers, bow stabs.
근접 무기도
Yes, for melee weapons.
Axes.
We will have a transcendent version of melee weapons as well. And we're also going to add more types.
근접 무기와는
So unlike the ultimate weapons, transcendent weapons carry different distinct characteristics. So let's have the dev team explain it for us.
네. 우선 장기적으로
Yes.
근접 무기의
So in the long term,
총기와 같은 포지션이 되도록 좀
we want the transcendent weapons to be like the firearms.
그리고 앞서
We want them to be really popular. And
들으셨다시피
as we explained,
에서는 좀 여러
Steel
가지
chairs,
transcendent
bats,
존재를 하는데
will have
emotional
various ways
damage.
in terms of utility.
추가될 초월
So we're going to be adding
동일하게 진행이 될
various features
Nunchucks.
also for transcendent melee weapons. I'm not sure if
Hit
I
a
can
dude with
share
another
more
dude.
details.
진행되는 초월 무기는 조금
So
다양한 스타일의
we're going to add a variety of style for transcendent melee weapons. So we're going to add lance
무기 스타일
on top of swords.
You guessed it, a stat stick.
그리고 초월 무기에서 이제
And
배분된 옵션에 따라
depending on the stats,
창에 휘두르기가 나간다든지 아니면은 창을
use the
강하게
lance,
찔렀을 때
it might have different effects. Swing it, it could explode, or
Did they just say lance?
for transcendent melee weapons. So we're going to add lance on top of
Ooh.
swords.
하고자 하고요. 그리고
Cool.
초월 무기에서 이제
And
배분된 옵션에 따라
depending on the stats,
창에 휘둘렀을 때
when
검기가
you
나간다든지 아니면은 창을
use the
강하게
lance,
찔렀을 때
it might have different effects. Swing it, it could explode, or it could fire something. We're going to apply different
유저분들은
effects.
잘 옵션이 나오는 초월 무기를 획득을 하게
So
되면은
if the users secure a good role for these transcendent weapons, the gameplay would be more exciting.
저희 셰이스
Getting a good RNG is
Yes.
very exciting.
So Jason
Dual
continued
axes would
with
be
the
awesome, yeah.
transcendent, melee
The javelin or
weapon.
spear? They said
So,
lance.
This is something that we would really love to address. The idle animation for swords.
이 부분은 좀 빨리 하고 싶은데
We do want to deliver this as soon as possible, but it's still in our backlog, which I feel very sorry about.
이게 대기 모션이
This idle animation.
The standing still idle animation your character has when holding a sword is something that's high priority and they're sorry they haven't delivered it? How often do you bring out a sword and stand still in the game? You can't even do that in Albion. Are there people that bring their sword out in the dungeon and stand still and look at the idle animation?
못하고 있느냐?
Why is this taking so long for us to make it happen?
Probably because it doesn't matter that much?
Idle animation is the beginning of all animation. Please make it short.
이 대기 모션
Okay. So when it comes to the sword idle animation, it's the very first
Lunamains hold the sword all the time
제작 일정
and stand
we
still?
have to create all the follow-up animations.
상황이긴 합니다.
That's why it's still in our backlog. We believe that it's kind of dev that.
부분이라고
And of course, we're going to have to work on it.
머릿속에
It's always on our list,
언제
but we have a laundry list of items.
Oh, okay.
But we're always keeping in mind, though.
No rush. Take your time fixing that one.
So once again, I'm sorry.
I won't hold my breath.
We apologize for keeping you waiting for such a long time. So just like
It just bugs him.
we would
I get
like
it.
to make swords as a weapon that you can play with, just like the guns.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for continuing.
Is
that
there no
discussion on the
animation
Lee
at all
weapon.
right now, or like
Yeah,
does it look bad?
saw
I
a
literally
hand up from Seven,
I literally never hold a sword and stand still and stare at my character. Like I don't know if I've ever done that. So I don't even know what it looks like. Is it bad? Like what does it look like?
He seems to.
Is it a problem?
So let's move on to Sen.
Okay.
Yeah, just two questions. Will we be able to improve the quality of the weapons at all? And can we equip more than one transcendent weapon at once?
Yeah, I think the questions were pretty straightforward. So, Dev Team, could you give?
Imagine if this entire show was exactly what Sen just did. Switches camera, asks questions that are clear and concise, immediately goes to the devs so they can answer. I wish that was the whole thing, rather than asking, 5 to 10 questions in a bulk, repeating them in translation, and then answering all of them at once. Like, I feel like it'd just be like, hey, Sen, ask a question. Here's my question. Over to the devs. Here's our answer. Over to the guy. Question, answer, question, answer. Rather than like this like bulk thing. I don't know.
Your answers to that.
There's somebody that does that? Yeah, I'm sure. It might be a gooner thing. Like, it might be a gooner thing to, like, grab a sword and go stand still with it. I don't even know what it looks like. I don't think I've ever done that. I literally don't think I have ever grabbed a sword, stood still, and looked at the idle animation. Like, is there no animation at all? Like, I don't understand. Like, why is this, like, a huge harping point for him? You can't even do it in Albion. Because you can't bring your weapon out. Like, you literally can't even do it. Oh. It just stays on your hip. Oh. So this is what he was apologizing for? Yeah, I'm so angry. Dang it. Why don't they hold the sword in their hand when they're not doing anything? I am enraged. This cannot stand. Apologize to me now. I am so angry. I don't even know that didn't have an animation. That's how little that animation shows up. Because when you're in combat, you're running around and slicing stuff. You're not standing still staring at the character. I guess it is missing. It is missing. It's true.
품질은 리롤하는 개념은
When it comes to quality, it's not going to be re-rolled. It's set when you farm them.
할수록
The more you farm,
하한이 계속 보장이 돼서
the higher the quality is going to get because the lowest quality will always go up. So at the end of the day, you are going to farm good quality
무기에는 한 개 이상의 증강 효과라고
item.
말씀을
And
주셨는데
transcendent weapons, you mentioned
Once the sheet
about
unsheathed, yeah, they just want you to be able to hold the weapon in your hand. And look, to be honest, to be fair, like I didn't even think about this, but like some of these are pretty cool. Like this akimbo stance is awesome, and it would be nice to be able to see this if you care about this sort of thing. So like having this is pretty neat, and I didn't realize that this pose isn't even available because it doesn't show up. So I guess right, it is something that's missing. Is it a high priority in my mind? No, but it is something that is missing, and I'm sure they want to update it, especially since they added this cool pose for Crime and Punishment. The fact that you can't see this in-game is kind of a bummer, but in my opinion, it's an extremely low priority issue.
enhancement.
얘기해 주시기
I'm not sure if it's about its unique ability.
Would that be
The augmentation.
the unique ability part?
What? No, Sen just asked, can we
Sen,
increase
could
the
you
quality
clarify
after
on
it
that?
drops?
Yeah, I was just asking if you can have more than one transcendent weapon at once. So, like, can I have 3 transcendent weapons on at the same time, or is it limited to 1 or 2?
Thank you.
That was his second question, not his first question.
세 개 다 쓸 수 있습니다.
Oh, you can use 3. All 3.
Any more idle animations? Yeah.
Yeah, great. So, do you guys have any other opinions regarding weapons?
What?
Well,
Did they answer?
다 쓸 수 있습니다.
Oh, you can use 3.
Oh, okay.
All 3.
It sounded like from his earlier answer that you cannot alter a transcendent weapon's quality after it drops. You would just be dropping more of them. But they said you can re-roll the substats, I think.
yeah,
Unique
great.
animation for each
So,
descendant, that would be that'd be cool.
Do you
That
guys
would be
have
cool.
any other opinions?
They might
regarding
sell
weapons?
stances. They might.
Well, currently I'm not seeing any hands, but if you do have opinions, even after we go to another topic, you can keep that.
Yep, you
we
can have all 3
talk
transcendent
about
weapons
that
equipped.
at the end. So for now, let's move on to the next topic then, which is modules and builds. And actually, we've been talking a lot about modules today.
We
there's
have
a lot of questions and discussions regarding ancestors modules already, but beyond that, this part is about not just modules, but like, overall descendant setups themselves. So when building up a descendant, there are many things to consider. And actually, I'm seeing lots of hands. So yeah, let's get to Alyssa. Yeah.
Let's not give them ideas. They probably would.
Will there be any mods or anything introduced to help descendants with the non-crit setup? Because obviously, with ancestor mods, they need to have like an ancestor mod with a decent amount of crit rate to reach like the full 100%. So is there a plan to add any new modules to improve the non-crit experience? Is there
Good question.
also any plans to revisit the grapple modules? So like the mid-air maneuvering, long distance, and the multi-maneuvering. And how does
This is the first time they're encouraging filling all slots? What does that mean?
About the overall build diversity in the game, because for majority of builds, it's always the same 4 cooldown mods, the same 2 range mods, the same 4 crit mods, or the same 2 non-crit mods.
Very true.
Yeah, since there were some questions, I think we should handle Alyssa's first and then move on.
Still
to
not
other
enough at 500
creators.
grit
So,
rate? What?
Yeah, I think these are questions that came up a lot in our dev lives. So the first one was maybe adding
This goes
new models
unanswered?
to help our descendants. Second one, grapple hook. Yeah, it came up a lot. So, and the third one is build diversity, which is also something that keeps on coming up from our community. So yeah, we'd like to hear it from the dev team.
네, 먼저 치명타 100%
Yeah, first of all, about whether we can reach 100% crit rate.
주셨었죠? 맞죠?
That was a question, right? Whether we can
No.
reach that?
That was not.
이 부분은 이제 이런 형태 모듈이 들어가게 되면 또
Well, if we have this,
Give Ultimate Weapons a Transcendent mod? I mean, they're doing Transcendent Weapons, but you're right. It's a KISS curse, right? So they're giving us Transcendent Weapons, but taking away weapon cores and rerolls. So, you know, does that mean that when the shuffle is done and the dust is cleared, are the Transcendent Weapons significantly higher? We'll just have to see. But they're losing power and gaining power at the same time. Did the dev second from the right fall asleep? He's not moved for 5 minutes. Maybe he died. I don't know. They're encouraging the use of all weapon slots. I don't know if I heard that personally. You still can. They're aware there are weapon slots, but
that it would lead to the same situation with the cooldown reduction.
Essentially, it's been very exhausting for them. I'm exhausted, and I wasn't even there.
So you have to use this.
I'm surprised. I'm not surprised.
As a must, it's going to be fixed.
재사용 시간 감소 모듈이
The cooldown reduction model is currently being used as a fixed model, and we're trying to come up with a way to solve this. Could you elaborate on this, please?
네, 뭐 현재 메타가 좀 다소
so current meta is a little monotonous,
과정에서
and when it comes to
뭐 제한적인
maximizing the damage, I understand that our players are opting into a few options only. So we are preparing some.
It's not opting into, we're being forced into it. It's not a choice. It's the only option we have available.
Updates to solve this issue, and one is to reduce the cap for cooldown reduction. And then for ultimate modules with low usability, we're going to make improvements on them as well.
모든 작업을 한 번에 다
We're gonna fix the lack of module variety by reducing the cooldown cap. I mean, technically, I guess, like if you could only go up to 60% cooldown reduction, then you wouldn't need the third or fourth cooldown module, technically. But that, I feel like that's,
Not all of them will be delivered at once, but the 1.3.34 patch will be the beginning of such patches. And for detailed descriptions, let's have the combat lead designer elaborate on this.
네.
I'm just going to assume that was a mistranslation.
좀 같은 문제 인식을
We do share same point of view, so we're on the same page.
좀 지속적으로 확인을
We
하고
are
현재
following up on this issue with the
1티어에 비해 좀
data.
선택 가치가 낮고
Now the 3-tier model
사용하고 있는
is not used as much as model tier 1 and 2.
파악을 하고 있고요. 그래서 전반적으로 말씀해 주신 것처럼
Tier?
시즌 4를 목표로 모듈
So
전반에 대한
our
개선
goal
작업을 준비를 하고
is
있습니다.
to improve all these
우선
models
말씀드렸던
for
선택
season
가치가
4.
낮은 3티어 모듈 같은
So for
경우에는
3-tier models that seem less valuable, we're going to
각 모듈들의
rework
선택
them.
가치를
Wait,
높여서
what's a 3-tier module? What is that? What do they mean 3-tier module? Does that mean yellow? Like yellow quality? Gold? I mean, so there's two different conversations happening here. One, the feedback is that in order to get cooldown, I run Nimble Fingers, I run 2 focus modules, and then I run MP conversion on almost every single build. If I need to not have minus MP, maybe I'll run time distribution or something like that. That's the problem. Making new yellow mods or buffing yellow mods will not solve that problem. You just would replace one of these with a yellow mod that provides equal or more value. The issue is that you probably, I mean, unless they give us like a yellow module that gives you 70% cooldown reduction. then that could solve it, right? Because then that would be like Nimble Fingers plus MP conversion. You take 2 modules, put it into 1, and now you're good to go. But that, but then you might get a situation where people run, instead of running double focus, they run, the blue versions of these modules that have no cooldown reduction. Then they run Nimble Fingers, MP conversion, and the new yellow mod, right? It's a systemic issue. It's not an individual yellow mod issue, right? And also, one of the main reasons why yellow mods aren't utilized very heavily is because they're extremely restricted. We have a whole bunch of mutually exclusive categories for the blue and purple modules, like strike, attack, battle, control, but most of the yellow modules fit into 1 or 2 categories and you can't duplicate them. So because they're so heavily restricted, it prevents us from using them. And a lot of times they're very scattered. Like Multi-Talented does a whole bunch of little things based on one thing that you're doing. Hyper-Focus does 2 different things based on the thing you're doing, right? So like some of it's just the general design of yellow weapons and how heavily restricted they are, not that there's like a power thing. There's like 3 different conversations here. There's like a systemic issue with what modules we use and how we use them, the power provided by those modules, and also the restrictions of the modules and how they fit together as a puzzle. Like there's just so much. I don't understand why they ship out half-baked ideas in the first place. Then when a CCS hits mid, then the devs just say yes, man, everything. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of a circular situation going there. They should set it so you can only hold 1 transcendent weapon. That way your ultimate weapons don't completely obsolete. It sounds like they want the the ultimate weapons to become obsolete. That's what they said their intention was. I did see it. It told me I did. Don't worry over standard modules. Yeah, it's a system design flaw with the modules. It's not like an individual mod problem. It's the mod system that has the problem.
These modules carry good values for you to choose amongst the wider options. And for grappling hook, we're going to make improvements on sub slots. So currently,
okay, cool.
90% of the slots are mid-air maneuvering models.
Critical stats in almost any game are the king. Yep.
Hook, we're going to set them aside as a separate system.
마지막 패 그룹의 모듈이나 상태 이상 면역 같은 모듈 보조 슬롯에 장착할 수
Keeping every
있도록
descendant with the same mod setup? I didn't hear that.
Attribute resistant model and
보조 슬롯도 다른 3티어 모듈
Someone doesn't want a crit build. They talked about something else. Feels like watching a political debate, a misdirection.
여기서 한 가지
in the list of choices.
Yeah.
저희가 좀 추구하는
And what we want to really
That's exactly what he's saying, Colonel. Like the issue. This has been my issue with the First Descendant from day one. Is like literally Nell comes out and I made my Nell build in 4 minutes. Why? Because she's a skill-based descendant that needs cooldown, critical strike, MP, and needs range. Okay, now the entire build is done. Why? If you need cooldown, you do double focus, nimble fingers, MP conversion. That's 4 of your slots gone. Okay, now you need crit. All right, well, you're a crit character. Now you need 3 or 4 crit modules, the exact same ones every single time. Concentration and insight, front lines, and emergency measures. Maybe if you have a passive that gives you crit, like QnA does, you can do only 2 of them, but 4 cooldown mods every single time. Oh, you're a crit character? 4 more mod slots taken up every single time. That's 8 out of your possible 10 slots. Now there's 2 slots left. Oh, well, one of them's an Ancestor module. Okay, so that one's gone. And you need HP. Okay, that one's gone. Right? In a very simple exercise, you can fill all of these slots just because the system forces you into doing that. If you know you need a certain stat, you can automatically pick the modules from that. And there's not many other options for that because there's no equivalent exchange. And because the system has so many mutually exclusive categories, you're pigeonholed into that every time. And that's what he's saying is like, you can make it so maybe instead of 4 cooldown modules, you only need 2. Like imagine if Nimble Fingers was minus 50%. That would reduce the amount of that you need to reach cap in order to get it. Now, obviously, you'd want some on having on the reactor and stuff like that. But in general, it's just the fact that everything is so pigeonholed and so restricted that when you make a build, the choices get made for you. And that's kind of what we're getting at is that we want some variety in the modules that isn't just kind of predetermined just because of the way it's set up, Yeah. 8 times multiplier. Why would I got? Yeah, they do. I mean, crit is always going to be the winner unless you create a competing crit system as well.
상한을 뚫어서 제일
We
강한
want
거를 만들고자
to.
하는 것은 아닙니다.
We're not trying to make the strongest model by currently keep increasing the cap. So within the current range, we want to have our players enjoy the game by having a variety of options to choose.
네, 제가 질문을 이렇게 하나씩.
Of
Right.
course.
So I wanted to divide one question per person, but he took it all. So great.
Thank you for answering the question. Yeah,
Okay.
Let's move on to Ariadne. Ariadne
We'll get to it, child, if it happens.
Let me take your question, Ariadne.
Yeah, I agree with that one, guy. I think the module system needs a lot of work, but it's a pretty big rework.
I was
And
going to mention.
there's a
pull
question
down
if they can pull it
reduction,
off.
And you said you were going to solve this, so I look forward to it. So my question is, for blue and purple tiers,
10강까지 안 돼 있는 것도 있기도
I think its enhancement level is still less than 10.
있는지
And I wonder if you can increase it to beyond 10. I wonder if you have if you're considering this at all. And for second part, it's about trigger module.
피클 모아
In the past,
발사체 스킬을 사용하면
when you use a launcher skill,
강철의 선봉대처럼 반응로 속성을 바꾸면
when you change the reactors, attributes, the effects,
Ancestor
color
module are the
changes,
strongest one yet.
매우 높은
like the still.
모듈이 돼버린 것 같습니다.
And I feel like
태그에 따라서
depending on the skill tag,
이랑 이펙트랑
the
모션
mechanics, effects, emotions,
받고 싶었는데
I wanted them to be
추가 데미지
added,
막 4천
but I feel like these days
데미지가 나오거든요.
additional damage is around above 2,000%, and I was hoping we could go back to the old days where we can see changes and effects or more and whatnot when we use trigger modules.
네, 감사합니다. So there were kind of two different questions. It was actually three, but the first one was answered from our dev team. And the first one, so whether we can enhance like the blue and purple tier modules further than they are currently, if we have any plans on that. And the second one was regarding trigger modules. So the recent trigger modules that are being added, they are mostly focused on damage, but Ariadne said that he wanted to see some like other modules that have like different mechanisms or like give different effects. So yeah, I'm curious as well. Let's hear from the dev team on their opinion.
먼저 그
So first of all, for
It's true, Tommy. Yep,
common and
it's true.
rare modules,
I mean, that happens a
where-
lot. And think about it too. It's not just those stats that tell me. It's when they add characters that have another stat requirement. Like, so for example, Valby and Inez needing MP, or Esimo needing shield, or Serena needing HP. That puts an even bigger strain on the stat requirements here that is already extremely constrained. And that's one of the problems that I have with Valby, by the way. I know some people really like Valby as she is right now, but I think she has a very big stat problem in that she needs too many things. Right? She needs fusion modifier. She needs like 2 or 3 different modifiers. She needs power. She needs cooldown. She needs range. She needs cost reduction. She needs MP, max MP. She needs MP recovery, and she needs crit. She needs crit damage. There's only 10 slots here, and she needs like 14 different stats. You know, so that's one of the problems. Like building a character like that, she needs too many things. So it just makes it like really, really difficult without relying on a very good ancestor module to solve that problem.
Enhancement level. Let's hear from our dev team about their plan, and then let's address the trigger module effects. I will address that question.
Grapple mods can be deleted.
일반 희귀 등급
They probably
For
could.
common and rare
상향은 저희도
module, and their enhancement level, we do have multiple ideas that we brainstorm together. And all in all, we're not considering fast delivery of this enhancement. So we did talk about many aspects, such as diversifying the build. And if we
Who uses the sub attack? I use it to go down to the floor.
Without getting the diversification of the modules, it's going to limit the usage. So rather than focusing on the improvement of its power, ideas that we brainstorm together, and all in all, we're not considering fast delivery of this enhancement. So we did talk about many aspects, such as diversifying the build. And if we only increase the module without getting the diversification of the modules, it's going to limit the usage. So rather than focusing on the improvement of its power, we want to first add diversity to make sure that it's used widely. So it's going to be a step-by-step approach.
Okay, no short-term plans.
What you just mentioned is you don't have a plan to increase above enhancement level 10, right? That is correct.
안 쓰는
And then for
모듈은
rare models that are not being used, you have a plan to improve it? Yes, we do have a plan.
언제요?
We have a plan. It's a big plan. It's the best plan. Can you tell us the plan? No, but it's the best plan you'll ever know. Our plan is the greatest plan. I do have a plan. I just can't tell you my plan.
Is this coming? When? ETA? I cannot pinpoint a specific timeline because, as I said, it's a step-by-step approach. We're going to start from the next patch, so please tune in for it.
Tune in for our plan when we unveil our great plan.
Next is the trigger model.
Okay.
The recently released trigger models.
No short-term plans.
When we compare them with the early models,
To be fair, I don't think modules going over the enhancement level higher is going to solve anything. Again, it's a system problem. It's not an individual module problem. So enhancing skill concentration to 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, making these stats higher and higher is only just going to exacerbate the current problem anyways, right? Like I don't think that's going to be going in the right direction.
he feels like it's a little weak
트리거 모듈을 통해서
in many aspects.
계승자들의
So we want to use
성능들을 보완하고
the trigger model to
그 계승자들 간의 또 형평성
improve the performance
들을 맞추는 부분에
and strike the balance amongst the descendants. That was our main focus these days. So
추가를 조금
unfortunately, we had to
덜 했던 것 같아요.
put less priority into the effects of trigger models. But going forward, we will definitely consider this
효과가 있는 트리거 모듈도
to make the display more fun and engaging.
Can we raise the level cap of modules? No plans. Can we see trigger modules in more than just damage? We will consider it. Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for waiting, Seven. Could you give your opinions on this too?
I already talked about this earlier, but like about the trigger mod, and I'm gonna talk about two specific one, which is bloody deployment, and the second one is explosive aesthetic. It is clearly gonna be.
Seven is just Glay Man. He is just Glay Man, and everything. I swear to God, these are Glay tinted glasses he's wearing. Everything he sees through these lenses is Glay.
Be the best option for like a lot of descendants, and it's gonna overwhelm even some descendant kits. So I was wondering if like someone could be done for this, such as maybe removing the elemental adaptation, because it kind of feels wrong to play an electric descendant and doing, for example, for Abyss Boss Toxic, going faster than a toxic descendant, than an electric descendant with a toxic descendant because of the trigger mod adaptation elemental. Like that's kind of confusing. But like just the fact that like the elemental adaptation is there, that doesn't make an enhanced part of the kit, but more so like a completely change, and like it's right to the point. We're playing trigger mods more than like descendant kits for doing the bosses.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Seven. And one thing our team noticed was that Seven, it seems like you're watching from a late hour. We saw that it was dark, and now it is in the morning already. Thank you for tuning in for such a long time. Good morning, man. Thank you. Yeah. And returning to the question, yeah. So Seven
Watching
gave,
the sunrise
two
in real time.
interesting points on trigger audio. So this is. Yeah, it seems like a difficult question, but I'm gonna rely on you guys to give a great answer to Seven's question.
이게 질문의 요지를 제가 정확하게 이해를 잘 못했습니다.
Subtech modules should be changed at the very least to melee modules.
질문이
Yeah, we just probably just
모듈로
maybe
Sorry,
we
I
don't
don't
need
know
a.
if I understood the question correctly. You mean
The question is, can we not do trigger modules that change element?
transitioning the attribute through the
Jason's just
trigger
tired, I'm
modules,
sure.
right?
I'm sure they're
Did I
all just
understand your
tired.
question correctly?
Seven did fall asleep.
Just for clarification.
Good for him.
Yes, I think that was right.
Just
That's right.
muscling through.
제가 그 내용까지만 이해하고 그 뒤에 그래서를
I think, and then after that, I kind of got lost, so I just want to double
Jason
check.
looks like a lost puppy, like he's falling asleep.
Seven,
Yeah, he's got to be tired.
could you-
I mean, this started, what, like 9 a.m. for them? So they were probably getting ready at like 6 a.m. or something. And they've just been, I mean, it's been 5.5 hours of them. I guess they've had a couple breaks, but.
Add to
Hopefully they
clarify on
learn
your
from
question
this for
once
next
more.
next
Yeah,
year.
Sorry about that.
So basically, there is two trigger modes that gonna overtake descendant kits: explosive aesthetic and bloody deployment for many cases and many bosses, and probably in the future. So I was wondering if like something could be done at least for those two, or like whether like the entire trigger modes, which like the elemental the attribute adaptation will be removed, since it feels wrong to like having a.
Yeah, he's saying if you run current bonding that does electric damage based on your electric reactor, why is Luna, a non-electric character, doing more damage than, I mean, that was a bug, but doing more damage than an electric character, right? He's saying that if it's an electric trigger module, why are non-electric characters utilizing it to greater effect?
An electric descendant with like an identity and stuff. And
Which is fair.
Going with the toxic elemental and being faster than certain like descendant that should be favorable for these activities.
Sun
for
starts to
example,
rise, yeah.
Of certain bosses.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Director. Are you okay with
네,
that?
이해했습니다. 네, 이해했습니다.
Okay, thank you. I understood.
저희 지금 이제 반응로 속성 따라가는 트리거
So our
로 인해
trigger modules that follow our reactor, our descendants attributes.
다른 속성으로 콘텐츠를 공략하는 거.
Now they have to use other attributes to go through the missions. Are you not going to allow this, or are you just going to maintain the status quo? I think this is the question. I think our dev team can elaborate on this.
네, 일단 트리거 모듈의 경우에는
For trigger modules,
그렇고 출시를 하면서 계속 시험적인
internally we
하고 있는 상황입니다.
are testing some aspects.
저희가 총기 계승자 같은 경우
Because for gun descendants, firearm descendants,
속성만 변경하기만 하더라도
even when they just change their firearm and change their attributes, they can go through the onslaught modes. But for skill descendants,
성인 요격전을 클리어할 수 없는
they can't clear the onslaught mode. So that was one of the issues. So through trigger models, we wanted to solve this issue. For instance,
피해 전개
That is a fair point. Gun descendants can change their element, skill descendants cannot. So by having trigger modules that do that, it does give that freedom there. There's definitely an identity question as well around, what is Sen pointing at? There's an identity question around, you know, if Freyna's all of a sudden doing electric damage, is that a problem for her being a toxic descendant or not? But it is a fair observation that gun descendants can change element.
the bloody deployment that you mentioned, that Mario.
Oh yeah, he's talking to chat. You're right. You're right.
This was also an experimental mode, but the purpose itself was to use melee weapons and having a build with that. And there is a clear counter for that, and the HP is high, so we did apply a higher damage. But personally, I think these modes, there should be more.
They do put a lot of effort. Yeah, respect to the devs for doing this for sure.
So I think ideally we should have more content that could achieve that could provide more diverse play methods for our players. I understand where you're coming from, but I'll make sure that your concerns are addressed in our game development.
Yeah, thank you for answering that question, Dev Team. Low budget, let's hear from you as well.
Okay, so I guess the guys have already covered the questions. I was mostly going to talk about the diversity of the builds. I think one suggestion I have is maybe with the future transcended modules, some of them could come with the maximum range or the maximum cooldown already applied for one or two specific modules. That way it frees up a couple of slots to make the builds more interesting. And besides that, I want a more detailed page within the build page where we can look into the maths and the numbers behind that. This could be like a separate thing only for people who want to see all of that, because at the moment there's still a lot of experimentation that needs to be done. The expected damage is sometimes not accurate. Well, it's not accurate a lot of the time. So yeah, just one or two of those things. And once again, I've already mentioned this, new players and helping them understand the builds via fun interactive tutorials rather than just listening to the descendant instructor, something like that.
Yeah, so mostly related to diversity of builds on not
Where'd
getting
7 go?
Extra diversity, and also you mentioned, I think that is the
Where'd 7 go? Why is N
new players? So
freaking out?
All of this, what you mentioned, getting those, seeing those extra kind of data.
He's probably just falling asleep.
Maybe some of this could also affect new players as well. It's just kind of my thought, but and getting this diversity of builds is something that we should consider. And I want to, I guess, Dev, do you have any other opinions regarding this?
I mean, this started 8 p.m. Eastern, right? So Central European time would have been 2 a.m. So this broadcast started for like N and 7 at 2 a.m. and has been going for 5.5 hours. So that's why we saw the sunrise for 7. So they jumped on at 2 a.m. and have been sitting butt in chair for 5.5 hours. Watching the sun slowly rise. Time zones are rough, huh?
Right. So we seem a little exhausted. Well, right? Actually, it's a little bit difficult for us to communicate. I mean, you look a little tired there. What time is it, Elisa?
Called out.
How are you doing?
Called out.
I can see stars and it's turning to 6 a.m. now.
Oh.
So it's been about 5 hours. I think it started at 1 a.m.
7's awake.
Come on. He had to stay up all night. Let's keep it up.
Let's keep it up.
So the question
무기에
asked is
that's just a translation issue, but it came out so funny. Obviously, they're not saying stay up all night every night, keep it up, but it just the birds start chirping.
You want to see the expected damage more clearly. So when you build, you need to be able to forecast what
keep
is
it up,
going
dude.
to result in. Am I understanding this correctly?
네, 맞다.
Yes, yes. Okay, you confirmed.
그 무기의 네. 지금 스킬 같은 경우는 툴팁에서 이제
So for skills, you can see the expected damage in tooltip. with the newly added transcendent weapons, we will be.
중요할 것 같아요. 뭐가 좋은지 판별.
I believe that it's
이런 부분들은
important for our users to see the expected damage. So I'd like to take this comment to our dev team to make sure that these are well displayed.
뭐가 좋은지
We'll look into it.
Now,
정보와
when it comes to which one is a good option and the experiments,
다 실험실 들어가서 쏴봐야 되는데
currently you have to go to the lab.
You can farm for hours. You can stay
test out
awake.
different
Yep.
weapons and
확인 한번 부탁드립니다.
could you confirm it? So your question was, do you need to expand the lab? You want us to expand the lab, right?
No, what I'm saying is a more detailed page that explains the maths behind the calculations. So we already have the build page, which gives us basic information, but another detailed tab perhaps that gives us all the breakdown of the calculations.
That'd be cool. If it can be trusted.
네, 알겠습니다. 네, 요거는
Yes, there's a couple cool things that are coming, Dark.
동작하는 방식.
Raven seems cool.
How our weapons
Transcendent weapons is
are
interesting.
used and our
높여달라.
guidelines about the calculation methods, the mechanics. You would like to see more details to have better understanding.
다양한 조합에 의해서 나오는 아이템이
An ambitious request, the stat screen, it could be.
Combinations of multiple areas. We will take that comment and make sure it's reflected in our developments.
To be fair, when this game came out, we didn't even have the current stat screen. So every single one of us that made builds back then did everything by hand testing all of it. So I definitely can see some of the people not wanting to do that. I don't want to do it. It really, you know. Saying about rings for AM for Raven.
Yeah,
Let's
thank
go.
you. And we can see Sen. And Sen, I'm curious as well. What time is it for you?
I'm on the East Coast of America, so it's only 1 a.m. I'm fine though.
Great.
And I'm not crazy. I'm over here doing things. I'm talking to Twitch chat, so I'm basically just getting the questions from them at this point.
Sure, no problem.
So what we have is, can we get a free preset slot added for the Descendants and weapons, similar to how they were added for skins? And will the arcade tuning board be expanded, like it was mentioned previously?
Thank you. Pretty straightforward questions, so I'll toss it off to the dev team.
네. 그럼 먼저 아르케 조율.
So starting with the arcade.
Vash single-handedly held the game together back then. Math-wise, it was rough. He wasn't alone. There was plenty of us doing math at the time. It wasn't just him, but he definitely did. He definitely was one of the forerunners for sure. Put a lot of effort into it. There were several of us, like Rye and I and Biscuit. Were all doing math stuff. It was pretty exhausting.
Tuning board. Can you briefly answer this question?
네. 현재 아르케 조율 보드
So regarding the arcade tuning board,
계획을 가지고 있습니다.
we do have a plan to expand it.
단순히 스탯만
Is it almost a year ago? Oh, arcade
It's not
tuning,
going to
yeah.
be just stat increase.
이제 어떻게 보면은 좀 새로운 플레이를 만들어낼 수 있는 아니면은 뭔가 새로운 효과를 적용할 수 있는
It's going to have a new effect. We want to add a different play style. We're currently brainstorming, and it's not currently up and
Play styles, arcade tuning.
Yet. So please.
What would you change about the arcade tuning board? Well, one, for this, these slot types need to be configurable. They, just like the weapon cores for the weapons, the socket type that exists in a specific spot is largely arbitrary. In some cases, it's specified to the Descendant, but there are plenty of Descendants in the game right now that don't have the right mutant cells in the corner they need for the build they're running. And because these are fixed and chosen for you, it makes some characters excel and some characters suffer because they can't get the slot, they can't get the mutant cell they need in the right spot. So having this be an arbitrary restriction is really rough. Also, there needs to be more stats in here. Like there's, for the longest time, like characters like Glay and Luna and Kyle had MP on their board even though it did nothing for them, right? So there's availability of stats that needs to matter. And also there are some places in here that drop stats that are not really useful all that much. Like some of these builds, if you need to go shield, you have to go left. If you need to go HP, you have to go right. I think there probably could be like choice nodes in some of these. Like maybe all of these shield and HP nodes would be a choice node between HP and shield. Like you click on this and kind of like in Path of Exile, it's like, do you want shield? Do you want HP? Right, and this is just a defensive choice node that you could choose from. They can do the same thing for things up here, like having to do affinity damage here in order to traverse is very inefficient and hurts a lot of builds. Like if you can benefit from it, great, but if you can't benefit from it and you have to choose that navigation path, it's really, really rough on the amount of points you have. So those kind of things I would like to see them change. And they can even do like minor mutant cell slots inside of the smaller area. Like maybe you don't have these, but now that you don't collect these anymore, you just choose from them. Maybe they could have weaker versions of these mutant cells, like closer to the center that you could choose from, things like that that could help you determine your build. It's just kind of like the weapon core system. There's a lot of these arbitrary restrictions that benefit some builds but make other builds suffer that shouldn't be arbitrary, right? It should either be a choice the player makes or all options need to be available for all characters so that you can plan that out and choose. There's just too many weird restrictions in this system right now that makes it hard to benefit all characters, right? Yeah, and also a lot of mutant cells are very useless. That's a good point as well. There's plenty of mutant cells that never get used because they're just not that good. Yep. Almost identical. It is the Paragon board from Diablo 4, but the problem is you can't rotate it or connect new boards to it or add like junction points. And I think they also need choice nodes. Like choosing for us ahead of time with a generic general system is always going to be unfair because some builds will benefit and some won't. And the devs arbitrarily choosing that for you is always going to be a problem, right? So, you know, I think those kind of things, they can give us more freedom and control over this that makes it so that some builds don't benefit more than others. It should be every build benefits the exact same from arcade tuning because the same amount of power is available to all builds. That should be the way that it is. It just isn't that way right now.
Please take a moment until.
What is new or feels different in season 4 compared to season 3? New characters, new. So for this here, Raven, Ultimate Haley, and Ultimate Jaber are going to be nice additions, and Monet as well. Then they have Transcendent Weapons is going to be like season 4 is going to be a crazy change. It comes with Transcendent Weapons and Trials. These two are going to probably change quite a bit. Then we have some new stuff to do like Mega Dungeons and that Brutal mode as well. But Transcendent Weapons are going to be a huge shift on the game overall on what we do and how we do it. So we'll see what that does for the game. So I'm curious to see how those are going to turn out. Raven seems cool. New activities like the Mega Dungeon, the Trials, the 3v3 mode, and then there's also a big question around this new Cradle Henosis. If this is going to be another difficulty tier above Axiom, is that going to ruin the game and make it harder to play or not, right? Because like that kind of thing.
Come up with a better.
The power creep with Axiom was a major shifting point. If they're going to do that again, there's going to have to be some considerations that go along with that.
Concrete plans. Next question was about preset slots for Descendants and weapons. So I think your comment was more about the shortage of slots, right?
It could, it could.
Regarding
take mutant cells off, they could.
It's all about
they could.
quantity. So I will take that to our tech team and see if we can increase the number of slots. And
they
could, Liu. Yeah, they could.
I think it also is.
They could offload
the
some of the power we have in some systems to other systems, right? Like imagine if they add more than just 5% cooldown reduction in arcade tuning. That would alleviate some of the strain that we have right now in module builds where you have to have 4 cooldown. They could offload some of that power requirement. Now, obviously you could, depending on what you do with that, you could make more problems out of it. But again, like if you could get more MP out of RK, if you get more firearm attack out of RK, if you get more cooldown out of RK, right? If you can get some of these things, like you could find ways, like if you get more range, like all we have like for range is like right here, right? Like this is all we get for range. If you get more range out of RK, that would give us more freedom in the build as well. Like maybe you could run some builds without having a range mod because it freed it up because of the other system. That would be another way to kind of shift that around as well.
Aspects. So we'll take that into an internal discussion.
Yeah, thank you. Currently, I'm not seeing any hands, but as you know, if you have any more things to say about modules or builds, you can always talk to us at the end. We're going to come back to that if you have any more opinions. Now, we've been talking a lot about weapons, modules, and all this gameplay. Now the next topic is cosmetics, something a bit different, but something that is important.
So important.
The first descendant, yeah. So, I think you're gonna have a lot of opinions towards like skins, paints, and all of these things. So,
Arcane Node Link. What is that, Trigger?
Low budget.
Hi. So yeah, regarding the skins, I've collected a lot of feedback from the comments from my channel. Basically, people want more universal skins. They want more cheaper skins, like different prices, 375, 450 caliber. They want more individual head skins being added regularly to the game. Also, the ultimate descendants, the old ones that have a face mask, they want those skins without the face mask. You have done similar ones for Freyna, so those of them. The next one is something I wanted to mention. This is not about skins, but the growth items in the shop. The 300 catalyst, 300 caliber catalyst, and the 1200 energy activator. I think that is very overpriced and can give a bad impression to the game for new players because they are not sure what to do.
Realistically, players shouldn't be buying catalysts. I don't know, like, do people buy a lot of formas in Warframe? Like, is that like but they usually bundle it. Can't you get like 5 formas for like a couple bucks or something? Like, don't you get like a crazy amount? I did not hear that, child, no.
I think a better solution would be having like a special
Forma sell like hotcakes, yeah.
Because
like right now in TFD, isn't it like crazy expensive? Like if you wanted to buy support items, yeah, 300 caliber for 1 catalyst is nuts. 1200 caliber for 1 activator is nuts. This is what, $5? So to fully catalyze a character, you want me to spend $50 in catalysts? A forma bundle is 3 forma for 35 plat. Oh my geez. Yeah, so you get like 10. So you would get like 5. It's like 5 times the price, basically. Like 4 or 5 times more expensive per catalyst in this game.
Like $10.
It's a good point.
And maybe 20 catalysts and 5 energy activators and.
You missed it. I mean, I've been listening the whole time, child. I didn't hear what you're referring to.
Learn how to mod
if you can give me a timestamp,
returning players, if they're just returning and they want to quickly start building the new ultimate descendant, they can use that. The guys also covered the preset slots. I think adding those into the battle pass would be useful. Another idea I had was permanent discounts for people who have a high mastery.
150 for 3. That's Omniforma though.
Somebody could have, let's say, 10% permanent discount in the shop. And also finally, more
more coupons would be good. TFT did coupons once.
Even like the Descendant Select screen.
The login stuff that Warframe has for discounts would be good.
That will make more sense. So sorry for like too many things here, but yeah, I have a lot on the skin section.
I'm not sure for. I just do dungeons.
No problem. Yeah.
I think the way the tokens work is you have a chance to get 5 tokens when you kill an enemy. So I guess it would just be like find the place that has the most amount of enemies.
Organize this a bit. So first off, if you can see it, more skins, more universal skins. like more head skins, and for Ultimate Descendants, they have that head skin, but some players want that removed and have that ultimate skin on them. And another one was regarding pricing. Yeah, quite a difficult question for RTFT, but anyways, mostly about the pricing. If we could get like special bundles for like returning new players, and yeah, you also mentioned like a permanent discount, and I don't know if it's possible. I would have to ask the dev team, but yeah, that was one thing that was mentioned. And like more cinematics, since if we have so many skins, probably you would want your business wearing that cool skin and showing it off in that cinematic. So yeah, I think this. Oh yeah, there was also that maybe adding like a preset slot to the battle pass. So a lot of things here. So I'll have to ask our producer holding that mic there.
If you can go back and find it, child, I'm not going to dig for it.
제가 전체적으로 답변을 드릴게요.
So I will give you overall answers.
There you go, PC.
I wouldn't give a yes or no to one
Could be
each
four.
and one of the questions, but we have some thoughts about skins. So I will share the overall ideas that we have.
Thoughts
And
about
also,
skins. They did, Forb. Yeah, it is
There
updated.
are two big chunks in your questions, RBG. So first one is about skin.
Oh, so it's even
the
more,
second one
Demi.
is about the paid items.
You missed evolution skins? I do too.
님들이 답을 주세요.
So about the second part,
They are cool.
please take the question. I'm only going to address skin.
I got the Sharon evolving skin.
So what the cost? You said it's expensive. Skin is our main source of income. So it's very tricky for us to set the right price.
It's fair.
So it's a.
I think one of the things that my brain wants to call him light bowgun. Does anyone else have that problem? Low budget gaming. I keep wanting to say light bowgun. Another thing he mentioned is maybe even different pricing tiers. Maybe not changing the pricing, but maybe there's like a tier below the 750 for skins that would be a little bit more meaningful. I mean, they kind of have that with like makeup and some of the heads and stuff like that, but we don't really have anything lower.
Stream, and rather than giving that discount, we want to increase the
The Sharon evolving skin is really good. I agree.
So today we're going to be super honest. So I'm telling you, we do take this as a.
Yeah, I got you, child. I'm not going to go dig for it. If you want to go find it, if there's some abstract thing that some guy said in this 6.5 hour stream, you're welcome to go find it and give me a timestamp and I'll check it out. But I'm not going to go scan 6.5 hours for an abstract message that you think one of them said at one point. That's asking too much of another person, I think.
As an important matter.
I do that one. I do.
생각해봤을 때 얘 주신 것처럼 뭐 프레나의 스킨.
Now, there's no way to earn caliber in game, Jolly, other than selling stuff to other players, which requires some caliber to get. But yeah, there's no like you can't go farm anything. Well, I guess technically you could. You could go farm ancestor modules and sell them to other players. There is a way to get caliber, but you have to get stuff that sells, and it's a lot of time and effort. Which I guess is similar to Plaid in Warframe.
So the tail of Freya's skin, there were many mixed comments. Some people like this, some others not. We're trying to resolve this issue. For example, you can toggle on.
What were the onslaught changes? They changed a bunch of the buffs. They changed the spawn mechanics. They changed some of the power-ups and what they cost. And they changed some of the mobs. Yeah.
Parts of Freya's skin.
지금 얘기를 하고 있습니다.
These are kind of ideas that we are.
You find hot dog eating contests grows great, or you don't care? I don't really watch many of them. I've watched some competitive eaters talk about the contest, but they are very much just like scrunching the food and then washing it down your throat with water until you pass out. So I wouldn't say they're like really exciting to watch from my perspective, but I know there's a big, there's definitely a fan base for them. When Warframe did heirloom skins at first, they got pushed back on it because they were $46 each for Frost and Mag. Instead of just stopping, they took the criticism, and when they released new heirlooms, you can either use real money or plat, and it's not as expensive. Neither of them saw Evo skins didn't make much money. Well, to be fair, I wonder if, because DE is self-published, right? I wonder if Nexon controls the prices for stuff in game, and these devs have no impact on it. That could be the case because they're owned by Nexon, you know.
Currently discussing.
통역을 위해 잠깐 끊었고요.
Warframe had an event last year where you could farm as much as you wanted for 1 week. That's the Plasma. What is it? Plasma. Yeah, that's like the freak event that everyone goes crazy over. It'd be nice if we had those in TFD. T is backed by Tencent, but Tencent as a publisher cares a lot about what you do with the game in their region and care very little about what you do with your game in your region. That's very different than Magnum. Magnum is headquartered in the Nexon offices. They're literally physically there. So it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. Tencent could not care less what you do with your game in your region. They only care what you do with your game in their region. So they're going to control a lot about what you do with like your game in China. But outside of that, they're like, whatever, they'll just give their feedback. Yo, Ryan, thank you for the 20 months. Good to see you, buddy.
이거는 제가 좀 초안을 봤는데.
So I looked at the.
And the only time Tencent asks for stuff is so that you can put it in your game so they can get it in their branch on their game. Do you mean Magnum is owned by Nexon? Yes, they are. It is a sister studio underneath Nexon. I have questions. Hit me.
Draft?
It's true, Tommy. It's true.
And I didn't really like it, so I asked them to redo it. It happened yesterday.
이런 스킨은 이 만족도 부분이 되게
When it comes to skin,
이걸 계속 올리려고
meeting the expectation of our users is the utmost priority, and we are definitely looking into it in various perspectives.
공용 스킨,
and the common skin,
늘려달라고 하신
you
걸로
wanted
했는데
us to expand the number of common skins.
제작을 하고 있고
We are
아시는 것처럼
releasing and developing as we speak, and it's also integrated into the battle pass so that many more users can use it. The skin
Hollywood.
for battle pass, we are improving its design to make sure that everybody likes it.
스킨 컨셉을
And
다양하게 하기 위해서
to
노력을 많이
add more colors to the skin concept.
If you don't own video games, is it theft if we pirate them? Yes, if you acquire something that has a price without paying the price, it is theft. If you're trying to get into like a philosophical debate on if people make it so the only option is theft, is it really theft? I feel like that's more of a moral debate than it is anything else. But if something inherently has a price and you acquire it without paying the price, that is by definition theft. And then you can go into more moral debates afterwards on whether the theft was justified or not. But I think those are two very different things. It's been saying it a while. No? What do you mean no? What? Nexon is a big buck investor behind Magnum? No. Nexon, so how do I describe this? Vitamin water is owned by Coca-Cola. The reason companies do sister studios and side companies and things like that is because they will have entirely different public perception, PR, and their own kind of direction, right? So is vitamin water Coca-Cola? No, they're two different products, but they're owned by the same company. That's what's happening here. Nexon owns Magnum, and Magnum is inside of Nexon, but it's a separate entity so that they can operate with a little bit more autonomy, but they're still inside of Nexon. Like Nexon makes a bunch of games, and they also have a whole bunch of sister studios inside of that umbrella that they're 100% owned by Nexon, but are an ancillary thing, so they can help develop their own culture and things like that. But it is fully owned by Nexon. Nexon could walk in to Magnum Studios in the same building and say, you're done, you're not making this game anymore, and there's nothing they could do to stop them, right? So it is a company inside of a company, but it's more of just like a legal separation than anything else, right? Lamborghini is owned by Audi. Well, I mean, like most candy bars are owned by Mars, right? But, you know, it's a whole thing.
Well, actually, my answer is getting so lengthy, but speaking of it, I need to address this. So, over the past 1 year, you know,
several
which
Lamborghinis,
one was
yeah.
popular. We show you the numbers in the beginning of the session. The female ninja series, what was the name of it? I can't recall it right now. I'm sorry.
그것과
So that one, the popular one, and then the goddess virgins. These were favorites of our users. So it means that it was sold very well.
Version is what she
To be
said.
very straight. So it's not a matter of
Version.
whether they are more revealing or not. We need to have a good quality design and good concept to have our descendants satisfied with it.
좀더 천천히 할게요. 아마 지금 이제 계획 중인 스킨들을 다 재점검을 해서
We're going to review all the skins.
이런 방향에 부합하는 애들로
A lookbook would be cool, user. It would be.
Redesign them.
Lookbooks are very big in
or refine them in a way that they could increase
in Korea too.
the satisfaction of our users. So we're going to definitely improve the quality of the skins.
It's true, Gallows. It's true.
네, 그리고 그 총매 그리고
Moving on to Catalyst and Energy Activator.
분들이 번들을 좀 더
The new users
수 있는 부분은
10 million registered
them a
losers.
discount price.
새로운 번들로
We do have that in mind.
할인율로
We'd like to offer
제품들을 준비하고 있습니다. 그래서
better price to our new users or returnees. When you are in short of Catalyst, you could use this bundle to grow faster.
So they're not changing their overpriced catalysts and activators. They might offer one-time bundles that only certain players can buy.
Yeah, let's look forward to the changes that will come to the skins. And
best quote to this day.
We're seeing you.
I'm a registered loser.
Suddenly, please give an opinion to cosmetics.
Yeah, I'm sure people have seen my stance in the past about things, but
no, you're not.
I've
Yes,
always
I
been
am.
one for,
I have 200 hours
for both types of players. For ones that like to go the more skimpy, risque kind of side of things, and others that want to look a bit more, let's say, badass. For example, Ultimate SMO, when he dropped with his default skin. A genuinely fantastic skin. I possibly speak for quite a few people when I say that is like an absolute goated skin. I would have happily paid for that, to be honest with you. But I would love to see more armor cosmetics going forward. You know, with the amount of firepower that kind of comes our way, especially in these later battles and everything like that. It just kind of makes the most sense. But it's also really kind of cool to customize those with the paints. So.
Ultima was
Something
by which
along
skin
those
was
kind
that?
of lines. Is there any chance that we could see those coming back in the future? But also the second point that I do have is the evolving skins that we used to have back when the game first kind of like dropped. We don't seem to see any of those anymore, and I was just wondering, is there a reason why?
It's probably cost to return. Cost to return was too off. So you're making 3 skins, but then the price didn't justify the increase, and so people. I like the evolving skins, but it might have just been that, you know, they could get away with making skins that cost them less, and so they did.
Why that's the case, and can we actually expect those to ever kind of return themselves back to the store?
Yeah, thank you, Raze.
Ultimate SMO default, yeah. He's really good. It's good.
Armor skins. So, Ultimate SMO, that skin was really well received, and Raze gave the opinion of that he wanted to see some like similar, much more with all that firepower that we have.
Yep.
And then the second one,
the price
is,
relative to the difference,
skins.
yeah.
And,
the evolving skins, I can see them being like 10 to 30% more than a normal skin because it is small variations on one core skin concept. It's not like the skins are drastically different, especially for like the Valby evolving skin. It was like almost the exact same for all 3 of them. Like, and that was probably, that specific skin was probably a test for them to see what they could do for the evolving skins. I don't even know, can you view evolving skins in here? Yeah, this one. Oh, you can. Like, this being like $60 is actually insane. Like, this, and to put it in perspective, this is the default Ultimate Valby. This is the $60 evolving skin. And this is all 3 variants of it. Like, mother trucker, you want me to buy Crimson Desert or this? Like, come on, man. Now, the evolving skins, I think they're just overpriced for what it is. And to be honest, it's just variants on it. There are some really cool ones that I think are vibey, but I think it was just it was a cost estimate. Like the value add was not, the whole equation was off. It was very expensive for not that much variety.
Had a lot of questions on our dev live about this as well, so I'm going to hand it to our producer if he could handle these questions.
To have devs have to collect the thoughts, and also for translation piece.
네,
Yeah.
스킨 질문은 언제나 굉장히
Okay, skins. It kind of puts me in a hard spot every time I
Skin
get
or a game?
questions
Yeah.
on this. First of all, you mentioned evolution skins.
Yeah, why does Valve get
evolving
so many
skins.
weird skins? Is there just like a concept artist in the studio that just loves weird skins for Valve? Like, she just gets so many weird skins. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, she got Frogby, she got like 2 others. They're just like really just off the wall goofy. Like I don't know what the frick we're doing. Like, there's just so many weird ones. But it's a style, I guess.
Now, this is a very frequently asked question, and I think I answered this in our live stream. And for the moment, I don't have any plans for this. Just to lay it all out there, we do not have any plans for evolving skins just yet.
스킨의 어떤
No plans for more.
But
Is there anything about making
for
it easier to sell
customization,
med duels for Caliber?
or in terms of quality,
Modules? No, they didn't. Oh, they're
We
no,
will
they're adding an offline trading option in like 2 months.
raise up our game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's coming. Thankfully.
아, 네. 그 진화 스킨은
Oh, we don't have evolving skins, but
스킨의 파츠
for the skin parts, you can turn them on and off and then combine them in many ways. That's what's coming up. It's kind of similar to evolving skins.
진화 스킨이랑은 엄밀히는 다르지만
Well, strictly speaking, it's different, but still, you can take off your mask or get rid of your horn or take off your jacket.
선택할 수 있는
So you can customize these parts. And
I'm curious how they're going to do that, because they do have that a little bit already, right? So like you can do, characters like this. You can turn their wings on and off. So I'm guessing what they're doing is they're going to be making skins that you can extend this functionality to the skin itself, which might actually be in the mode of like these skins, right? So like everyone always complained about the ultimate skins like this. They would potentially add a toggle for you can toggle this or raise the visor or put it down and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's a fair compromise. It's a good middle ground, probably.
attachment,
위치가
the place.
He
and,
liked her
like, the
character?
direction of
Maybe,
the
Kestra. Yeah,
attachments.
maybe.
I think we might tweak where the attachments go.
That'd
they
be cool,
might
Jester.
they might be rotated. So we want these attachments to blend in well
Yeah.
and go well with the skin.
Sounds cool.
So that kind of function is under development.
Cool. That's neat.
Yeah, thank you for the question and answers. And let's move on to Ariane. 아리안님, 예, 관련해서 한번 말씀 부탁드립니다.
So Ariane, if you're ready.
네, 예전에 한번 말씀해 주신 적이 있는데
I think this was brought up before.
기간을 좀 알고 싶습니다.
I just want to know the specific period. For multi-social motion, I want to use it in photo mode. When will this be possible?
Oh, emotes? Like group emotes?
And you said you're going to develop
What's
the
up, Space
toggle
Cowboy?
function. How
Yeah, we're
about
actually
the
almost done.
hairstyle functions? Is that going to be added to toggle? This time the swimsuits. I just wanted to use the hairstyles, but because I didn't like the accessories, like big ribbons or a sci-fi style object. I thought that kind of get in the way. I just wanted her hairstyles, so that's what I wanted to check.
그다음에 메이크업.
And makeup.
굉장히 막 깜장색 입술.
Like some characters have purple eyeshadow and brown lipstick.
맑은 스타일의 우리나라 K-pop.
Now, K-pop style is like a more pure makeup style with a lighter tone, so I would like to see that more. And I don't know if this falls into the umbrella of cosmetics. I would like to ask a question about lounge.
라운지에
So in lounge,
As a sort of accessory system for their skins? Interesting.
we have a very cool weapon storage system and the hover bike. So would there be a lounge where we could save our ancestor mods? Thank you.
저 먼저 질문 하나 드리고 싶어요.
Can I just add a question on this?
I don't think so, Magoo, no.
Among what you mentioned, you said
Group photos. I have 0 friends in
saving
game. I don't know. Can you? What he's asking for is there are group emotes. I don't really ever use them because I'm a loser. But yeah, like this. So I guess these group emotes not be used in photo mode? Is that what's going on? The problem with the photo mode is you have to cycle through these one by one, which is really annoying. Like, so you have to do this. But I guess are there? Well, no. So this is like intros. I guess he's saying you can't use the group emotes inside of photo mode. It's all single emotes anyways, which just seems to be that's the case. So he's saying, can we use the group ones in this, even though there's no one behind us, just because I like the poses, I guess, which is fair. This game is struggling. QnA has been out like half a year. We got a banger fantasy mode. Yeah.
mods in lounge. I think I need a bit more clarification on that part. Oh.
He's probably saying, can I show my really expensive AM mods on a display in my lounge?
마이크가 지금 켜져 있나요?
Is my mic on? Oh, like if you look in sci-fi movies, like you have this huge CPU computer room and a lot of memory chips just stacked.
Yeah, he's saying put the AMs on display in the lounge.
Let's say I have a red tier module, and
That's
I would
fair,
like to
Kestra,
see
that's
that
fair.
visually in a lounge because it's very satisfying visually. And hover bikes, people have made this in a very cool way. And we have weapon storage, which is very cool. People don't use this a lot, so I think this is less known. But I would like to, install my favorite mods in a cool storage.
Yeah,
so
that'd be cool.
Just laying everything out there, all my work.
좋은 아이디어 감사합니다.
Thank you for your brilliant idea.
이제 답을 얘기해줘야지.
Okay, I need an answer. Not just a reaction, an answer, please.
주셨던 처음의 아이디어.
Yes, the first idea you mentioned.
못해서 다시 한번
I just needed some clarification.
그 설명해 주신 내용을
But now that I've heard his explanation, I will think about expanding the lounge so that we could see more collectibles.
희귀하게 얻을 수 있는 것들
We'll consider it.
Rare items.
반영하고 배치할 수 있도록.
We'll make sure that players can see that in the lounge.
Okay.
그리고 처음 하신 질문.
And going back to the first question.
소셜을 포토 모드에서 지원하는 거.
Supporting multi-social in photo mode.
언제 하냐?
When is that coming up?
네, 지금은 요거를 일정을 좀
Well, for now, I can't give you a fixed schedule.
소셜 모드, 그러니까 포토 모드의 기능 추가는 계속 해 나가고 있고.
Now we are adding pillars to photo mode, but this multi-social motion, it's kind of unclear at the moment.
You've been to your lounge twice? Yeah, I forget it's
when
there.
we have a set date, we'll get back to you for sure.
그리고
People go to the lounge? Some people do. I mean, here's the thing, right? Once they add offline trading through lounge, people are going to see lounges a lot. It's like never going to your dojo, but you have to go to the dojo to buy modules and stuff, right? Like having that offline trading is going to make people visit and see lounges a lot. So at that point, people will probably care more about it because there's a reason to go there.
For Toggle,
저희가 그 파츠 모든 스킨들이
The Goon Cave, yep.
all the skins, their parts can't be turned on and off. Not all of them, but we are going to release ones that can be turned on and off. Now, for skins with hairstyles, we're trying to.
You don't care about your
make a
hideout in
mode
PoE 2?
where we can
What?
turn this
You spend all your
hairstyles on
time
and
there
off
once
as
you
well.
get to maps. You don't go anywhere else.
그 화장.
And makeup.
K-pop 아이돌 스타일 화장 같은 경우는
Like a K-pop idol vibe makeup style, we will ask that to our design team.
To be honest, I'm shocked they don't have a ton of makeup. Like this cannot be a very expensive cosmetic to make. An artist could do this over lunch. Like, let's be honest here. I'm surprised there isn't like a long list of these. Like, this is not a very, this is a very simple thing to create as an item. The the poly's already there, the model is already there. You're messing with textures, coloring, and like materials and overlays. You know, someone could sit down and make a lot of these very quickly. Paints after the easiest. Yeah, paints are also very easy as well. Yeah.
그리고 지금
comparatively.
채팅 중에 보니까
And looking at the live chat, I think this is a frequently asked question. Now, selling our skins in bundles. I think we made a
That'd be cool, Jester.
decision
Yep.
on this.
How offline
Maybe
selling is going to
someone
work?
could,
You put it in a storage
elaborate on
box,
this?
and people go to your storage
Swimsuits?
box
Do you
and
mean
buy it out of the storage box.
Swimsuits? Maybe last year's swimsuits? So,
시작합니다.
they are going to be sold next week.
또 복각 계속 이제 여러 가지
Really, PSA? Oh my god, that's crazy.
복각 요청들이 있으셔서
And there was a lot of requests for this.
나갔던 스킨들은
For skins that were already sold, in the second half, we are going to release these returning skins.
기회마다 복각을 할 예정입니다.
So we are planning to release some returning skins as well.
Okay.
Yes, returning skins.
They didn't answer the makeup question though.
Mentioned, and the plans were mentioned about last year's swimming suit skins. Yeah, we got.
They didn't answer the makeup question.
Raising their hands. Thank you for waiting. Let's go to Sen.
That's it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you say that we can get the last year's bikini skins from the Abyss Colossus?
Oh, sorry. Just
Thanks, Jolly,
to clear
thanks.
up. Oh, we meant returning skins.
Okay. So my question is, will we ever be able to gift cosmetics from the shop?
Exactly,
to
Ryo. That
other
is exactly what we
players?
said. Yep.
So like, say I have a friend and I want to buy my friend a skin, I could just gift him the skin.
No.
Okay. Yeah.
Gifting would be
Yeah,
cool.
I think a lot of players want to give them as gifts. So let's hear it from our producer.
Gifting would be awesome. He just groaned.
있으면 저도 좋겠네요. 네.
I mean, I wish we had that feature, but at the moment, it's hard to give you a set answer.
지당하신 제안이라고 생각합니다.
Gifting caliber and/or items would be cool.
I do understand it's a good point, but right now we're not very set on that.
Yeah. So no set schedule, but let's look forward to the dev team to make that function. Yeah, giving it.
It's just dev work, Charlie. It's just
really, it's actually much more.
anytime you add a system like that, you need a UI designer to come and design the UI. You need a UI engineer to build it and make it function. You need a programmer to implement it, and then you need QA to test it and a producer to be aware of it, right? It's not that it's particularly a bad thing. Like gifting is really good. It's just they're busy making other systems and doing other things, you know?
More important than said.
Just higher
And
priority.
We also have Alyssa raising his hand. Let's hear it
Is
from
it true
you.
that they could have easily made PG versions of all their skins? Yeah. I mean, anything's possible.
Do you have any plans to add any more skins that are farmable through gameplay? Is there any improvements or changes planned for the paints or dyeing system? Or has the team considered adding more unique themes like
Homie is so
cyberpunk
tired.
themes for the outfits? And sorry, last question. Have you considered adding skins with more clothing on?
Yeah. So I think. Yeah.
Homie has been up all night and his filter is just died in that moment. The filter, like his polite filter was malfunctioning. He just let that one rip. He let the intrusive thoughts win on that.
Farmable skins.
They were hating him for this comment. I believe it. I like his wall lights. They're
maybe
cool.
like a
I wonder what it
cyberpunk
is.
Kind of theme, not just limited.
Probably
to
like a little
cyberpunk,
film or
like-
something.
But like I think overall more themes, just skins and skins with more clothing. Yeah.
What was the
So
comment? Can you make more skins with more clothing on?
Let's hear it from the dev team.
일단 앞에 두 개는
Well, the first two questions I can give you an answer.
네 개인데요.
Well, I think There were 4 questions? Were there 3? Anyway.
플레이에서 파밍 가능한 스킨은
Now skins that are farmable.
Dude, look at them. They're just laughing.
저희 전투 보급품 편점에서
You can find that in our store.
충부에서 나가고 있는데
That's also in our Void Abyss and our battle supply shop. That's going to change into an extreme intercept mode. And when we have a new monster released, that's when, just like Void Intercept, you can get an extreme mode skin. We will keep the updates rolling in on that.
그리고 페인트 쪽에서는
And for paint,
현재 좀 살펴보고 있는 거는
we are looking at the option of
페인트 안 되는 그 선.
You know the small lines where
Looks like
the paint is
curtain
not
lights. It could be
저희가
Govy curtain lights. They are cool.
부분에서 발생하는
that was kind of a structural problem in our programming, so we are doing some R&D to improve that. We will be able
you're
to
right.
improve
Yeah, it
this,
probably
but
is. They're pretty expensive.
This has to do with optimization as well, so we're just looking for the
pretty expensive.
how to make this more perfect, and
Bala
the art
bala.
team is working on this.
또 독특한 테마 코스튬.
And kind of a structural problem in our programming, so we are doing some R&D to improve that. We will be able to improve this, but this has to do with optimization as well, so we're just looking for the how to make this more perfect, and the art team is working on this.
Okay.
또 독특한 테마 코스튬.
And for unique theme costumes,
Pants are in low supply.
we are working hard to come up with more diverse, customized skins, and this year...
Same, Hitomi, yeah, same. Does Rapper Question have ever seen one? What, can we get stuff with more clothes on? Hey, I'm not yucking anyone's yum if you guys like it. My big thing, and I've mentioned this before, and Hitomi just mentioned it, is I think that anything that is excessively risque should not be default. I want them to maintain their lore and their universe and their world. And so, when they start going into defaults like this, I think this shouldn't be the default character. Even the enemy stuff. I think this shouldn't be what the character looks like by default. If you want to do, this stuff as non-canon skins, then go for it. Like that's the whole point of skins. They should be fun and wild and goofy. If you want to do this as part of your skins, then go for it. That's your thing. My big thing is that when it comes to that idea, this shouldn't be the default character that I see in cutscenes unless I'm wearing a skin. That's just how I view it. But otherwise, do whatever you want. Just have fun, go crazy. If people want billions of bikinis, then go for it.
And moving forward, more fun skins are going to be released.
스킨이라고 말씀 주셨는데.
So
absolutely,
skins
CJ,
with
absolutely.
Less exposure. We are doing this actually. We are working on this, but there is less hype. Honestly, there's more hype on characters with more exposure. So.
그렇습니다. 네.
Hype internally or externally? Less exposure equals less hype. We know like. Please bring up Inez camo skin. Okay. Let's go look at the skin. Child needs us to see it. Inez camo skin, huh? Did I already miss her? Oh, she's up here. Inez camo skin. Look at the detail. It is very detailed. Got a lot of she's got like leg straps and buckles and all kinds of things. Yep. It is very detailed. Indeed. Indubitably. It kind of works with this hair, actually. Not the color, but. Why I was using her OG outfit and or also like Iron Man, I like her outfit with the jacket. Oh yeah, like Valby's jacket is iconic. I do like Valby's jacket, it's true. Mm-hmm. To the left, to the left.
Yeah, thank you. And well, actually, aside from the great opinions that were received from the creators, I've also seen from the community. We've
nice if the hood could go up.
received
Yeah,
a
that'd
lot
be
of
cool.
comments from the community, and a lot of them was already covered today. But one of them regarding cosmetics was enhancing the overall way to kind of customize our descendants. So
VS on which skin?
maybe getting extra slots for like glasses, earrings, piercing, or maybe getting like a ring.
Her
and along
default?
with this, we also
Like her regular? That's the best window? This is what you like? This is what you like? Yeah? That's what you want?
also saw opinions about like enhancing the overall texture
Beautiful.
of stockings as our female descendants. They tend to, there's a lot of skin
It could
related
get
to
to, yeah.
stockings, so maybe enhancing the texture. Yeah, I want to hear it from you guys. So, do you have any?
Vanessa
plans
was
on
my, or
this?
Viesa was my first descendant. I chose Ajax. Was I the only one that chose Ajax as my first character?
이것도 솔직하게
I went
Okay, I'm
Bulbasaur,
going
and everyone
to
was
put
arguing over
everything out on the table.
Squirtle and
안경이나 뭐
These items like
Charmander.
piercings, glasses.
you chose Ajax too. Nice.
It would
You
be
started
nice to have
cool.
additional slots for them, but our focus is more on
토글 기능.
A lot of
skin toggle
Ajaxers.
features,
추가가 가능한 스킨의 제작이나
skins that are customizable, or improving the shades
것 같은 문제들 이런 거
or body shape. That's what we're
네.
focusing on more at the
Lot of
moment.
Ajaxes. Let's go.
이게 좀
And for stockings, this might be a tricky topic.
Why isn't
to
Viesa
go
got a
over, but
challenge
since
skin?
it's
What's a
brought up,
challenge skin?
팀하고 확인을
Like an
해본
evolving
결과
skin? They
I
just don't
checked
do them
with
anymore.
the art team recently. They improved their shaders, so the
Until Freyna,
the texture has improved. Its texture has been improved in terms of
VS
quality.
is still your main.
And
VS is a
we
great
got
main
lot
to
of
have right now. She's
positive
real good.
feedback. So through
Real
the
flexible, a
shader
lot of power.
improvement, we'll be able to express more better shades.
Okay.
So please look forward to that.
Looking forward.
Yeah, thank you. Let's really look forward to that.
I'm looking forward.
Currently, I'm not seeing any more hands for
I'm doing
cosmetics,
it.
So, let's move on to the next topic. But remember, if you think you need.
넘어가시기 전에.
Oh yeah, because.
Oh, before we move on, it's not about cosmetics precisely, but
질문 주셨던 내용.
on question on the paid items for returning users or beginning users, maybe a
있었던 걸로 기억되거든요.
package that was brought up, I think.
품에 속하는 것 중에 하나가 이제 총매.
One of those items is catalyst. That's one of our most important items.
게임 내에서도 총매
And within the game,
얻기 위해서
in order to obtain the catalyst, you need to put a lot of time and effort. But for returning descendants,
메타를 쫓아가기 위해
in order to go after the
Freyna's awesome, but she's just a little too
latest
weak
meta,
right now.
they need to put in a lot of time for catalyst farming. So it's hard for them to catch up with meta, and it's hard for them to progress quickly.
해결하는 데 있어서
So in order to resolve this problem,
총매의 연구 개수를 뭐 늘리는 방향과
we are
Yeah, we do need a new fellow. I don't think there's anyone playing. Like they could have released a bird fellow that's a crow
for research.
for Raven.
어떤 방향을 만약에 도입해야 된다라면
So if there is a better way forward, which one would you prefer? It would also be nice to hear our creators' thoughts as well, if you have any on this.
They said they
Have
were working on
any
a
ideas on this.
drone, and a cat
we can see
when they
a
launched the
hand brought
dogs,
up from
but we haven't heard anything in like over a
아리아노님이
year.
딱 손을 들어주셨는데, 먼저 한번 말씀 부탁드립니다.
Dante would be cool.
네, 저 같은 경우에는 뉴비랑 복귀 계정
So for newbies
Why am I
and
being hummed?
returnees,
단축시켜줬으면 좋겠습니다.
I think it'd be nice to reduce the research time. For example, for 10 research, you can do it in 10 minutes. For like Ultimate Bunny, you can make 10 at faster pace, and for the ones
뉴비 한정으로.
for
They're not gonna
starting
do
from
this.
like 11s, maybe you can return the pace to the normal mode.
I mean, they already do have research time reductions with the events and
Thank you
stuff.
so much for your great
Jail.
feedback.
Let's go to low
You
budget.
tell me
I
about
think
Wall
he
Crasher? I
also
missed
has
it. Get
an
owned.
opinion as well.
Buy more bikini skins. Did you get the bikini pack for him?
Yeah, so basically this was my suggestion about the bundle for the Catalyst. To directly answer, I think a bit of both is what is needed. The ability to maybe queue up the Catalyst would be helpful. And also, like I said, the new people are unfamiliar with how to farm them or how to get the items, so that bundle will also
Three
come
of
in handy.
them.
So a combination
Serena,
of both of things, I think, will be beneficial for the health of the game.
Inez?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh,
Great
you got
opinions
all the
on this,
rivals
and
bikini skins.
For players watching,
Oh.
yeah, I think you have everyone
You
probably
got them all,
has their,
Dioku? Let's go. Serena
personal
Haley
opinion regarding
Daya.
this. Please send them to us. Leave comments. We'll be sure to
Don't tell me what to do,
look at
Jason.
them, and then we
You're
can
not my dad.
make future plans on making these extra, kind of things. Yeah, so let's move on to the last topic. But of course, as I said, we still have room for if we
Wait, did
want
they
to
just...
talk.
So that Ariana asked a question and so did Light Bowgun, but neither of them got their question answered.
About the things that we did before. If you have something that comes up, we'll take that.
Worth every penny. Let's go. Did you prepare the figures? No, I didn't.
Story and narrative. And yeah, story plays an important
They
role
look cool, though.
in the first Descendant as well. In season 4, we finally face against Karel. Yeah, and I imagine there'll be plenty of
They said the bikini skins are returning, but they didn't say when, Crymore, so I'm not sure. We don't know when that's coming back, but they said they will.
On the story so far.
Jason's tired. We're all tired, man.
Season 4, like curious.
I'm tired watching it. This is a long one.
So, yeah.
Did they say next week? I didn't hear that. Okay, so it is next week. Okay. Well, I guess they're coming back next week.
With Karel attacking and I assume destroying Albion, are we going to get a new social hub?
Great question. That was my question as well.
Great question.
They're not going to spoil it.
직접 답해 주시겠어요?
Could you take that question, please?
제가 답해요?
Should I?
네, 제가 답해도 괜찮긴 한데.
Yeah, okay. I'll answer the question
이야기
myself.
진행 과정에 있어서 알비온이 그 공격을 받게
Albion will be under attack.
연출이 제공
And we will have a cinematic storytelling about it.
알비온이
It's not that Albion is going to collapse. It's just part of the story. It's going to be
So
under
no, Albion's not changing. It's going to be a cinematic thing. There might be a transitionary state, but Albion's staying.
attack, but it's not going anywhere.
Yep. Dang it.
Yeah. Let's then move on to Ariane. Yeah, Ariane.
Would have been cool, but
스토리 관련된
Yes.
질문 부탁드려요.
Whenever you're ready. Ariane.
네, 퍼디에서 가장 좋았던 스토리가
What I loved the most from TFD was the story.
Karel
around
blows
Lane
up the
season
lounge
2.
and leaves.
그래서 카렐과의 최종전
So the final battle against Karel, I wonder if there is any protagonist descendant in this battle, and I think it would add.
They're not
it
gonna
would make
spoil
us
it.
more, it would be more immersive if you have certain characters that play as a protagonist. And the second part is about Belvi. I love Belvi personally, and I feel like
Jeremy
in the story,
returns.
You keep creating this romantic relationship with Eugene. So I'm not very happy with that.
에이젝스와 글레이
I mean, Ajax, Glay, and Luna, Jaber, Kyle. I know that some of the descendants have their own romantic relationships, but
Is this a thing where like their favorite idol comes out and has a boyfriend and they're really upset and unfollow them?
what's your point of view on this?
우선 그
Well,
퍼스트 디센던트 안에서의
so
러브
within FDS, the
아시겠지만
romantic lines.
엔조가 유일한 상황이고요.
Well, Enzo is the only one with the romantic relations.
Yeah, he took my nail.
Romantic line.
Down with
The other
Enzo.
descendants, they don't have the so-called romantic line yet. We didn't.
필요하진 않았습니다.
We weren't not the ones who gave that narrative.
알비온에는 다양한
So in Albion, there are many
그 안에서
characters,
자연스럽게
and
형성될 수
naturally,
있는 우정,
they can form friendship, or they can respect each other,
여러 형태의
and
이런 감정들을 좀 표현.
there could be various emotions
이런 연출이
exchanged among.
Hey baby, you want to come over to my lounge so I can respect you? I'd love to get you alone so we could respect each other in the lounge.
These descendants, and I believe these kind of narrative were perceived as a romantic.
Get over here
line.
so I can respect you good, baby.
So we'll try to better express these different emotions.
관계를 러브라인으로만
So not everything is about romantic relationship.
하시지 알아주셨으면 좋겠어요.
I think that's a misunderstanding. So there's not going to be romantic lines anymore? No. Okay, that's official.
That's why no one
There's
plays
no
Enzo?
romantic
Yeah, because
relationships.
he took Nell. Exactly.
It's official. Yeah, let's hear another opinion from Low Budget.
No, they said not yet. They said they'll probably explore more friendships and stuff. You know how like the boys, STMO, Lepic, and Blair. I guess they're gonna do more of those, like more interpersonal relationships and respecting each other and that sort of thing. They said maybe on the other one, like the other relationship. They said they might do it. That no one else has it yet.
So regarding the stories, I think the stories have improved a lot. And I
get it. There's interest in it. You know, so if you care a lot about a character, you might care a lot about their romantic interests and things like that. You know,
questline.
It's not inherently a bad
was
thing.
Also very good. So more of that, please, because I think that was some of the best content we've had recently. And you already mentioned that VSI is getting a backstory. I'm really curious about Ajax and his backstory and all his travels in the void, things like that. And also more lore. We've already touched about this. More people in Albion, maybe more NPCs who give some more lore, minor quests, mini missions, mini games within Albion that can fill the stories.
It made it seem like VS and Valby were good friends. What happened? They got distracted.
Yeah,
making
great
other
opinion.
stuff.
Yeah, the lore itself is really important.
Warframe does have the AOL dating things.
Want to really focus on that.
DE let us date frames. They do.
The story is an important factor.
And to be honest, I think they should just do it. Like, there's just so many people in this game that care a lot about the characters, what they look like, and whatever. I think that it would be, given the kind of audience this game has garnered, I think they could add that AOL text dating thing to this game, and it would probably go over well with over 50% of the audience, I would imagine. And it's just a bunch of writing. You can get a narrative designer or a writer to come in and do it. It's all text. You can even do like the thing that they have. I mean, even like Warframe has it, Wuthering Waves has it, where you can text the characters and whatever. They could totally do that. It wouldn't be all that difficult either. And they have the lounge, yeah, exactly. And even when you go in the lounge, they talk to you and ask you about your day and whatever. Like, if they wanted to do that, they could they could also do AI. That's a big thing too. I think there's definitely some challenges with that, but there are plenty of games like Where Winds Meet and stuff where they do like the AI. You can AI talk with them. You'd have to be careful about that going really wrong, because that can get into some really weird situations and even some ethical concerns too. Like situations where. Well, I'm not going to say that on stream, but there are some very horrific cases where young people have relied on a AI chatbot to give them the answer they needed in a crucial moment and didn't get it, or they were directed in a bad direction because of an AI chatbot. That has happened. And so, you want to be careful about not tripping those. I'm putting it in a very PG sense, but
the first descendant. So yeah, let's hear from the dev team on that opinion.
Exactly, Sizzle. Yeah, people get crazy. Hello, Descendant. What do you want me to wear today?
Yes. So
more
at the end of the
clothing.
day, it's about adding more features to make our players.
You believe the devs are headed in a better direction? Yeah.
So the
more incremental improvements.
Storytelling, I believe,
Hi,
is
sweet baby.
improving and has improved a lot compared to season 1.
Baby.
And I can assure you that season 4 would be much better than what we have shown you so far. But one thing that we can do to improve is to
PUBG commercials,
expression settings, the settings that
true.
we have to fully
hiding in bushes with frying pans.
So we'll do our best to make our game more immersive.
Hi,
Thank you so much for your meaningful opinions.
Yeah, thank you. Let's go to Alyssa. Please give an opinion on this.
with the story obviously going through Axion and stuff like that, will we end up seeing any new Colossus in the story? Or is there going to be any further expansion upon descendant-specific stories, for example, Lepic or Valby and stuff like that?
Coffee's just bean broth? You leave my bean broth out of this, sir.
Yeah, pretty straightforward question, so I'm going to hand it to the dev team.
Hey, baby. Who's the prettiest girl in the world?
거시는 저희가 또
Who's the prettiest girl in the world?
해 나갈
It's
예정입니다.
you. You're the prettiest girl in the world.
New
지금 극한
You are. You're the prettiest girl in the
crossing
world.
forward. For the extreme
In the
mode
whole
and the
world.
wall crusher,
말씀을 주셨는데
we're going to be. I mean, you mentioned about Colossus replacing them. So
Valby by the Ocean cinematic.
we're
That
gonna
was a
be
cool cinematic. It
keeping
was.
the light on for
It is a long one,
existing
metaphor.
content, as I mentioned before. So we're going to add new Colossus as part of such KTLO efforts. And moving on to the backstories, we are preparing Viesa's story, and there are some early descendants whose stories have not been revealed yet. But we do have a plan to share all those backstories, so please look forward to it.
Looking forward.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any hands, but from the community, I also saw a comment relating to our cinematic cutscenes. So, yeah, it's really good to see these cutscenes. But sometimes, when you're like doing a quest, you just see the descendants just standing there, and it sometimes doesn't really feel like they're alive kind of thing.
A pause break to move on?
Would it be possible,
No.
to kind of enhance
We're almost
this
done,
so
man. We're
that
almost done.
Players can have an immersive experience. in their
Eckert
first
story. Once new character weapon have been gotten, subsequent weapon mats and BP should be available in other dungeons. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be a good way to split it up.
The NPC
하고 있고요. 최근 업데이트된 또
presentation, we are making improvements, and the newly updated ESMO quest will. You can check it out.
또 시즌 4에는
It surely delivers better presentations and effects. And also,
또 새로운
we're not just going to focus on the quality of the effects, quality of the NPC's motions. We're also going to add more storylines.
퀘스트의 연출은
When it comes to the effects and presentations,
없기 때문에
well,
그냥 앞으로도 더욱 몰입감 있는 경험 제공할 수 있도록.
They have been doing it, Dioku. Yeah. They did one for Esimo. It just didn't have the
thank you
same
for that answer.
viral
And
appeal that
I'm not seeing
Freyna
any
did.
hands, so this is actually the last of our topics. But as I said in the beginning, if you have anything you want to say, it doesn't have to be like game related. It doesn't have to be a question. But if you have anything that you want to say, this is kind of like the last chance to raise your hand. And yeah, we got a hand from Seven. So yeah, so everyone, if you have any last things to say, questions to ask, this is the last chance. So I'm gonna go to Seven.
I was wondering if in the future you have like the vision of doing playtests before doing major updates for avoiding certain problem we had in the
They
past.
did do the demo for season 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to the dev team.
That's rough, Zara. Vol or no balls?
네. 현재 플레이 테스트는
yes,
FGT를 진행을 하고 있고요.
we do have the FGT. We're running playtests.
테스트를 통해서 안정.
Through these tests, we are continuing to stabilize our updates and works.
네, 그리고 이
Yes,
질문을
and
주신
I
데는
believe that there's a reason behind this question, because you are expecting a stable service.
부분에 대해서 개선
So regarding this,
계획하고 있고
we do have improvement plans. Actually, we're working on it. It's a work in progress.
마감을 더 앞으로 당기는 작업들을
So
하고 있습니다.
we are
저희가 개발을 완료하고
They should just do a public test server.
확보해서 좀 더 빌드 안정성을 확보하는 과정.
earlier than we usually do to make sure that we have enough time to do QnA,
많은
quality test.
개선과 테스트를 진행할 수 있을
And
거라고
we would also like to run.
So Seven's not asking, can we get more public playtests so that we can verify that it's bug free? One of the most competitive players in the game is not asking, hey, can we do QA for you? He's asking, hey, can we actually test the stuff out to see if it's viable and good? He's not asking, I don't know why the creator's like, yeah, you want to get early access to it so you can make sure that it functions right. No, kind of not really. He just wants to make sure that someone who plays the game a lot gets eyes on it before it ships.
More tests with our descendants going forward. But unfortunately, so far, we had to continuously work right before the update, which led to some issues, unfortunately. And we do understand that this is not something, and we have a strong commitment to prevent this from going forward. So with better QA, environments, we'll try to make more stable service.
He's not asking about stability in QA. He wants to make sure it's viable. It's a competitive question. It's not a software question.
We'll test more with our users.
Yeah, thank you, Seven. I mean, your room is getting much more lighter, and really, thank you for sticking us for such a long time. Thank you. and let's hear it from Low Budget.
Okay, no more questions. Just wanted to thank everyone, the community manager, director, producer, the dev team, especially the interpreter. Sorry for speaking too quickly. And yeah, congratulations again on the 2nd anniversary. Good luck with the future of the game. You guys have done an amazing job with the last 2 years, improving the game constantly. Every week we get updates. And yeah, I wish all the best for the future of TFT and hope it stays around for a very long time.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for those words, Low Budget. Let's hope
You're
that
welcome.
we can get some more updates and more fun things to do in the first Descendant. And let's hear it from Alyssa.
Yeah, again, thank you guys for everything you've done, not just on behalf of myself, from everyone else in the community, my other fellow content creators who are here. Thank you for everything you've done. Before I run away though, just 1 or 2 questions. Are there any plans to increase the amount of Vulgus biodata chips that we can hold in our inventory from 10 up to being higher? And are there any plans to increase the maximum friend list capacity from higher than 100 as well? And I forgot to say thank you, Jason. I'm a big fan. I love you, man.
I'm a big fan of you. Thank you.
그 벌거스 벌거스 바이오 데이터 칩 말씀하실 때
Yes, on the Vulgus biodata chip, I think my reception was kind of bad. I just want to listen to that question once more.
So, increase the total amount of Vulgus biochips. Is that right?
Yep. That's what he said.
그러니까 전반적인 그 수량을.
Friends list is a streamer problem. It kind of is.
The number of the Vulgus bio data chips that you can hold.
네.
Yes.
이 보유 수량 한도 그리고 친구 보유 수량 한도 요거는 이제
Yes, for the Vulgus bio data chips.
현재 상태가.
We did keep in mind. We are going to. Should we review increasing the cap?
최대 보유 가능 개수 늘리도록.
Yes, we will make sure that you can.
I'm not sure what the bunny Evo skin was, Godsmith. Like the requirement.
And for having new friends, more friends.
확정해서 말씀드릴 수는 없지만
We can't give you a fixed answer right now. We do need to do some tech review, but I will put in a request so that we could increase the maximum number of friends you can have. I don't think we've done that before. We did increase the ancestor mods before. So for the past 2 years, there were a lot of requests on increasing something, so I was kind of confused. But I think we can increase the number of friend count. And in these situations, typically, we did, yes, go over that positively.
You guys are having friends?
Yeah, thank you. Let's hear it from Sen.
First of all, thank you guys for the invite for me and all the creators. You guys did a great job. Season 4 looks fantastic. Overall, I'm very excited for it. And I too would also like to ask to increase that friend list capacity because I am always full on friends and people are always trying to add me and they can never do it. So that'd be great. Thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Sam, for participating for such a long hour. And let's hear it from Rays.
500 caliber per friend slot?
Yeah, well,
oh,
I
jeez.
only put my hand up because I felt a little bit left out. Everyone else had to go and stuck their hand up, so I felt like I kind of had to as well. I also don't have an issue with my friends list. I don't have 100 people that have added me on there, so that's not an issue for me either. But in all seriousness, thank you so much for inviting me for this evening. It's been fantastic. Such a fantastic group of content creators to be part of the community with and to be
Rays
invited
did great.
Season 4 genuinely does look interesting.
They all
I'm
did.
looking
Everybody
forward
did
to
great.
Everything that's coming its way, and yeah,
It definitely could have been more organized. It was very hodgepodge, but overall, it was good.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, yeah, season 4. Let's look forward to that. Thank you for participating, Rays. And we have our last 아리아느. Yeah, 아리아느님도 정말 오랜 시간 동안 참여해 주셔서 너무 감사드립니다. 말씀 한번 부탁드립니다.
And last but not least, we have Ariane.
네, 오늘 정말 긴 시간 동안
Well, first of all, thank you for doing this open talk for a very long time. A lot of my questions were resolved. You still may have some questions left, but I do believe that you will give us answers in the next dev live stream. So thank you for giving us such a good time. Thank you for the invitation.
감사드리죠. 어렵게 오셨는데.
Oh no, thank you.
감사합니다. Thank you, Ariane. And yeah, this isn't the end. As we said in the beginning, everything that we talked about today, we will do our best to organize this as soon as possible.
They haven't done that yet, right?
The community. Yeah, great. So it's been about
no Valby romance.
We've had some breaks, but that was quite a talk we had there. I mean, thank you, everyone, our creators, dev team, and everyone watching. If you're still watching, really thank you again for participating today. The invaluable feedback we received today is surely going to be a great help to the team. And yeah, as mentioned, we'll share the organized information of today's talk as soon as possible.
Okay.
And as we've seen in the roadmap,
Korean Content Creator, I'm not familiar.
Are planned for the first Descendant in the second half of the year. So please do continue to support TFD. And great, we have one last coupon prepared, and thank you for watching the Descendant Fest 2026. And for our Descendants,
the Luna's Toe question
to the end
of this
here
one,
is
yeah.
the final coupon. The code is TFD Together. Yeah, let's enjoy TFD Together. A gift for everyone who joined us today, which
is that
contains
done?
the second anniversary collection.
Cool. Wow. What an experience. What a wild ride. What a crazy wild ride, bro. What a long, strange trip it's been. Okay, I'm gonna handle this tomorrow. But we did get a good amount of notes, some thoughts and some things in there. There's some things like this is gonna be collated down to something way smaller because a lot of these answers weren't answered. They were just left open-ended or they didn't actually give an actual answer to it. So once we cut all that out, I'm guessing it's going to be much shorter, but I'll summarize this tomorrow for the people that just want like, hey, here are the answers they gave and what it means, and that sort of thing. So I am going to jump off. Let's see who's on. Sen's got more than his fair share, or I guess he's got more than he needs. Skonu's chilling. I'll send you over to Kanjiru. Go say hi to Kanjiru. We'll raid him. He's doing some clears right now. You made it to 250. Dang. After that, we'll handle it tomorrow, and then we can do a sponsor and other stuff like that as well. But thank you guys for giving me your time today. I know we're just sitting here watching and chatting, but thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being in the chat and being around, and I will see you guys on the morrow for more gaming action. Living our life. Living our life. Yeah. Do I have that? Is that right? That's right, yeah? Yes. If you're new here, hit the follow button. It was a good watch. Thank you. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Hit the follow button if you're new here. You'll see me back here tomorrow, and we'll be jiving and grinding and doing all the things. Thanks for chilling today, guys. Thanks for giving me your time today, guys. I really appreciate it, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Hold, what am I holding for? I'm not going to watch your Rickroll. I'm not going to do it. Have a good night, guys. Bye-bye. Peace out. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Have a good night. Bye. Go say hi to Kanjiru for me. Peace out. Bye.